Good morning, incredible women of India and the world. Welcome to this day-long session that we have specially curated for you to bring in a lot of content that we can all relate to, that we can learn from, and that we can be inspired by. We have some very interesting sessions all through the day, but there are 3 points that I want to make first thing in the morning with you. And let me just quickly tell you what the 3 points I have in my mind. The first point is that, our Honorable Prime Minister once is looking at a vision of India becoming a developed country by the year 2047. And, I was just thinking, how can India become a developed country if the women of India do not really stand kandha to kandha with the men in this country to help this process to happen? The contribution that women need to give to build our economy, to build our society, for us to move ahead is immeasurable. It is really immeasurable, even though our chief economic advisor will have data to also put down exactly how much we will be able to contribute. But I think we need to keep this in mind, that the development of the country can only happen if women also develop. The second point that I want to bring out is that, there was a day of the Mandal Commission, there's a day of reservation, there's a day of, investing in certain marginalized parts of society. And to me, the International Women's Day almost seems like something like that, a reservation for women. Why don't we take a vow today that we will eliminate this need for reservation? Why is there a need for reservation? Now, I'll tell you, why is there a need? Even though, I'm talking about eliminating that need. There are very few of us who are out there who seem to have broken certain barriers, got out of the house, or even, from within the house, become financially independent, become sure of what we are and our contribution to society. But there aren't too many women like us out there. So let us take a pledge and a vow to not just each one help one, because the ones who've broken this barrier are far fewer in number compared to the women who have the potential to do so. So let us all take a vow to actually adopt at least, 5-7 women in our lives, women who we can reach out to and see how we can handhold their journey so that they become the incredible women that each one of you listening to this session are. And the third point I want to leave you with is that, what is gender and what is masculinity and femininity? The earth is a planet of equilibrium, which is the reason this is the only planet which sustains life. So this equilibrium exists in all of us. So we don't need to be called the female gender. We need to have a balance of the kind of energies that are required so that we become a wholesome human being. So let us look internally and see, we bristle really at the designation of certain qualities being inherently masculine, like assertive or dominant, or others being feminine, intuitive and caring. This is the day and age where the balance of both these qualities need to happen so that the world can be in equilibrium. And that is something that the women, if they get out and they practice it a lot more, we will be able to help the world achieve this state of equilibrium and balance far easier than if it was only a man's world. So I would urge each and every one of us to look internally, assess the kind of energies that we possess and see how we can balance out our energies. So thank you so much. And I really look forward to an incredible International Women's Day set of events that we're going to unfurl for you today. Thank you.
आज स्कूल में क्या सीखा?
मछली जल का रानी।
जल का नहीं, जल की।
जीवन उसकी पानी
उसका
पापा पापा दूध उबल रही है।
उबल रहा है रहा।
चंदू के चाचा ने चंदू की चाची को चांदी की रात में चांदी के रंग से चटनी चटाया। छताई ओहो दादू इस पे फूल कब आएगी? कब आएगा?
बेटा खाया नहीं खाई।
ओके ओके। मम्मी लाइट चला गया।
चली गई। मैं भी कंप्लेन करती हूँ।
अरे ये लाइनमैन कहाँ रह गया?
वो तो आ गई।
आ गई नहीं, लाइनमैन आ गया।
नहीं मम्मा आ गई।
लड़के रिवाजों से जग के नई रे खिला जल रही। मिट जाए अंधेरा तू लाए सवेरा सब ढूंढे तुझ में रोशनी। मिट जाए अंधेरा तू लाए सवेरा बन जाए तू रोशनी। बन जाए तू रोशनी। बन जाए तू रोशनी। बन जाए तू रोशनी।
Hello and welcome to this very interesting conversation we are having ahead of the International Women's Day. Every year, Women's Day is celebrated with more ambition, more goals for the future, and of course, celebration of women achievers. And that's exactly what we will do today as well in this session. I am Gauri Dwivedi, Senior Editor with the Economic Times, and I'm in conversation with three women achievers who've broken glass barriers and more importantly, are setting the stage for the next gen as well in a sector which is a male bastion and continues to be dominated by, well, for want of a better word, the unfairer sex. And I have Preeti Bajaj, CEO and MD of Luminous, joining me. Dr. Shalini Sareen, who's the board member, advisor, and executive coach and former CHRO of Schneider Electric, as well as Ms. Seva Panda, who's the head of software innovation at Edopar. Thank you so much, ladies, for joining me. I'm going to start with quick bios. All of you have long, illustrious careers, and I'm going to keep the bios short to ensure we have more conversation flowing in. Starting with Preeti, she's been at the helm of and leading change in several companies in the past. And in her past avatar, she headed the Adecco Group as the Australia and New Zealand CEO and MD for Modis Australia. And she's committed to using renewable technologies to enable customers to achieve purposeful living. Seva Panda is excited and passionate about opportunities for automation, from traffic solutions to electric vehicle charging solutions, and has 25 years of professional experience behind her, all towards leading software development, innovation, and transformation. Last but not the least, Dr. Shalini Sareen. She's worked across India, US, and Europe, and across geographies. She's been at the helm of various companies and is right now board member of companies like Kirloskar and Nagaro. Thank you so much, ladies, for joining me in this session. Let's start by building a conversation around energy. It has multiple facets and many dimensions to it, from access to energy to how companies are being led by energy companies are being led primarily by men, and what lies ahead when we talk about
the change towards renewable? What is it that women can do and aspire to do in this change that we are seeing around the world? I'll structure this conversation in 3 parts because it's an online conversation. I want to make it as freewheeling and chatty as we can. I'll start by allowing all 3 of you to make opening comments. We'll build a conversation with a couple of questions that will flow in from your opening remarks. And probably we'll try and squeeze in some closing comments to cover up any specific areas that we've missed out during this conversation. And a quick word to all viewers who've tuned in on our different platforms that you can ask your questions to any of these 3 ladies by typing in, and we'll try and ensure that your questions are addressed. It's an important conversation. I want to ensure that all questions, particularly from female viewers, are addressed. Okay, let's start with some opening comments. Preeti, why don't you start with what do you think are the top 2, 3 ideas or your assessment of how the situation or the landscape is as far as the energy sector in India is concerned?
Thanks, Gauri, and welcome everybody to this awesome day. It's always great to have a chat. When I think about energy, I think about 3 things. One is that energy in the world is actually at an inflection point. Second is, I think, energy in its own right and how it will be produced, how it will be supplied. I mean, in terms of solar and storage, it'll be a decentralized world. We are seeing the start of what would be a decentralized, decarbonized economy, and India has a big part to play in it. So there is also this, I would say, excitement in the energy sector around what's possible. When I joined energy or electricity, it was not supposed to be like a fad career. It was not the industry of choice for most people. Today, it's an exciting place to be. It's where a lot of innovation is happening. I think the third part I'll point out is that if you look at the climate tech stats alone in India, in the last year alone, we raised something like $580 million and increasing towards climate tech companies itself. I think the pity is, though, that even though India is producing the largest number of unicorns or 3rd largest number of unicorns in the world, the founder ratio, when you think about even climate tech investments, that was actually, I suppose, taken by women, is only 10% of that overall investment. So as we sit here on Women's Day, energy is happening. There is a real energy transition. We have a commitment as a nation to build a decarbonized, decentralized economy with 50% of our electricity consumption to be powered by solar by 2030. There is a whole lot of technology that is being infused, be it battery storage, be it alternative chemistries of any kind. I think the question remains, in this renewed sector of energy, will women bring a renewed sense of energy to their careers?
Thank you for setting the stage, Preeti. You're absolutely bang on when you say that even in terms of female entrepreneurs in the field of energy, they're just horribly underrepresented. And what is the most disappointing aspect is that women underrepresentation has nothing to do with skills. Whether it's low skilled work or whether it's highly skilled work, it's across the board that women continue to be underrepresented. And I hope that is the big change that, we can sort of drive through conversations and discussions like these. All right, let's get in Dr. Shalini Sareen as well for quick comments, and then we'll get Seva Panda as well.
Thank you, Gauri. And I'm going to take a lead from what Preeti said. Today, there are very few women in energy, but tomorrow there won't be very few women in energy because there's this huge transformation which is happening in energy. Earlier, and I kind of clubbed them into 4 Ds. First is, of course, decarbonization, and therefore from those large coal plants, which were usually far away from the city where women had less access to, we are moving into renewables, and that gives you opportunities already. In digitization, there's a plethora of opportunity with BMS, with AI, with data science, with machine learning, with ICT, so the whole connected part now as change the way you play with energy and the way you collect data and the way you interpret data and what you do with it. The other is, of course, decentralization. And that is, you can already see, while in India, we would have it for the access issue, but in the mature economies, you're also having these decentralized projects for economic issues, especially the greenfield projects. And of course, the last one is the democratizing of energy, which brings more private players. So with these 4 Ds, there's this huge opportunity. And I'm just going to throw a little bit light to share where the paradigm has already moved. I work a lot with these NGOs or with the self-help groups and with a lot of foundations to execute the projects. And it is remarkable to see that there are a lot of women players already working in that last mile, and they have a far greater impact where there is a distribution challenge, where there is a supply chain, where there is a service challenge, where there is an end-of-life management challenge. So if you see in the access issue, you have the product where you need to co-create the product so that the insights of the women has been brought into the cook stoves, for example, or lighting, for example, because they are the most impacted. And then, of course, the financing or the microfinancing, the training and the capacity building. So as we go along, we'll talk more about it. But I think today is an opportunity and women have started to play in that opportunity.
Yes, indeed. Opportunities galore. It's time to grab some of them. And I want to now get Seva Panda to help us understand the sheer transformational power that technology has. Because, when you talk about gender with respect to energy, I don't think it's still fully understood just how much gender inequality plays out as far as energy is concerned. Men and women get impacted by access to energy or anything related to energy in wholly different ways. And that is, studies around the world indicate that. It doesn't matter whether you're a woman in Brazil, whether you are in India, or even in developed parts of the world. It is that gaps can probably best be bridged through technology, isn't it?
Yeah, so I just adding to the points that you said, that this is a global problem. Like in manufacturing, we have far less representation by women than in other fields. Like, for example, if you take consulting firms, it's almost 50%, like there's 45% representation by women. So it's something culturally where women have not been a part of the engineering and manufacturing. And even in Toyota, if you see the board members, it's only 5% representation. So I was just looking through, where women are represented currently. And it is a problem which I feel can be bridged just by the social network. I think there's a lot more acceptance now. There's a lot more need. And there is a huge requirement for the global economy to be changing. So unless we all represent and be a part of it, I don't think there is going to be a solution. So, and this is a realization that everybody has, like even the men and the women, everybody knows that we need to have, that is why everybody has a diversity component in their companies and corporates. I feel that even governments now are open to having a lot of representation by women. So where we need to work is have the women have confidence in, like what I think this is something that I learned from Preeti the other day, that you walk in, like just have the confidence and take the leap of faith. And there are solutions and requirements, and everybody's willing to actually, have new ideas so that we can have solutions to these issues. So I think we need to work with the social aspect more, because women need to have confidence to actually take that step and be involved in the change of economy.
Good morning. Incredible.
On which we will contribute.
It was so stark that the World Economic
natural appetite for risk will play out as a reward. A lot of the times as women, when we are being brought up, we are told to be cautious against risk. There is a subliminal training that goes on, particularly, I think, if we are truthful about it in India. Don't go out at 7 o'clock. Frame that as go out, but these are the things that you need to be aware of to be able to manage. You know, it's the same thing said differently can actually change the outcome. The second piece, I would say, is confidence. And I think confidence is super essential. I love that today's generation has this idea that they don't have to follow the same career path. They don't have to do it the linear way. They can open a startup and they start. Most of the founder situations I've heard in India, and I don't have the specific stats for it, are male and female led together. I think there is some part of confidence that plays a role in taking chances. Confidence is non-negotiable. And that's really about saying, well, yeah, hell yeah, energy sector is tough. It is male dominated, but I'm here to stay. So it gives you resilience. Confidence gives you resilience. It's directly proportional. And courage builds on that resilience. Last piece I would say is curate. Curate with your partner, with the support system, whatever it is. I cannot believe that even in 2023, we fail to negotiate the terms on which we will contribute. We do not buy a washing machine without terms and conditions. Even that comes with warranty, and this is how you will get service, and this is how that will happen. And usually our partners and our society curates with us what are the list of expectations. What about our curation of expectations? Where's our terms on the table? Our terms have to be on the table too. And in the energy sector, I think we should curate that dialogue. There's a lot of amazing young leaders in the energy sector in India, male CEOs who would support the idea of curating the dialogue for the future. Because the future, the new India, so to speak, we want to build, actually builds better economically if women participate by roughly $770 billion by 2025. Today, as we sit here, only 18% of women contribute to GDP. And I'm not even sure what the number for energy is because it's not significant. Just imagine in a high growth industry, solar alone in India is growing at 25% compounded annual growth rate. If women were to participate, how much less burden it is on everybody else and the futures we create. So it is time to curate, be courageous, and be confident that the future is yours to own. We just need to take some more chances. Quite frankly, what's the worst that can happen? We marry people we don't even see for too long, and we take a chance on our lives. We're good risk takers. We should take risk with energy too. At least it's actually a proven prototype.
Yes. Okay, that's a very positive note, and some of it is what I think is what India is also going through right now. You know, when you talk about the G20 presidency, you talk about how India is now shaping the global order, so to say. This kind of change can be led by a country like India, highest population of people in the working age, highest number of women graduates who are coming out, and largest transformation in terms of energy. If there is a renewable change that any country can make, it is India because of the sheer scale and numbers that we bring in. And this is probably the most optimum time for women to start playing that role. But how do we sort of go about doing that is what I bring in. I want to bring in both Dr. Shalini as well as Seva on. Yes, Dr. Shalini.
Yeah, so I think that's a very relevant question. So there are two parts to your question. One is the issue about women, and the other is the issue about energy and the play that women contribute in that. So let's deal with both separately. Now, whether it is to do with engineering functions or whether it is to do with energy per se, we've had many women graduate, and like Seva also mentioned, that about 48 to 50% graduate, but about a minimal of 25 or 24% really participates. What happens to these women? And what happens to them is a lot of stereotypes. What happens to them is a lot of traditional mindset. And that is what I say is at an inflection point, which is changing. Now, what you need within is your own ability to challenge or push the envelope. So like what Preeti talked about, her own ammunitions, your own ammunitions need to surface and you need to continuously keep challenging. But I would say there needs to be 4 structural changes. One is the structural change or the challenge that the society, the family needs to impose on the women and the women in herself. The other is organizations have to go out and find those very few women. Because, that is the difference between equality and equity. When we say we have an equal policy, we will get whoever is meritorious. But you need to do a little bit extra to go and find those very few women so that you have more role models and more women attracting more to be able to take those roles. The third is that you need to have women in P&L roles. Gauri, I've been hiring for a long time in energy companies, and mostly I would get women in support functions, and the needle wouldn't move. The needle started to move only when I had P&L leaders being from this gender, and that's when the influence started. Because what was happening in the organizations as well, whether it's HR or finance or marketing or any of these support functions as they are perceived, who do not hold the purse strings or the budgets, you are still dependent on the men to get a buy-in to get your project running. And when the woman holds the budget, that is where things change. So how can we get more women in the position of influence is an effort that the organizations have to do. And the last thing that I would say is we have to put the basics in place. We are talking about women going out there, but safety, transport, these hygiene have to be able to be fixed so that women can go out. And I'll leave at that.
The last part that you said, my sense is that when you talk about how the society responds to creating working conditions for women, that is a work in progress, because it's a real-time response. More women start showing up, automatically there'll be women-only toilets. That will happen. And some of the women will drive that change. Others will become beneficiaries of that change taking place. So that I am not very worried about from a larger perspective, because I feel, and that has happened across societies, across geographies, and across industries. Such responses come when women turn up. It's about how do you ensure that they turn up, and how do you ensure that the renewable opportunity that India has can actually become an opportunity to become a level playing field, so to say. As I said, going back to some of those figures which are disappointing at some level, or a call for action at another level, that, forget what has happened so far. There are just 11% women entrepreneurs in energy. They get almost a fifth less than their male counterparts in any job as far as energy is concerned at any level. There are still some segments of energy where they are not represented at all. But all of this can change because digitization is the big undercurrent, so to say, as far as the Women's Day this year is concerned. And when you marry digitization with the renewable opportunity that India is expecting to spearhead, then we can see the kind of transformation that all of us are really hoping for. Do you share my optimism, Seva?
Yeah, absolutely. I believe, because I'm also not very old in this field. I've joined it about 3 years ago. So what you're saying is absolutely right. Like the digitization is merging between the energy sector, and there are opportunities coming. Okay, so that is the point that we have already discussed, that there's huge opportunities coming, and this is where we need all the forces to be in. But I feel the change how do we get people involved in this? That's the other point that we have been discussing. So I think we need to set examples. see, so far, what the people who have been in the engineering sector, the ladies, we are basically gender neutral. That's what I perceive. I may be wrong. So we haven't really gone out of our way to actually set example for women to come in. We need to do that because there is an opportunity, and if people follow with example, like if ladies see that, yes, it is, we are normal ladies, we have families, we have children, and we have managed to, work and not really be, we didn't need any superhuman effort. Okay, I go back to your superwoman comment. But I feel we should set that everybody can do this, everybody can do it. So most of the ladies, so we should go out, take that step and go and tell people more about how things work in this corporate or in this field. And I think that will change things.
Yeah, Gauri, if you would allow me, I just want to compliment Seva's outlook here with a few facts and figures. I mean, these are things we are doing right now. I think the call to action for the industry is to be intentional about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And technology is one of the best levelers in the world. It's one of the best levelers. And I mean deep tech, whether it's battery chemistry, right through to building a PCBA, right through to actually programming, because it's really intellectual work.
Yeah.
It's intellectual work. And so it's really about your capacity to think. That is a gender neutral activity. It's basically got to do with IQ. So a couple of things that at least at Luminous we are doing are we've upped the ante on our campus interviews, and we've hired 25% more women each year on year over the last 3 years as graduates. We are intentional about the fact that we want to develop a cohort that is diverse and mixed.
Yeah.
We are intentional about the fact that we want to have 20% of our management team and growing, of course, underpinned by capability, with leadership held by women in very influential and impactful roles. Not easy to do, by the way, in an industry that is not used to it. And these people, what they bring with them is a actionable change, essentially, Gauri. And what happens is then people around you start to go, I can be what I can see. So it is about sort of, it's a 3-step process. It's about building the pipeline. Then really, I don't like this word, but a lot of male CEOs will use this word. We took a chance on her. I mean, how's taking a chance on a female leader any more or less than a male leader? I don't know how your risk somehow diluted.
I was coming to just that. That's the next thing I wanted to ask, which is pushback. We need to be very aware of a very significant aspect of workplace environments, which is pushback, and that is expected. We'll play out a very, very heartening video that that Luminous has put out at the end of this discussion. But that video also has a certain degree of pushback that women have seen in the past, and it will continue, whether it is at senior level, whether it is at entrepreneurial levels, or whether it is at low skill levels. How do you then address the pushback that will come from male ecosystems? It's not just about your male boss, it's a male ecosystem. Everything is around a male dominated sector. And do you think the role of government becomes more important to address this pushback? Because, how else can you create a level playing field?
Gauri, I'm very tempted to jump in. And before I talk about government, I want to talk about the pushback. And the pushback is nothing but creating a fair, equal play. When men are brought up, when boys are brought up, why must they be told to be macho? Why must they be told to, if you aren't strong physically, you're not good enough? Why can't be human? Why can't you express your emotions? And when a woman expresses herself and negotiates and demonstrates leadership, why is she called aggressive? So why must we not, break these stereotypes and paradigms for both sides? So stop expecting your daughters and women to shrink, and stop expecting your or men to be the breadwinners. Why must I be shy in public to say that I am the breadwinner of the family? And in a social setting, why must I be very coy and just play along? So I think these stereotypes are very, very important for us to break. I took an international assignment and I moved to the Netherlands, and I moved alone, and my husband was in India. My own friends were telling me, "Oh, you've left the poor guy alone." I said, "I'm the poor woman who's going alone. He's with his family. He's got the whole infrastructure. He's got everything going for him. I'm the poor one." And my own friends were telling me, "Oh, you're leaving the poor guy alone." So, these are the stereotypes that we need to be able to push back. And both sides, let men take up paternity leave. They also want to contribute and look after the child. They love to spend that child, the time, during the growing up age. So if you really want to make an impact, get men as allies. They are not against us, but let's be fair and equal to both, and let's be human before we are men and women.
I want to just add that, Gauri, what I will say is this, it's like you have to build a lobby in your favor. And I think it's a skill we should teach women. We should absolutely have training classes on this. How to build allies in the boardroom, everywhere. You need to network the hell out of this stuff. You will get less pushback. You will get more push in. At the end of the day, it's all about whatever the goal is. And mostly for most organizations, it's a profit motive. It's, doing better. It's about working with people that are easy to work with and who get things done. I can tell you it's super linear. In fact, stop thinking about I'm a woman. Start thinking about how do I make this guy my mate? He's got to be my friend. He's got to be in my corner. We've got to change the frame. Got to change the frame by saying how many. It's almost like sometimes we've got to sit in that meeting and go, I've got to win 4 votes today. What's the speech going to sound like? You will see confidence, courage, and creativity are infectious, and they're gender neutral. People will come.
Get you the allyship, and that
will get you the allyship.
Yeah.
But on that allyship, I do feel that we have to be intentional, perhaps about how we train for it. Maybe it is a learned skill. It's the only insight I would share. Maybe it is a learned skill because it's sort of, there are lots of societal stereotypes that play out. Last thing I just want to say, I think young men, I feel, and a lot of amazing CEOs in India are ready for it. We are ready for it. We've just got to ask. So my message would be bold, be occasionally bossy, and remain beautiful.
That's a lovely one. and that's the one that women don't need to be aggressive just to be one amongst them. Be yourself.
Preeti, I have a woman boss. I agree with everything except for the bossy part, because she must be tuning in right now. So
that's amazing. But look, I am super inspired by the challenge of the stereotypes as well, Gauri. And a lot of women on this call, you included, are actually the challenge to the stereotype. I mean, there was a time when you would never see an editor. It was a tough time in journalism. It was a tough time in software programming. It was a tough time in the business world. It was a tough time in HR as well. So things have changed. We are all part of the change. And as pioneers, we shouldn't expect it to be easy. That's point number 1. Point number 2, I think there are stories of lots of women. I think you spoke about the video we've done. I was super inspired, that a line woman was accepted into the community of, I suppose, energy sector in India as well. And that's what inspired us, because it's inspired by a true story, to really talk about how we challenge the stereotype. And when you challenge the stereotype, it creates room for growth. I think forget about the pushback. Like I said, let's challenge in. That's why I keep saying it's time to walk in.
Time to walk in. Seva, I want to bring you in on the fact that I said, the governments, the role that governments can play in dealing with this pushback. even if, on a best effort basis, women want to break those glass ceilings, how can you ensure that actually takes place? Because the role of government ecosystem cannot be sort of ruled out, cannot be undermined.
Yeah, I was going to come to that actually, but I believe that we have more in terms of women, it's more a social problem, so the issues that we are talking about, it needs to work in both places. Like the government also needs to do things, but I feel even if they do right now, the people will not be accepting. So it should go with, together. So right now, I feel it's more a social requirement that we need to set examples. We need to tell people that this is possible and you need to be doing it, because there have been initiatives, all along by the government, but it is not taken very positively. Like, for example, in the panchayats and all, there has been a lot of initiation, but it doesn't work out well. People, there'll be male, the husbands will be wanting to do the role, they'll put their wives ahead and but they will be the people who will be doing it. So they are looking at their male as a role model and they are just following what he's saying. So I feel it's more a social problem. We need to work and make sure that the ladies around us are, rising along with us. It should not be like we are some distant lighthouses and the people don't know about it. So I feel it's time for a social change right now. When we have to do it fast, the government will move with us, because we will be a part of the government, right? It's not something external. If we rise, we are part of that system.
Exactly. And I want to come to the renewable opportunity because of the multidisciplinary aspect about it. There's going to be fresh technology, fresh financing, different work environment. You're not talking about the same traditional mining or other aspects which has no women representation, right? These are different working conditions where women may be more attracted to come to. Some of these working conditions could also be a dampener for women to contribute in a larger way. Do you see all that going through a sea change because of so many aspects of renewable opportunity being completely different? And what do you think could be the effort that the public-private partnerships can build to ensure greater women participation when you're talking about the renewable opportunity? And that's a question I throw to the entire panel, because that I think could be the defining aspect of gender representation in energy in probably a decade's time from now.
Yeah, I just want to make a point before we run into this. It's a point which Shalini had made about the P&L being with the lady. Okay, I think that's a very important part. I agree to it totally, and I feel in all the changes that we are talking about with respect to renewable, if we have a little more money, involved in it, or we give some perks, like if you are in this field, you are going to get more money. That economics will change the entire the game. That was a point I wanted to make.
Agree. Absolutely. It's all about the money, honey. Absolutely.
Well said, Gauri. So I think so look, again, the transformation of energy is definitely here to stay, right? The renewables and the energy mix change will be there. The connectivity of distributed resources, solar power or wind power or any of those assets will matter a lot more. When you think about it, a number of these businesses are also very consumer oriented, because you put solar on someone's home. It's a very emotive aspect of a sale as well, which is a natural at least considered to be a natural win spot for women, if you like. I mean, you wouldn't think of renewables as a consumer marketing aspect, but it truly is. It truly is. So what it does is it creates a breadth of, I think, options. We shouldn't think of this only in terms of there is a power plant being made, which is a large megawatt power plant. It's actually about the small power plants, which are home appliances built for women, maybe by women and men one day, but it is a battery pack going into the home to power the consumption that we do in terms of running the household. That's what Luminous does. It's a home appliance. And we will see that. And in matured markets, I certainly witnessed that in my career, the move of energy assets in the home to being energy home appliances. When that happens, it opens the gamut, right? It absolutely throws the game wide open, because now you are really connecting to all the functions of a business and a consumer, which lend itself to strengths. Secondly, I think I would really make a call out here that women shouldn't think of any industry when they're choosing their career as male or female, because everything is transformative. Chances are there are a whole host of avenues. I always say that just to work in the software industry, you don't need to be a software engineer. Seva will testify to that. You could be a great UI UX designer. You could be a great product marketer. You don't need to come from a particular background anymore to, in fact, be in any particular sector. What you need to have the ability to critically think and learn fast. Because things are changing so fast, Gauri. I don't think any of us can keep on top of the innovations that are actually happening in the world. I mean, it's seriously fast. So in that sense, those aptitudes are far more important. So when I think about renewables, I think structurally, companies can be more open-minded about how they hire. Secondly, I think women in particular, since we are talking about it in the context of Women's Day, could be more open-minded about what the shape of those businesses would be. When you think about finance, when you think about marketplaces in energy, there are very different business models. They don't look anything like the large-scale mega projects. They actually look like aggregator models. It could be an Amazon for the energy appliances. You could think about it that way. I think you spoke about public-private partnerships. There, I think impact investing plays a very big part. I think impact investment can actually change. I had the great pleasure of actually doing a residential course at IIM Bangalore just last week. And one of the things that I was talking to a woman impact investor there, and that particular fund has decided that they will actually only give you money subject to you having adequate representation of women on the board, as well as in your leadership team. So I think that's a more powerful route, because then you are affecting far many more businesses by making investments and actually turning the culture and bringing a capable, diverse team in that sector, rather than perhaps a big mega project, which will obviously be great at multiple levels, but it only has that one big bag impact. Because as you know, India is in reality is micro markets, microfinance, micro impacts, which aggregate to a bigger impact. So I think the opportunity of impact investment in renewables is a huge one. And the call out would be to investors, because if you're building a sustainable company with adequate free cash flows, you got to have a diverse and smart team, which actually includes women and stands for something. I suppose a lot of people will agree that purpose is the order of the day. So the call out would be to impact investors.
What about climate tech incubators being created by companies, Seva? Do you think that's a proposition that could get a lot more women entrepreneurs at the forefront and also encourage entrepreneurial journeys of more women, incubating some of them or any other such ideas that you may have?
I actually haven't thought about having it only women focused. The incubation idea is there morely from the idea of, the technology part. So yes, it works, but it is a very interesting. We should add the women perk into it, like what even Preeti was saying. I think it will work out quite well. So right now, because of the change in energy and the requirement for sustainable, renewable, etc., there are incubation part even in our company in Adore Powertron. We work a lot to ensure that we are, we provide good solutions which would impact the environment in a positive way. So I think if we do this, it's a good pointer. I'll try to do that also, like include a certain perk to have women in the team, so that it will, help this initiative that we are having now.
Yeah, I call it the capital-led quota system.
Yeah, the perks will be economic to the project.
Yeah.
What are the kind of some of the estimates that I have here, because it's in the realm of a lot of forecasting? It says that the disproportional impact that greater women representation can have on Indian economy is just very significant, and more so for sectors like energy, because some of the others have already seen greater women representation, whether it's healthcare, education, commerce. There, women are coming at the forefront and they are leading and becoming a driver of economic development and change. And that isn't the case as far as energy is concerned. It's still a missed economic opportunity. And it's for communities in specific, for regions, for geographies, for countries, and for a region as a whole, Southeast Asia as a whole, we can then talk about. How can we go about fixing some of this? There are challenges because there's nothing that is homogeneous here. We're talking about a very heterogeneous group which is impacted by a whole host of socio-economic parameters. But how can we go about fixing some of this and probably become leaders of change? Dr. Shalini.
Yeah, Gauri, let me add to that. And while you were talking about impact investing, India Angels Network started, and we saw that there were very few women takers when we were getting our pitches and when we were investing. So there are some forums like the Angel Eye Forum, which is only doing impact investing for women. IFC has a very big section where, they are investing in women-led projects. Acumen has been. So there has been a lot of work which has started, but it will take a long time to be able to bridge this gap. And the way I see it is technology is taking off, and Preeti has alluded to it a lot, and so has Seva. That technology, we are already at the inflection point where it's an equalizer, and we don't need the physical strength. We need the creativity and the leadership, and a lot of technology that comes in is going to bring us at par. Policies now are coming in, and we do have policies where women are being attracted, whether it is second inning career women or paternity leave and whatever else. Business models are changing. The three areas which still need a lot of change and a lot of work is one, women in finance. Women are not comfortable taking financial decisions even at home. So Preeti was talking about that our products are becoming home appliances. Tell me what percentage of women are taking those decisions. Tell me, in the organizations, where are the P&L, where is the P&L sitting, and where are the decisions being made? So I think women in finance is a very big gap area, and that would lead to women in decision making. When women start to make decisions confidently and on their own, that is when the needle will move. And for that, we also have to have not only role models, not only networks, not only mentors, but also some structured programs where we can bring these changes to put women in decision making and will put women in positions of power.
That's a very important insight. And how do you make women as decision makers? I believe also hinges closely on how important it is to keep women as your central buyers, so to say, as your central target audience, so to say. And that's a question I want to ask both Preeti and Seva as we are sort of coming to the end of this discussion, which is that how much of product development, specifically when you talk about energy, has women as their target audience? When you talk about household appliances or something that is going to impact livelihoods and households, do companies keep women as the sole impact audience, or is that yet to change? Because that will also decide who takes the decision of buying it.
Yes, so I think that's a journey, Gauri. If I'm totally honest, that's a journey. Energy has been the mainstay of, it is bought and purchased today in the male ecosystem. Nothing wrong with that, by the way. We love all manner of consumers. I think that journey is probably a world-based journey, frankly. It's not just India or just the energy sector. What I would say is this, that as we design for effectiveness, convenience, and fit, that will morph into it being a more gender-neutral possibility rather than it being designed for women or men, because you're really designing for all kind of consumer demographic. So this kind of goes back to, if women were participating in the economy, it's a vicious cycle, right? Then they have a say in how the home appliance is being purchased. Therefore, their insight as a consumer now starts to matter. So it's the chicken and an egg question, essentially. But what I would say is that with design-led approaches coming to products, and this is an early journey, if I'm not being too bold, I would say certainly for Luminous, but also my observation is perhaps it's something that India is doing as a whole, as we design for the world, and the world is diverse, so is our nation. Then the question becomes, how do I exhibit my value proposition in that design for any manner of consumer of today and tomorrow? I think that's the broad question. It's a journey, though. We don't sit here and, when you go and do consumer insights, essentially we have a lithium-ion inverter, it's a 12.8 volts, 100 ampere hour sort of backup power, 1.28 kilowatt hour. We did a study. And it was interesting. A lot of consumer insights for women were on aesthetics. They weren't necessarily on what is my energy cost going to look like. When you dissect the data, that's just to give you some insight. It's not like we don't ask, we ask. But we have to, it's a two-way street. It's ultimately the full fit of the product that we want to comment on. We want all of it. We want the best of you to get the best of product. So it will be a two-way street. It will be a design process. That's the way I think about it. And we will need to make it more friendly for everybody, maybe more visual, more interesting, more insightful. Energy has to be engaging in the home, I would say. That's perhaps the challenge we have as an industry. I don't know, Seva, how do you feel about that?
Seva, yes.
Yeah, I think there is a gap, which is pointed out quite rightly. We do not, as of now, so we don't know, things might change. As of now, we do not target our audience as women. We don't keep it that way. It's more gender neutral in the power sector. So if we do focus on maybe the women, and it's a really design change that we have to think. For example, I'd like to give you an example. Like I wanted to put the solar roof in my parents' house, and my father's no more, so the decision maker is me. So when I
call Luminous.
No, that's true. I can do that. But what I wanted to point out was, because it's an expensive solution and I was the decision maker, the person who was selling, was not very confident that I can make the decision and buy. So he was very reluctant to actually come and survey because it's a cost to him. And he was not confident that I will make that decision. So it prolonged for about 3 weeks where I had to push him and come and review and, do a survey to tell me if the solution will work. So I have to put an extra effort because I am a lady to convince people in this energy sector to, yes, I understand the technology, you please come and have a look. So this is something that but it's not only their problem, it's also our problem. Like as a corporate, we have not focused on women. I think we should do that. That's a very good input. I'm getting a lot of good inputs this time. I think I've never focused on women-centric thing. This is the first time where actually we are having a session where I think it's essential that we do it. So we'll work on it. That's all I can say now.
And I believe so. If we meet and when we meet next year to celebrate International Women's Day, if we've made progress on some of these inputs and some of these ideas and insights, it would be a whole new journey for women going forward as far as energy is concerned. Some of these ideas can be very, very path-breaking for women, creating an incubation center, keeping women entrepreneurs at the center of it, ensuring that product development has women as one of its target customers, or at least at the center, if not totally as their customers. And as Preeti mentioned, some of those ideas related to the change that corporate culture can have with women being in senior leadership positions. If some of those changes happen, I'm not even saying all, if some of those changes happen, we're looking at a whole new transformational journey for women in the energy space. Completely out of time because I want to play that film at the end of the session. It's truly, truly transformational, and we've got to see it to understand the power of change as far as how it can change livelihoods, rural livelihoods, most importantly, households, and how women can be at the center of driving that change. But thank you so much, all three of you, for joining in this very exhaustive, insightful session covering a whole gamut of issues related to energy, India, and the new India that we are all aspiring and hoping to achieve and create soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
आज स्कूल में क्या सीखा?
मछली जल का रानी,
जल का नहीं, जल की।
जीवन उसकी पानी,
उसका।
पापा पापा दूध उबल रही है।
उबल रहा है, रहा।
चंदू के चाचा ने चंदू की चाची को चांदी की रात में चांदी के रंग से चटनी चटाया। छताई, ओहो, दादू, इस पे फूल कब आएगी? कब आएगा?
बेटा खाया नहीं, खाई।
ओके ओके। मम्मी, लाइट चला गया।
चली गई। मैं भी कंप्लेन करती हूँ।
अरे ये लाइनमैन कहाँ रह गया?
वो तो आ गई।
आ गई नहीं, लाइनमैन आ गया।
नहीं मम्मा, आ गई।
लड़के रिवाजों से जग के नई रे खिला जल रही। मिट जाए अंधेरा, तू लाए सवेरा, सब ढूंढे तुझ में रोशनी। मिट जाए अंधेरा, तू लाए सवेरा, बन जाए तू रोशनी, बन जाए तू रोशनी, बन जाए तू रोशनी, बन जाए तू रोशनी।
Hello and welcome. You're with the Economic Times, and my name is Ashutosh Sinha. It is a special series that we are doing today, Future is She 2.0, as we mark the International Women's Day. This series of conversation tries to highlight some of the changes that women have helped bring about and others that we all need to together make happen. Ultimately, the 50% of India needs to have a larger role in everyday living, the economy, and society at large. One of the key issues is financial inclusion of women. And today we have three women to talk about impossible is nothing. They've been absolutely leading in their areas. This nomenclature is pretty perfect to talk about around the wider issue of financial inclusion and ensuring participation of women in all spheres of life. So let me welcome the three ladies, A, B, and C, if I may call them.
That's good.
Aparna, Beena, and Chetna. So that's why the A, B, and C nomenclature. Beena Advani is a co-founder with Mumbai-based NGO Angel Express Foundation. Aparna Acharekar is the co-founder of Koto, a social community platform for women, which aims to build a free and empowered space for women through conversations. And Chetna Sinha is the founder chairperson of Mandeshi Bank and Mandeshi Foundation. She passionately believes that empowering poor rural women transforms and fuels growth in the economy. Thank you so much, ladies, for taking out the time to speak today. My first question, Chetna, if I can ask you, the unique challenges that women face in becoming part of the formal economy, that's the experience that you've probably gathered over the last 25 years or so. You're on mute, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Ashutosh. And when we talk about participation of women in economy, we feel women are always in economy. They are either, if they have some little bit of, they are in a farmer families, they look after the animals, they look after the goats, buffaloes, and but at the same time, they are never counted in the economy. And I feel that is where on the one side, they are not counted, neither with the policymakers or the state, nor with the families also. So what happens when they try to come in a formal economy? So let me give you an example. Vanita Sarunkhe, coming from very small village in Satara. She wanted to start a business of cotton bags, and she was very successful. Every day she was making 1,000 cotton bags. Then she thought, I want to scale my business. So she decided to buy a big machinery where she was already employing 5 women. That I am producing thousands of bags, but with big machinery, I'll be able to produce, say, 100,000 bags. She went and she had saved money to buy the machinery. Nobody gave her loan. So the machinery vendor said that, I will not show you machine because you won't be able to operate it. And he said, call your husband. And she said, I am doing the business. Why do you want my husband to come? He does not know anything about this business. I know it. And then she went again to him and convinced him. What does Vanita's story says, or her experience says? That when women start, either from the family inside, they will say, if you are starting the business, if there is any loss, make sure nobody is going to give you. Doors are open, you can go out. She comes to the bank says, where is the collateral? We cannot give you loan. Then she goes to the other, like buying machinery. It's the same. So every time the answer you get is no. And I am so fascinated by these women, Ashutosh, that more and more they are denied, firmer and firmer they get. And they say that I will prove. And I'm so proud to share with you that Vanita Sankhe has got an award from NABARD as one of the best women-owned business accelerators. She had taken to scale. So with this, I would say that every year when Mandeshi Bank and Foundation are operating, we are actually providing an access to capital to these women more than 100,000 a year. So this is how women are treated when they enter into the formal economy.
Absolutely, very interesting point. And that's why we have given the nomenclature, impossible is nothing. And this is the spirit that embodies the women that we're talking about. Let me now get Aparna into the conversation. Aparna, how does that tech-enabled free space for women help them grow and perhaps also make their mark? And what's been your experience?
Ashutosh, technology opens a whole new avenue, right? Because technology can be accessed with even minimal literacy. You don't need to have very high literacy levels, because now you can even access a lot of apps. You can search online just simply by using audio, right? And all of that in your own regional language. Technology has opened doors to many opportunities for women. We see them using online platforms for upskilling. A lot of women have used simply access to the phone and internet for their small micro businesses, right? Whether it's a home chef, or whether it's someone who is curating clothes, or somebody selling saris, or somebody selling some jewelry, creating art. All of that has opened a lot of avenues. They are able to connect with each other better. We see a huge need among women to gain access to information, to knowledge. ये मैं कैसे करूँ? How should I do this? We recently launched a platform called Koto, which is a free space only for women. It's a guarded, safe space where you enter the platform only after facial recognition. So you're almost sure that you're always in an environment which only has women. And very early on, we are seeing that need for financial independence in them. We see many women come and put up their art pieces. We see so many of them talking about their small businesses. And these are not big entrepreneurs. These are home micro entrepreneurs. So really access to technology, access to the internet, apps that help them achieve something, apps that help them go beyond their regular circle, right? Their regular community. What opportunities they would otherwise have had. And not everybody can enter the formal workforce, right? It could be your personal commitments. It could be, the education you've had till date. But technology opens up all of these avenues. Secondly, technology also has the opportunity to make our lives better. We know the femtech space has grown so much, right? So really, health for women, opportunities for women, financial independence for women, technology can really change all of this.
Absolutely. And also, India's Niti Aayog is making an effort to put all women together on a platform as well. That's a separate conversation. Bina, as the co-founder of Angel Express, can you explain? So we've tried to understand the financial inclusion part and how it enables. We've also tried to understand the technology enablement part of it. Now for the participation part of it, what has made so many volunteers join the cause that Angel Express Foundation has stood for?
So for the volunteers to join in Angel Express, the first of all, what I realized that we had to have a very open atmosphere, a very transparent and open atmosphere. So where volunteers feel comfortable to join in. And they all come from a different background, because they have either some family issue or some kind of a tragedy or any kind of a thing. So this kind of atmosphere, when you're dealing with children, it gives them immense satisfaction, contentment, joy, all those things, because from deep root, they are giving back to, they come with the intention to give back to society, but eventually they start saying we are getting so much back in return, because what we get back is actually unaccountable. So it's more of a we have had this defining moments when they join Angel Express, because the life has changed for them for good. So these are the experience what we hear from them, their patience, the gratitude, the appreciation for the kids. And when they are giving back and they can see a life blossom, there's another kind of a satisfaction which they experience. So I think it's more of when we see something bloom right in front of you, and the enjoyment that you get out of it you cannot match that. And that's what I think the volunteers keep coming and enjoying that part. And from our side, we try to keep it as open, as enjoyable, as comfortable for them, so that they are the part of the whole system. So I think that is what makes the whole, for us to get immense amount of volunteers, what we have got over the time, keeping the atmosphere very simple, very comfortable, keeping the support system on all the time, whatever they need, whether it is technical support or it's emotional support or any kind of a support system. Because they all come from very, very good backgrounds. They have come with the intention to give back, or they have come with the intention to do something good. So I think that's what has made the difference in Angel Express. Because we hear things like, they have discovered the hidden talents of themselves. When I was just hearing somebody's experience that she was very talented. She was had immense, very good in her studies, but she got married, then she had children. She totally forgot about herself.
But there is a but that comes in between.
Absolutely. So that she forgot about her life. And then there came a time when she encountered Angel Express and she started feeling the joy because her children had grown up and gone. So she had nowhere to give, do that or feel that satisfaction. So just by doing this act of volunteering, she could feel that immense joy, and she could see that her life has started blossoming because her leadership qualities, her talent, she got the platform to expose that. Because this is like a blank slate what you get, and you can, whatever talent you have, we all have some hidden talents. And if there's nowhere to show, what will you do? So this is like a blank slate you come into, and you can show any kind of a talent. Yes, Aparna.
Yes, please.
If I may share, I've been a volunteer with Angel Express.
Oh, nice.
Exactly everything that you said, I've experienced that.
Yeah.
Volunteer online during COVID, and it was exactly that give back that you said that I had in me. My son was also in his 9th standard then, and I was teaching students of 10th standard. My son actually came and said to me, "Mom, you've always been at work when I was studying, but I see you putting in more effort in, teaching children, and you seem to be really enjoying it." And I said, "Yes, of course, I don't think I must have got as much satisfaction trying to teach my own child as much I had teaching the 5 students from the Ghatkopar Center."
Oh, nice.
Much, Beena, for giving this opportunity. I've always wanted that little audience with you and Anubha to say a thank you. So thank you so much, Ashutosh and TOI, for giving.
Most welcome. So this it brings out the best, and it has a multiplier effect, and that's what I want to understand, Chetna, from you. That small ticket loans, how does that make a difference to the women in the villages, non-urban areas? How is that a multiplier for the larger cause?
So when women actually want to take a loan, either to buy a buffalo or to buy a goat or to set up a small business of making paper cups and paper plate. First of all, this small ticket size loan, if we see now, we have this Pradhan Mantri Sway Yojana, under which they get 10,000 rupees from the government with the subsidy. Now, and sometimes it's also, so these loans, one would think like, I can buy 2 goats. But the most important is that when they get an access to small ticket size loan, what happens? The discipline in repayment brings them the financial management of my money. And when I say that, when I hear from women, what do they say is that while repaying the loan, when we plan of ourselves to repay the loan, what we do is that we decide on spendings. So the first thing comes is that I decide where to spend. So decision making for women on financial issues, which comes and it brings impact in the family. The second, that I take a loan and repay it, which creates my credit history. I think that is very, very important, because if I have a credit history, I get an access to the formal financing. And when I get an access to formal financing with my first loan repaid, then I ask for a bigger loan. I get a confidence of scaling my business. I get a confidence of handling the bigger amount. I can make out the difference between the working capital and I want to buy a machine, then hypothecation. So that is another. And the third, which is I feel very important, is that you play a role of business leader in your family, which means that when you are making these decisions, your family consider you as an important person. As Veena, you mentioned that who am I had forgotten. But here you are visible with your family, you are visible with your community, and so then about yourself. And that, I think, which women, that is a pride which brings in women. So she becomes a role model for other women, because banks are definitely going to approach her if she pays in time, that why don't you take a third loan? And where other women see that, oh, she's approached by the bankers, so why don't we do it? So I see that ripple effect at the banking sector, at the community level, and in the whole financial sector, that they, starting with a small ticket size loan, and then she takes the loan, multiple loans, and create a collateral for herself, which means either she owns some shop, she owns some property, or even sometimes she owns jewelry, she owns animals. So she creates a wealth for her family. And I think that is that from credit to creating the wealth, she becomes the driver.
Okay. Okay, that's a very interesting way to put it. Veena, from your experience, I'd like to ask, what story resonates best with you in terms of, you explain the idea of, being a volunteer? Any story that you say, any brief story which probably you can narrate 1,000 times, is still not tired of it?
Yeah, so I think I can narrate a story how Angel Express started. So that is something, because Angel Express today has grown and it's scaled to quite an extent. But yes, it started with absolutely, when we plan something in a line that we are going to do this and this is our project report or whatever we do. Usually we do that when we start something. But with Angel Express, we didn't have anything. We just started it because I had a school earlier, a preschool earlier. Anubha came from a financial background. We met by coincidence, totally by coincidence. And we went to Bandstand and we started with 18 children. And from 18 to 80 and from 80 to 2,800 numbers just grew. So I think for me, that's a really big story, because sometimes when things have to happen in life, they just happen. And, so I feel, that's or when the intentions are good. So when you do anything with a good intention, the things just start happening. So I would say that's a really a story which I had no idea about NGO. I don't think Anubha also had about NGO, that we can start an NGO. We started from ground zero, absolutely, and it grew. And it's really, I feel I can narrate it every time, that how it happened. And how it happened, and it's like the thought whenever somebody asks how Angel Express happened, it's the same story we narrate, that Anubha got 3,000 calls and I was one of the person who answered that call. So if you're saying how we narrate, because that's the story, we're narrating it all the time.
Oh, absolutely. And it also speaks about the cause and how it is being addressed.
And how to put people together, because people come with different personalities, different ideas, different thought process of doing things. But what I realized, the goal is same. When your goal is same, that you come with the same purpose to do whatever we have come to. I say we come to help others, but actually we are getting help in return. But with the idea of coming is that, okay, I have time, I have talent, I can share it.
Absolutely.
Ladies can go for a kitty party or can do socializing, but instead of that, they are choosing to come and spend that 1 hour there, that means they're coming with the same goal. They can have different personalities, different way of doing things. So I look at that goal, that they're coming with that same purpose. So let's value that. Let's appreciate that.
Quite an inspiring story. Aparna, regarding your journey and the two co-founders, both men, in this journey, tell us about it after you quit your corporate careers. How difficult was it? Or how easy was it?
I don't think it was difficult. Neither was it very easy, because it's very different having spent many years in corporate and then becoming entrepreneurs. I have to give credit to Tarun Katyal, who's the founder, and my co-founder Rajneel Kumar, that the idea of a social platform for women actually originated with them, and I joined them along in the journey just a few months later. Both the men are very strong supporters of women. Right? Collectively, we believe that we believe in he for she, right? When men and other genders come together and support women, we can really the entire paradigm can change. We can be genuinely good supporters wherever needed, whether it's financial inclusion of women, whether it is giving them better opportunities. A lot of what we've built is on consumer research, right? We've never assumed anything on behalf of the women we are creating for, and we want to create for the entire women population, right? That's half a planet, and each one is going to be very individual. Each one is going to have a very unique need and a very unique perspective. How can you really create a platform that's for all of them? So very strong consumer research is what this entire thing has been built on. One thing that we've always stayed away from, Ashutosh, is unconscious bias, right? I mean, as women, that's one thing that we've always faced. And there are many products created around the world that supposedly solve for women, right? But they either make it pink or they make it small. That's where, you think you've created a product that's for women. Whether there are laptops that were created for young girls for them to teach technology early, that had lesser number of functions than the ones made for boys, right? Or whether there were earplugs made for women differently than men, so that they could sleep peacefully at night. Many such attempts to create products for women have been made globally. So one of the things that we have always based our product creation is on very strong consumer research, understanding women, listening to them as to what really are their needs. What is it that on a social media platform? Do women really need a safe space? When they come online, what really can they achieve from here? So yes, both the male founders have been, whether it's technology expertise that product and technology expertise that Rajneel brings in, or the business expertise that Tarun brings in. Both of them are very strong supporters of women. Many women who they've worked with for so many years come out very strongly and say, we believe that yes, the product you're creating will change the lives for so many of us. So
it's a very interesting point that you've raised, and Chetna, I'd like to come to you. The whole issue of policy itself, the enabling policy, whether it's financial inclusion or consumer products, that wider issue. And even let's say, if I were to just expand or just refer to it, we need to create enabling policy for specially abled, maybe women, or for other sectors, where policy makes sure that you don't differentiate between the genders or special needs of people. They should be integrated into the mainstream. How can we do it, particularly with your experience in financial services?
Thanks. So, it's very like when we talk about the policy in financial services and with the diverse population, let me give you two examples. One is, I'm giving you an example of UPI. Now, when India started this UPI, eyebrows were raised by like global players that everybody has to be on the UPI, that why India is doing. But if you see today, and with the bank, what we have seen, that being a member of UPI, and with the foundation, what we have seen is that once when you do the financial transaction on scale at grassroots through multiple agency, and when my bank became a member of UPI, we are located in a very small village, 100 kilometers from Satara, where our headquarters is, and operating from there. So you require all the technology ecosystem, right? But when we started UPI, you will be surprised, and I feel so proud of our women, that every weekly market where women are doing business on the street, in summer also, and when they are doing payment, they show it a QR code and then tell the client that pay with the QR code. Now, and I'm so proud to share with you that very small village in Satara district, or not only in Marathwada, where these are women, when they do digital transaction, they have not gone to the 10th standard also, but they proudly say that we have a digital wallet, we do the payment by QR code. So when the policy is such that it reaches the last mile population, then the last mile population is so aspired that they will use it. That is one. And very briefly, and I'm so proud to share with you that every day we do millions of transactions. That is one. But in each weekly market, more than 7,000 women do it. And in India, we have 75,000 weekly market. So you can imagine the number if it reaches everywhere. So many transactions are being done. The second policy decision, which I do feel that how it has brought, and it has just started, is open network of digital commerce by Government of India, ONDC, right? With SIDBI and ONDC, is where women can display their products digitally and do e-commerce. Now today we have other players also like Amazon and all, but we saw that our women cannot reach there. But ONDC, within 3 days, our 500 women's product were displayed, and they got the orders. There was seller app, there were buyers coming, there was a traffic there, and the aggregation was done. And when I'm saying that, I would just share that Kalpana Madi, who makes a cold press oil, she got not only the order from consumers, but the wholesalers also. So here I would say that when the government not only comes with policy, but the solid solution, that makes a lot of difference, and that gives an experience to last mile population to do that, to practically use that. So usage is there, and once they use it, and once their neighbors and community see it, they will also use it. So I think policies are very important, but policy should have a strong and solid usage case. And in this case, UPI is making us proud, and I am sure that ONDC also will make us proud.
Aparna, just, that thing comes to mind, small is big. And that's what Chetna's word kind of, if I were to try and sum it up for that, how could women and, the community of women that you are trying to build, you're trying to scale up, how could they be part of this ONDC that's still coming up? We've just seen the early time for ONDC. Women, technology, it's a perfect way to integrate it with ONDC.
Yes, absolutely. In fact, and I'm so glad Chetna shared it. That's one of the next initiatives I think we will take up, because we are seeing very early signs of e-commerce on a platform that's barely about 3 months old, right? That need for women for financial independence, right? Whether they come from tier 1 cities, whether it's tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities. If it's someone who already is into corporate, her need is upskilling, and what can I do beyond, right? What can I do to be able to rise up the ladder? Whether it's someone from a tier 2, tier 3 or tier 4 who is looking for opportunities beyond her home, they are all aspiring to be micropreneurs. They want to put out their art, their skill, whether it's their art of cooking, whether it's the skill of painting, creating something, anything in art and craft. whether it's online tutoring, we are seeing that coming up as a big opportunity. And very early on, we are seeing women put out this information about themselves, that I'm available to give tuitions on this subject. I have created this art, and you can DM me if you would like to buy this. I can make this personalized. I can make this. I'm a home chef and I can supply in these areas. Now, all of these women are looking for opportunities. Not everybody can go and plug into the Amazon marketplace like Chetna said. They all need very easy, accessible solutions, something that can go actually to the ground level. So, yes, policies like these and technology enabled initiatives like ours, when they come together, they actually open up an entire avenue, right? Because most of these women, for these women sellers, the buyers also are largely women, right? Whether they are home chefs and they're they have ready-made dabbas that they can give, or some sort of other catering services, or whether it's art. Men, women buy art equally, but they do have so their buyers can be both genders, but sellers, women sellers will get a lot more opportunity. Yes, I mean, great initiative that is.
Okay, so Beena, so since we're talking a little bit about the bottom of the pyramid, so how can opportunities be created in a bigger and better way for women who are often seen as the bottom of the pyramid? And we're talking of that category of women as well. You're on mute, Beena.
So with Angel Express, what happens? It's like an open platform. You have a talent, you show it, and you scale up, or you grow, because we accept everybody, whoever can give time, whoever can show their talent. So this is a great platform for anybody to come there, be in the system, and then grow with the system. So we are not looking at the experience or the qualification or those kind of corporate experience, whether you have it or not. So you can be a homemaker, and you could have maybe the person who has never worked in life. But if you come here, you have a talent and you really can do something, then this is a great platform for that. So you could be from any strata. So I have had a center head who actually was not doing anything now, but she has a great skill of doing things. She may not be having a great skill of managing the computers or the software or those things, but I think she is doing a great job in whatever capacity she is. Similarly, if you have the skill and you've taken a break from your job or from thing for 15 years, 10 years, our project manager was working in a corporate. She took a break. She became a homemaker. Now she's managing it so beautifully that she's the backbone of Angel Express. Her name is Punita. So she is like, she's actually the lifeline of Angel Express, I would say. So, but she was in corporate. She took a break for 15 years. But coming here, because this is such an open platform, and she has grown, and she is actually loved by each and everybody. So I think it's a great opportunity for everybody. You should have the heart to give back or do things, and that's it.
Okay, that's a great way to put it as well. And the cause, the wider cause as well.
Because the cause is the main thing that really attracts, because there's nothing better than what we are. Like, children grow up and become something. Our two children from one of our centers got into engineering, and one is appearing for medical. So the satisfaction which we get just by listening and just meeting them is beyond words. I cannot explain. I met that boy and I really wanted to hug him. It's so nice, because it's as if, you have achieved something great. So, awesome. So that's, I think it's an open platform for each and everybody.
Okay. So Chetna, since we're speaking of the spirit of entrepreneurship, which state can do it better or embody it better than Gujarat, the state you come from? What are some of those lessons you've learned during these years as you've heard the voices of women from Gujarat and you work more in Maharashtra? If you can share that.
Yes. So first of all, when you come from Gujarat, and from your childhood, what you have seen is Amul, right? And then it's not that Amul products or something. I always get fascinated that, and when I see that, what is Amul even today? It's like Amul is the brand you see everywhere, but it gives a motivation to thousands and lakhs of women in Gujarat to create these brands. And I think that is very, very motivational. And with that, when I work with women in Maharashtra also, we are impacting, this year from here, we are actually celebrating 1 million women entrepreneurs. And when we see them with their product and with their brand, I see that these women actually, when they create their brand, for example, there is a lady who has a Gangubai Masala Wali. Now she has become a famous Gangubai Masale Wali. And she introduced herself. I am Gangubai Masale Wali. So these brands which women are creating, they actually are not only themselves are so motivational, but these women are actually with proud showcasing that yes, we are entrepreneurs, but now we have impacted millions of women entrepreneurs, but now we are impacting women-owned brand. And I think that is the next phase for women in businesses, that we will be having a millions of women-owned brand, which will narrate the story to world.
Okay, that's inspiring. Aparna, when you started your career, did you ever imagine you could become an entrepreneur for a cause like this?
Not really, but I'm so glad life has taken this turn. Very few times in life can we really find a mission that is larger than ourselves. Right? I mean, it's something that I'd like to go to place with. Even if you is able to impact the lives of these women, change it for good, right? And when you impact a woman's life, you change the entire family, right? And then that in turn is changing the society. Even if say that this of 3,000 million women will find this policy, a social platform that we have created for them. And our aspiration is great. Because after India, we want to, we're already trying to enter the Egypt market and the Saudi Arabian market, where there is a big capacity to work with women. And then, of course, later, starting with India. So, the happiness is still, right? When you see women strong on the platform, when you see them very openly share, whether it's a little parenting related thing, whether it's something to do with intimate health, whether it's asking them, मेरा business start करना है, कैसे कर सकती हूँ? या फिर मेरा ये product है, ये मुझे बेचना है, मैं कैसे करूँ? When you see women contributing and helping each other, it truly is women for women. It truly is one empowered women helping more women to empower. And that is what gives me all of us a pleasure now as a right? We know we're creating something great, creating something good for everyone. Never imagine life would take this turn, but we're happy that it is.
Bina, your part as well, because again, you joined Angel Express. Would you have imagined some years ago that you'd be doing something like this? And, after running a school, you mentioned.
Yes.
How did it change? What was that tipping point?
I had never imagined. As I said, I had no knowledge about NGO. I never knew that I would be doing something. So I actually think it's like a mystic thing that's happened in my life. And I totally believe in, actually I was going through that period of my life where I was not very sure what I want to do, whether I really want to continue with that, the preschool that I was running, because there were some challenges about rental and other things. So that, when your mind is little ticked off and you're not sure whether you want to do this. And when this thing happened, it was not a planned thing, as I mentioned earlier. It happened and it changed my life, because I never knew that aspect of my life, or that aspect of me, that I would enjoy teaching the children. I would really enjoy that. So I remember going to the Bandstand Center first time and just sitting down. And the first time I really sat down and taught them just a lesson. That time we didn't have any curriculum or any kind of a planned structure to us. And I really was feeling happy inside. So that, there was a question mark. Why am I happy here? And why I'm not happy in the business, what I'm doing? So that question mark, I think that changed the whole thing, that this is what I'm liking to do. And the children's hug, the innocence, the way they would come and appreciate, and like there was like a high all the time when you're with them, because they're liking everything about you.
Super.
So whatever you are doing, they're just loving it. So I think that's something changed within me, and I started enjoying it.
So 1 million entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, Chetna, do you see more platforms doing that, more initiatives driven by women doing that? And which kind of embodies, again, I'm coming back to that, impossible is nothing. सोच लिया है तो कर ही लेंगे.
So, there are many platforms coming up, like in state of Maharashtra, in Telangana, we have VHub, then in Bangalore, we have VACT, then in Maharashtra, we have Mavim. These are huge platforms, and I am saying 1 million from Mandeshi, but these are like Mavim in Maharashtra is huge, and they are doing partnership with SIDBI, and because these are the, when these platform comes, and then the government come as a guarantee, providing the guarantee fund, providing the guarantee of purchasing, like procurement. So these are coming up, and with, as I mentioned, and as actually Aparna mentioned, with the technology, you are seeing that women are actually ready to have not only just women are actually telling themselves that we can create jobs. So I would say, Ashutosh, that World Economic Forum said that it will take more than 100 years to bridge the gap. But I say that there is so much of possibilities that women say nothing is impossible. We will not take 100 years. We will bridge the gap in our lifetime.
Super line to actually end the conversation on. Thank you so much. But I must mention one thing. About 20 years ago, C.K. Prahlad wrote that book, Fortune at the Bottom of the Pyramid. Our women are creating a fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. So the meaning is slightly different here, but certainly that fortune is being created. May there be more than just 1 million that you referred to, Chetna Sinha. Aparna Achrekar and Beena Arbani, thank you so much for joining us on this very important conversation. Impossible is nothing. Thank you so much for being with us on the Times of India, and we'll carry on the conversation on the entire issue of women's empowerment, women being part of our financial everyday living, and a whole lot more. Thank you for watching.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Ananya. It is so wonderful to have you with us, giving us this most important address on the International Women's Day, 8th of March of 2023. Welcome on board, and it is such a pleasure to meet you.
No, Sudha, thank you so much. It's absolutely my honor. I feel very lucky to be able to have this conversation with you on Women's Day, given the strong woman that you are and with all your achievements. Would love to know more about how you've handled everything and your leadership style. I think I will learn a lot from you. So yeah, thanks for having me today, and looking forward to a great conversation and learning a lot from you.
Oh, that's so nice. That is so nice of you to say that. I mean, I must say that I think there is this mutual admiration society here, because I so respect what you have been able to achieve till now. You know, there is a duality that exists in all our lives, you know, as human beings. And as women, all the more so, because women are traditionally supposed to be good at certain things. And then here we are out there attempting to be good business leaders too. But even within that duality, there is a second layer of duality that exists within you as a person. You, the creative, you know, successes that you have had, and the incredible talent you are, apart from having this, you know, stayed strong and developmental hat in business. So there is two layers of duality that exist between you. Can you just shed a little bit light on how have you become this Durga with 10 hands?
I think duality is sort of a word that we sort of, you know, even at office is used quite a bit, because you hit the nail on its head where that is concerned. There's a lot of left brain and right brain activity going on through multiple parts of my day. And that's just how it is. I've sort of learned how to compartmentalize, you know, to make different draws with the different roles that I have. But to give you a quick answer, there are two things. I think one is that I'm super lucky to have amazing teams across the board. And that just makes it so much simpler, because these are people who I probably spend more time with than I do with my friends and family, because, you know, we're with people we work with all the time. And they get the vision, they're super loyal, they're protective, they're hardworking. So it's surely not a one-man army at all. I just happen to be the face of it. There are tons of extremely bright men and tons of women behind me who make this happen. So whether that was right from the morning, whether that was the way I look right now, to my outfit, to getting this set up, to talking points, to making sure that what I want to say is what I convey. There is someone at every step, and I want to make that really clear that it's not. It may seem like the one person is doing so much, but that's not the case. There are many people here doing a lot of different things. And the second thing is, for me personally, and this has nothing to do with being a woman, just in general, I need certain things in my day to make me feel grounded. So I don't feel like I'm in two completely different worlds, because that can be quite unsettling.
Yes.
So for example, that's my workout. So I have to work out pretty much every day. My morning and my nightly meditations, which I have to do, my journaling, which includes my gratitude journals, and then my skill building. So whether that is 1 hour of riyaz every day, which is also like a form of meditation for me, whether that is me playing the drums and practicing the drums, whether that is me, you know, taking out an hour every day for a different business to go through the PNB. There are certain disciplines that I've put into place for myself to improve on my own skills. And so I think when that base is solid, then whatever happens in the day, then I wake up and then, you know, let's say I've finished a couple of these 2-3 things that, you know, maybe my meditation, my riyaz, then I may have 2 hours of being in studio and writing a song, after which I may need to switch and go into a board meeting, after which, you know, I may need to be flying out of Dubai for a meeting for our trading leg, SSOE, and then I'm fine. Then I can switch hats and I'm fine. But I need to feel grounded within myself. And those are the couple of things that I do to feel grounded within myself, which is to take care of my body, my mind, and to work on my skills.
Oh, this is such an incredible schedule that you have, worked out, and so balanced and so comprehensive.
That's very kind of you. I think it's still not balanced, actually. I still have a long way to go to find that equilibrium point. Most nights I'm really overwhelmed by the end of the day. But I'm trying, and I'm sure I'll get there.
I'm sure you will. You're a young girl bursting with energy, and it's very evident from the output. It's very evident from what you've managed to achieve for yourself as a person, as an individual. So I think it's extremely commendable. Extremely commendable. You were talking about having a great team behind you. That's the power beneath your wings. But let me tell you, I also have almost 30 years of work experience. A great team only relates to a team leader if that person is an honest and wholesome person.
I really appreciate that.
If that isn't there, you're the starting point to it. If that starting point falters, then the team also falters. So I must give you credit, and you should also take some amount of credit.
I really appreciate that. I think it's just a bunch of misfits who just found each other, and now we just I have a very solid team, and I owe it all to them.
All right. Now, just moving on, leadership styles. While I was talking about the duality, in even your focus areas, the leadership styles, the traditional forms of leadership, which were more a masculine style of leadership. And over the years, of course, organizations have had to embrace the feminine side of leadership too. So this is really, it's got nothing to do with gender. It really has to do with how can you become a balanced leader. So how have you embraced this? Because you obviously have.
So I'm going to try my best to explain this. So firstly, the issue of gender equality, I think, is very, very deep rooted in our. I can only speak from our culture, because that's what I know. And it's very layered, it's very deep rooted, and it'll take a long time, but I think we're on the right path. I still can't fully wrap my head around. There's so many starting points. There's so many, initially, if the man was supposed to be the breadwinner, then that's linked to financial independence, and the woman's supposed to be at home. So there's so much, and now with those changing gender norms, how that's changing. It's very, very interesting, but very layered. So within all of that, I think what I've sort of figured in my head is that I look at it as masculine energy and feminine energy.
Yes, you're right.
Because, when someone walks into the room, it's a human being walking in, and they have some amounts of masculine energy and some amounts of feminine energy. Now, as a society, we've just named it masculine and feminine. So masculine would be the little bit more, maybe overpowering, a little bit, that sort of stuff. And the feminine could be the more nurturing, the more inclusive, exactly. But now, again, they're just two words. We could just interchange the two words and it would be the same thing. So to nurture both of these sides so that an individual can then, do the best of his or the best that he or she can do is what I personally try to do. Having said that, as women, there are some physiological things which are just what it is, right? Like we give birth. So, HR policies addressing maybe menstrual leave. So I am in the process of, many of our companies already have those in place. We are in the process of streamlining that to see how it would work. So, for example, one factory of ours has 2,000 female workers. Now, if they were to take menstrual leave, it would genuinely be a problem, right? Yeah. So there are certain things like that which they're all very addressable. So I think it's all about if we look at now, so moving away from the energy thing, if we look at genders as, if we just look at male and female as species, it's almost like saying you can't expect a fish to climb a tree. A fish needs water. It's about putting women in a situation where the environment is conducive to their needs, their requirements, their wants. So there's nothing to be ashamed of if a woman needs to take maternal leave.
Yes.
When she comes back, she'll just be that much more invested, for example. Now, when she's away, there can always be someone else who comes in for the meantime. There's so many ways that we can firefight that. But I think we can't just stop at, oh, she's going to get pregnant and she's going to leave for 6 months. What's going to happen? No, it's what happens after that when she comes back. So it's about long-term thinking as well. So yeah, there's a lot, and I'm still trying to, wrap my head around all of it, like you can tell. But 100% as a leader, really trying to be more inclusive in general to men and women and their needs, and to individual needs. This is what I tell my people: please come up to me, talk to me, tell me what you need. Whether that is mental health leave, for example, wellness leave. If many people have elderly parents who aren't well, and they need to be there for them at home. So it's really, for me personally, I know today's Women's Day. I think it's Women's Day every day, but I
agree. I agree.
But for me personally, it's about the individuals in my team and how I could potentially ensure that each of them are put in an environment where they can really grow and be the best versions of themselves, because that's when the organization as a whole will benefit.
It's so nice to hear you say this. Completely resonate with what you're saying. So which brings me to the next question. So was the birth of Swatantra Microfin a little bit in the space of wanting to empower women in rural areas, and you've built an organization which is from the young age of 17. How did you even manage to do that? And you want to just spend a couple of minutes on what you have built?
Yeah, I refused to sit in my father's office. I refused to take any of his help. I started with 10,000 rupees. And yeah, it's just been an incredible journey. So Tantra is very, very special to me. And, now it's not a startup anymore, but we're still trying to retain that startup energy. The main core team that I recruited 11 years ago are all still with me on this journey.
Wonderful, wonderful.
It's really like a family, and it's almost like it's not just my company, it's all of our, when we sit on our PNB, we have this thing called, it's not my vision anymore, it's our vision. So everyone in the team can, can tell me, or can just tell to everyone. We just so I may want to achieve something for Swatantra, and then Mr. X, Miss X, whatever, they may want different things for Swatantra. So how can it be a collective vision? At Swatantra, I'm trying to reduce this whole promoter professional thing, because I think it just adds, I just don't like additional layer for nothing. At the end of the day, it's the vision that needs to come to fruition. So Swatantra is super special. Why did I start it? I think that's very interesting. I just don't like to admit the real reason, because I feel it's a little maybe corny and cliche, but I think, at the end of the day, it's for profit. They repay us full principal with interest, and it's not like the interest it's a very competitive rate. It's not like we're giving them it's not like we're giving them ticket sizes with a yield that's so low that anyone can pay. I mean, they're really, really fighting for our underwriting process is super, super stringent, and it's a very, very professionally run organization. Having said that, yes, while growing up, I think I did learn that if a female is not financially independent, she may not have as much of a foothold in society, or in terms of the choices that she can make, versus if she was financially independent.
Yes.
And so I think it came from a place of wanting to swatantra, free women in a sense. And I personally thought that one way would be if someone could financially make them independent. And microfinance seemed to fit that bill. And then it happened to be that microfinance works really well because I came up with this thing called social collateral, which is based on trust. So if one woman doesn't repay, the other 9, let's say it's 10 women, the other 9 have to repay. Works really well in rural India because there they being socially ostracized is much worse than losing, a 2-wheeler.
Yes.
And so that's where the whole thing started, and now it's sort of become more. It's also, but it's on the verge of fintech. With we're looking at digitization of gold and gold loans and vehicle loans and an AUM of about, well, we call it GLP in this industry because it's an NBFC MFI of above $1 billion. So yeah, a lot of one part of the French government just invested about 15 million USD.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Which was and it was great meeting with the French foreign minister for that in Delhi. She was very kind, and I think we have similar visions. So a lot of fun stuff. A lot of I say fun stuff. A lot of it is fun. I enjoy it. But a lot of productive steps being taken to see. We also maybe we're looking at we're exploring starting operations in Mozambique.
Okay, interesting.
There's a company that there's the trading company that I look into, that I run. We have a stock and sale of rice.
Okay.
We trade in rice, and now we also have a stock and sale. It's not white label, so we have our own products now. So the women there are a great fit. So we're just sort of now in the phase of research to see, legally how everything would work and operationally putting SOPs together and stuff. So interesting journey ahead. And this is only just for Tantra. So yeah.
Well, this is really interesting. And I'm sure there's fun because there's a fun element in everything you achieve. You're able to move the needle, which is what you're attempting to do. Then that is fun. It gives a deep sense of fun and satisfaction. That is why I guess you're called unstoppable, isn't it? So can we come to your music? I have been listening to your music for a bit. I love your music. There are a couple of your numbers which are on loop for me.
Really? That's so sweet. Thank
you. Bimania. It's such a haunting kind of a song. So I've been singing it. I
get it.
A couple of lines.
Really? Right now?
Yeah, why not?
Okay, Bemania, because that's the one on loop.
Well, any number that you wish to. Any number that you wish to say.
Teri meri kahani lagdi hai asmani ve tu palvina ab mera haath chhadiye जीना तेरे नाल सिख जावा तेरी ही गलियों में मुड़ जावा लेके मैं तेनू उड़ जावा कहीं दूर चलिए कहीं दूर चलिए कहीं दूर चलिए कहीं दूर चलिए.
That's beautiful, really. You have such a wonderful voice and your riyaz, but I didn't know you were a drummer too. I mean, a percussionist along with a vocalist. Okay.
I mean, I guess I wouldn't call myself a drummer. I would just say I play as a hobby.
Okay.
I would say the santoor is my first instrument. So I would, like, on the santoor I can do, I can improvise and all of that stuff.
There is a third and a fourth dimension to you too. So were you trained a little bit in classical music? Is that your foundation, and then you got into pop?
No, I mean, I started learning the santoor from the age of 8, and I picked up a lot of, I guess my ears were being trained without me realizing. And that's been my strongest, building my ears has been my strongest skill. And of course, the writing part is very close to my heart as well. So when it actually comes to, because I find it very cathartic, it's also a great way to send a message.
Yes,
it's a great medium. Our art it's great for that. And yeah, I mean that's with my music. It's very close to my heart, and it's a part of my soul, I think.
Your music reflects your soul. So it's very evident, Ananya. And I think you're really the pride of India, to have an artist like you, so successful on the international scene as well as in the national scene. So
no, there's a long way to go. There's a long way to go, but we'll get there step by step.
Yes, I'm sure you are unstoppable. So you've started this, you have a keen interest in mental health issues.
Yeah.
You even mentioned it a little earlier, and then you've started this Empower, I guess, within the Ananya Birla Foundation. So why did you pick this up as a subject, which is, of course, so important?
I mean, I think our goal at the Ananya Birla Foundation is to make mental health mainstream. It's really time. And, I think especially after the pandemic, with depression rates increasing, anxiety rates increasing, I mean, I think as more people have experienced mental health, I think it's become more evident that people believe that it's actually a real thing and it's a genuine issue. I personally think that the mind and body are they're linked in ways that we don't even realize. So we have more neurotransmitters in the gut than we do in the brain.
Yes.
So every time my stomach is upset, you can't, probably not every time, but it's possibly because I'm stressed out, or it doesn't have to be a food poisoning situation. So I think the mind and the body are linked way more than we realize. And it's really important that we start giving our minds the importance that it requires. And, it's not just about mental illness, it's also about mental fitness.
Yes.
So on a day, I'm telling you, on a day where I've worked out, where I've meditated, where I've done my journaling, I'm so much more productive, and more than productive, I'm just a happier person.
Yeah, and more energetic.
100%. Like, there's no doubt about that, right? And so I think the stigma has to be broken, because it's in my opinion, it's quite ridiculous, and it's I mean, why would someone want to fake? You cannot. I mean, it's ridiculous. So I've had my own experiences with my mental health, which I've been very vocal about in the past as well, hoping that other people feel like they're not alone. I am totally okay now, with the right interventions and with therapy, with a lot of introspection, and so I think if I could go through a journey and come out on the other side, anyone can. And I feel very lucky and privileged that at that time I had the right people around me. And I hope that I can provide that sort of environment that I had to other people who may be suffering right now. And that's where my passion for mental health comes from. So, at ABF, we're doing a lot of, so I believe in, when it comes to things like mental health, I believe in, taking long-term supply side policies, sort of, so education and research and development, ideally. So we're doing a lot of research to see where, so we started with Swatantra because we had a base there, right? So we're going to be launching, we've written a white paper to see. So most of these women have no idea what mental health even is. So they think that it's directly linked. So basically it's stress. There's nothing in their vocabulary that talks about anxiety or depression, nothing at all.
Yes.
And they think that mental health is linked to, is completely linked to physics. They basically, there's no differentiation for them, right?
Yeah.
We started there, and now we want to sort of research into how music and listening to the right sorts of music actually helps with your mental health. We are building a diagnostic toolkit, hopefully through gaming.
Okay.
With a lot of, we're getting a lot of data points in. So ideally, you'd be able to play a game of less than 3 minutes. And through the options that you choose in the game, we'd be able to tell you what you're potentially suffering from. So I can't call this a diagnostic test because it's not medically proven, but data driven through algorithms. and then you can go get the help that you require. So just doing things to make it more mainstream, that's our aim at ABF, is to do things to make mental health more mainstream. And I think by doing these things, hopefully the stigma starts reducing slowly. It's already much, much better than it was a couple of years ago.
It is. So that's been an incredible journey. I've been getting warned that we're coming towards the end of our session and we have 3-4 minutes left. So is there anything specific that you would want to dwell into?
No, I totally leave it up to you, and depending on what viewers would like.
All right. So the Birla name has been associated with, of course, quality and trust and various other your foundational values, but also education at a very, very deep-rooted level. So are you also getting into, quality education at a grassroots level, not just for women, but more
general? So this is my mother's forte, actually, education. I'm a 100%. I massively believe in education. I think education
empowerment. Yeah.
It's empowerment for sure. However, if you do have running resources already, I think education is also what you learn when you're hands-on.
Yeah.
Education is also what you learn about yourself when you're in therapy. Education is also what you learn. It could be a course, an online course on coding, right? So I think education is something that needs to happen on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So Gigi Dalji, my great granddad, used to, when someone used to ask him, so what are you? Who are you? He used to say, I'm a student. And I think that's really apt, because I think we're just all students of life.
Always, yes.
So yeah, mom, the education thing is my mom's forte. So and my dad obviously with bits. But yeah, I mean, if I would love to, education loans are something that we're doing through Swatantra and through Ate Birla Capital as well. Will 100% aid that. I'm just being honest, I probably wouldn't be involved in the facilities of it, in the actual services, but the funding of it 100%, whether it's girl child, boy child, and any child really. Education is super important, and I'll be there to support that financially in whatever way I can. Hopefully my mom will bring in the services, and we can join forces and get that going. Yeah.
All right. I think our time is almost up, and there is just, I think, one facet of yours that we haven't explored. You've also started acting.
Oh, that was a one-off project that came my way. It was a lot of fun. It was me, a really close friend who also does my makeup, Loveleen, Akshita, my manager, who's also my best friend, Shivangi. So it was just a bunch of really close people, and then of course Kunal, was an amazing director to work with, and of course then Bobby, who really treated me like an equal, and he didn't have to. So it was a great experience. I learned how impatient I am. I learned
okay, yeah.
You need to wait around on sets, and there's nothing you can do but wait. So I learned a lot. I also learned a lot through Jane, my character that I played. And it was a really, really fun experience. It was a great way to escape into a character and to learn not just more about the character, but funnily learn more about myself.
Yourself, yes.
So maybe, let's see how this, I don't know. The audience will have to tell me if I'm able to act. And if I am, maybe I'll do a marquee movie here and there. But other than that, I think this is my one stint in acting, and how many people can say that they acted in a movie? So I'm glad that I did it. But let's see how it does. It's out in October. Let's see how it does. And
looking forward to it. When I watched some of your music videos, I felt that you were so emotive. You acted so well. And also that showed in your voice, and the way you sang your music. And so it didn't come as a surprise to me to see you also.
I really appreciate that.
I guess our time's up as of now, but it'd be lovely to keep in touch. Thank you so much for coming on board.
No, thank you. I really appreciate it.
Ananya.
Would love to learn more about what you do as well. And if you have any advice for me, would love to, from a fellow senior colleague, that would be great, honestly.
We will catch up. We will catch up outside of this. Thank you so much for coming on board, Ananya. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
Thanks to everyone who made this happen. Thank you. Not possible without you guys.
conversation with Miss Arundhati Bhattacharya. Probably one of the biggest bastions that continue to be male dominated?
Actually, it was a matter of expediency, I would say, because when we were passing out of college and university, I had sort of promised to myself that I should be independent by the time I'm 21, because my father was retiring, he didn't have a pension, so I really wanted to be independent. And I looked around and I found that it's very difficult to really land a job unless in those days the opportunities were very minimal. There were no job sites like Naukri.com and stuff like that. No LinkedIn to help us, put our CVs out there. And therefore, I thought the best way of getting a job was to go for these competitive exams, which were quite open for everybody to take, and where things got decided only on merit. You didn't need to know anybody. And the two most common competitive exams in those days were the exams for the IAS and for banking. But when I looked at the IAS exams, I found that you needed knowledge up to postgraduate level of a subject, which was not a language. And I was studying English literature, so that didn't qualify. I would need to then actually, study by myself for at least 2 or 3 years in order to get that kind of knowledge and then appear. And I didn't have the time. So the obvious other alternative was to appear for the banking exams. And that's what I did. And that's how I landed up in the banks.
Journalism's loss is banking's gain, is what I can say. I want to... You started out in 1977 as a 22-year-old. This was 4.5 decades of a very rich corporate career. But the one thing I want you to speak to, as so many young women who are tuned in right now to this conversation, is that not many women who aspire for long careers are able to execute it. And their checkered careers are often a result of family compulsions or a guilt or fear that many in the family sort of, lay them on. How does one address some of those concerns, challenges that most women face? And for some reason, this is geography agnostic. Around the world, women have similar challenges. But as someone who managed to overcome them, what would be your message?
So one thing, there are several things there really, it's not one thing or the other. I think it has to be a combination of many things. But one thing right from the beginning that you need to sort of tell yourself is that you set your standards yourself. Don't allow others to dictate what your standards should be. For instance, if you look at the way the Indian households were at that point of time, the women of the household were normally the last to eat. Okay. Now, that's something that was standard, expected, but it's entirely you to say, yes, I will, live up to that standard, or it's just not feasible for me, so I won't be able to do it, and be comfortable about it. Okay, so things like that, because, I had conferences, video conferences to attend that were later in the night, which was dinner time. And then in such cases, I always used to eat ahead of everybody else and then go in for those conferences, because there was no point in sort of delaying everybody. Okay. So to that extent, I think, there were many things like that. For instance, you need to keep a really good household in the sense that everything has to be dusted and clean. And every once in a while, my house can get quite dusty because I just haven't been able to put that time towards doing these things. But these were standards that I never sort of imposed on myself, and I was comfortable not doing so, because from the beginning, I realized that if you try to live up to the standards that society and others around you are expecting of you, you're putting an unnecessary burden on yourself, which makes it very difficult to then sustain whatever you're doing. Okay, so I think the first and foremost thing is, whether in office or at home, you have to sort of work out what standards you'll hold for yourself, and then try and live up to those standards, not the ones that that are impossible to manage, because you can't do everything perfectly all the time. But having said that, there is a role of prioritization here as well. Okay, certain things you prioritize as to what points of time your presence is required more at home or more at the office, and then you go as per the priority. And there again, you have to have the teams that sort of help you, whether at home or at office, in order to ensure that while you are away from those spaces, they still take up the slack and the job still gets done. So, as I said, these are a number of things. It's not one thing. Similarly, you need to have the support of family. You need to have the support of your colleagues as well. And again, support is not something that just happens. You have to garner that support. Now, you have to work towards garnering that support. Sometimes, it's not very hard work. Sometimes it's just a smile and a pat on the back and a good word. Sometimes it's, actually helping them when they need help. Sometimes it's ensuring that whatever you're doing, you share it, with everybody around you, so that they know exactly where you're going, and there's no gap when you are not around for them. They don't have to depend on you all the time. Make them independent as much as possible. So again, as I said, this whole journey is something where you keep learning on a daily basis. Look at others who have been able to, overcome these challenges, take tips from them, try and actually visualize how you can get across from them. And there will be obstacles that come up. And very often I have said that, we have to be like water. A stream doesn't get dammed up because there is a cliff in between. It'll either burrow under, or it will flow across, or rather around it. So that's what we have to do. There will be obstacles. We have to have the strength to flow around it or burrow beneath it. Whichever way you can get across, you need to do that.
And I think you've mentioned some of this in your book as well, rightfully titled Indomitable. The book does make a mention of the number of people it takes for a woman to achieve what she can at workplaces, and the amount of effort it takes for the family ecosystem to come together to share some of her responsibilities as the lady of the house. And is your book reflective of the balance that women need to find and achieve between their work priorities and their ambitions to make it big in their career, as well as the challenges and responsibilities that come with leading a house?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, as you know, the book is like a story, but it's a true story. Okay, it is indeed, culled from my own experiences. A lot of people told me that actually you need to write a book on management. I refused to do that because there are enough self-help books on management. And I really wanted this to be a pleasant read for people who, as they read, they would relate and think, oh, wow, yes, I also did the same. And that's why I'm where I am. So that's the kind of experience I wanted to put in that book. But yes, the book does have a lot of the lessons that I learned, a lot of the experiences from which I learned. And accordingly, I feel that, as I said, it just reflects many of the challenges that I had. I didn't want to overly just talk about challenges, because there are many opportunities as well. The other side of challenges is opportunities. And I wanted to show that in the book as well. It's not a question of merely overcoming challenges. It's also a question of grabbing opportunities when you get them, and not be deterred by the challenges that those opportunities will bring. I think that is also something that sometimes holds us back. We don't grab the opportunities when offered them because we overthink the situation. We keep thinking, what will happen? How will it happen? Will I be able to? Won't I be able to? If I'm not able to, what will happen to me then? So, there are all kinds of things where we overthink situations instead of having the confidence to say, well, if it happens, it happens. Let me try. So, as I said, in the book, that's what I have tried to do, tried to show that there were so many opportunities that were thrown my way, but I grabbed them with both hands. And yes, there were difficulties every once in a while. Life throws all kinds of things at each of us. We all think we have the greatest cross to bear. Not true at all. There is somebody out there who's bearing a far bigger cross, but they may be having a smile on their faces and you may not be knowing what is going on in their houses. But the fact of the matter is that everybody, every single one of us have our own challenges. We look at it in different ways. So there's no point in just, wallowing in self-pity and saying, oh my, I'm the one that's got the wrong end of the stick. Everybody has the wrong end of the stick. Now, what you do after that is what defines you. So that's what I wanted to sort of bring out in the book.
Besides putting the literature degree to good use.
Thank you. I'm glad, a lot of people have told me it's easy to read, and that was my intention right from the beginning. I'm not one for using very, very many big 4-syllable words. I'm a simple person. I speak simply. I try and get down to the root of the issue rather than, look at sort of embroidering a lot of things around it. But I still wanted it to be readable and enjoyable. So I'm hoping that was what I could achieve.
Absolutely, ma'am. And since you mentioned your experiences, some of them are there in the book as well. But for our viewers watching this right now, some of the experiences that have been life-defining for you, whether it is about dealing with the challenges that come from trying to change the inherent structure of a bank like SBI, with branches in far-flung areas, with unions and their leaders and their protests also playing a very major role in managerial decisions. Share some of them with us, because that defines you as a leader and also your leadership style.
Well, where unions are concerned, frankly speaking, I had a pretty good relationship with them. Though, one of my bosses told me when I was going into one of these branches, in those days, the unions were far more powerful than they are today, mainly because, everything was manual and we had to depend. We had no way of really communicating with the grassroots. And they all used to look at the unions as the voice of, what the management wants to do. So they had a far bigger grip on them than we could possibly have. But one of my bosses always told me that when they come and ask you for something, you start with a no. As soon as they open the door of your cubicle or room, you say no. And then you listen to what they're asking and then you think about it. So those are the sort of tips that your seniors gave you. But I don't think that was the case at all. Actually speaking, they can be very rational when you can actually tell them that this is going to be for the benefit of the people that they represent. Ultimately, they're rational human beings, right? So you have to ensure that you are appealing to the right kind of, senses and sensibilities in order to carry your message. But I think, like defining moments, if you ask me, for instance, there were times when I had my first branch, which was the Kharagpur branch. In fact, it wasn't the first branch, but it was my second branch when I was leading it. There were many a times when, there were crises. For instance, there was a sudden wildcat strike by some outsiders in front of the branch gates, and I had to get the branch opened. And ultimately, I had to take police help and, enter the branch in a police jeep. Not something that I would like to do ever again. But where it is required, I think the bigger thing is that when faced with such challenges, the first thing that you have to do is to lead from the front. You have to be courageous about it. That's something that's very, defining. You understand that you are out there in the open without anybody backing you up, and you have to take the lead and you have to get it done. But once you have done it, it gives you a lot of confidence to be able to suddenly deal with the unexpected, because that's going to happen at every point of time to every leader. The unexpected will suddenly land before you, and you must have the courage to, first of all, not get, sort of psyched by it, not become like deer in the crosshairs or, in the headlight, but you need to be able to react and react with confidence, so that your leadership is something that enables us to overcome the situation. Similarly, the other thing that I learned is that when things are going well, that's the time when you need to step back. And push your team forward. Push them hard in order to ensure that you are really using the brain power that you have in your entire team to push the organization as much as possible forward. So, at that point of time, it's a question of delegation. Delegate out. You shouldn't be having the same kind of leadership style as you would in a crisis as when things are normal. Because when things are normal, much more can be done by having many more leaders really sort of going out there and executing, rather than you alone doing the same. However, in the crisis, as I said, you need to act differently. So there were many such incidents that happened over a period of time that showed me that leadership skills need to be different for different situations. Similarly, if you're talking about the balance between how you manage family and work, there again, as I said, one is prioritization, one is team building. But the other thing that also, definitely I realized as I went on was that each one has their own space in anybody's life. And what you do about it, meaning how you handle it, will again be different from place to place. So the way you would handle a problem at home would not necessarily be the way you would handle it in the office, and vice versa. So in the office, you may have collaborative decisions. You may, pull the team into doing certain things. In the house, that may not really work. Okay, in the house, it would be more directed. It would need to be a different kind of style altogether. So, while I don't want to really go into incidents, and there were many of them, if you want, I could relate a few of them. But I would say what is really required is this understanding that you need to be slightly different in different places, maybe not entirely different, but slightly different in different places. But what really is the underpinning of it all is the fact that you know which style to apply where in order to get the right results.
Absolutely. And while I was reading parts of your book, and the one thing that struck me was that, or maybe because I could relate to it, is when you moved to New York. It was a time when your daughter needed you. It was also a time when your horizons as a professional opened, because Indian banking was still in its nascency, and compare that to how global operations are. So at one end, it was a huge bump up from a career point of view, and on the other end, you had a young child to take care of. And that for me, personally, as I said, because I could relate to it, I had a similar situation, that shaped you as a woman, and that defined you as someone with a broader perspective. Talk to us about that time and how that shaped you as a leader.
Actually, I would say it was a really tough time for me, because, as you know, I had asked my aunt to come along. She had just retired, and both my husband and I were working, and we really couldn't afford very good quality childcare in New York. So it had to be somebody at home who could take care of her. So my aunt agreed to come along, and she accompanied us. But on account of the fact that there were visa issues, so she got her visa 3 times for 6 months each. And then the attorney told us that she would not get an extension if we go in for a 4th time. And it would be best to send her back and then bring her back again after, say, a year. And that was a very, very tough decision for me, because I couldn't leave my daughter alone at home. I needed somebody to look after her. So it was a question of whether all of us go back, or whether, we send my daughter back with my aunt for a year and then bring her back. After a lot of weighing of the pros and cons of the situation, I decided that given the fact that my daughter would need support for a much longer period than would normally be required by other children, it would be the best for me to continue with this, because this would give me, as you rightly say, direction in my career that would be launch me on an upward trajectory in my career. And that I felt was very necessary to support her. And therefore, I thought, in the entire context of things, probably this would be more important than this 1 year when she was very young, staying apart. Okay. So I decided that I would take my aunt and child back, leave her with my parents, and come back for a year, and then again bring them back for the last 1.5 years of my tenure. And that's precisely what I did. But believe me that 1 year away every day was hellish, because in those days you didn't have Skype, you didn't have Facebook, phones were terrible. Very often, sometimes when I would call them, there would be false rings, and they wouldn't be able to hear the phone because it was a false ring. And I would get terribly worked up, as to whether something has happened to her, and they've all rushed to hospital with her. And I'd have all kinds of, doomsday scenarios in my head. And then I would end up ringing a neighbor, ringing a friend, anybody in that vicinity to try and find out what's happening. So ultimately, my mother used to say, ultimately, the whole of the mohalla was literally bringing her up, because they knew that any point of time in the day or night, I'd be calling any of them. So they all kept track of her to know what's happening to her so that they could respond to my calls. So, it was like, it was a very different kind of an experience. But believe me, at the end of it all, now when I think about it, I really am truly grateful for the way so many people contributed, to trying and supporting me in that journey. Because they would say, "Beta, theek hai, sab kuch theek hai, abhi dekh ke aaya hai, everything is okay. Don't worry. Probably the phone in your house is not working. We'll go and check out, and if necessary, we'll complain to the phone company to come and do something about it. But you don't have to worry about it, because we know that she's perfectly fine." So, those kinds of things, they made a big difference to me in those days, because there were a few days when I really couldn't get across. And those days I didn't sleep in the night. I just couldn't. I kept having these horrible scenarios in my head. And it was a very tough time, I would say, but it was a very defining time as well, because it taught me that you need to be resilient. You need to hold on, hang on. You shouldn't be giving up so easily. And if you don't give up, then you will find a lot of helping hands, actually. Helping hands are there. You've got to ask for it, to literally reach out to them and ask for it.
Absolutely. And as they say, it takes a village to raise a child. And all of us have been there, done that in different phases. And you mentioned earlier when we started this discussion about how support systems are also important. At the top, it's lonely for most leaders. Is it lonelier for women leaders? Because the support system and the ecosystem is geared towards male leadership more often than not. Did you experience that, or did you find your sounding boards at the top?
No, actually speaking, I found a lot of sounding boards at the top. And they were people, for instance, my friends who had retired, or they were both male and female, by the way. Okay. They were people who had a lot of experience in the industry. And I used to go and talk to them, and find out what they thought about the situation. So actually speaking, there are a number of sounding boards. Again, it's a question of how comfortable you are in reaching out to them and telling them that I'd like to pick your brains. I'd like to come along and pick your brains. Could you give me some time? And actually speaking, when you do that, you'll find that they come through. And there were also, people like my school friends or my college friends, where I could just pick up a phone and, have half an hour of just useless chatter, but it would de-stress me hugely. And that was also very important. It's important to be able to distress yourself with just sheer, nonsensical girl talk, or talk about some new product or some new shopping place or some new eating place. That's also important. So there were people that I went to for that kind of a thing, just in order to have those 15 minutes when I'm not thinking of work, I'm not thinking of problems at home, I'm just thinking of nothing, literally, just having fluff talk, so to speak. But even that was very important. And I think, I had enough of that as well. And
what would
again,
women
as I
be
said,
without their gossip sessions, ma'am?
Absolutely, absolutely. In Bengali, there is a word for it. It's called PNPC. It was basically, if you translate it into Bengali, it means that you are gossiping about people. That's the Bengali, shortcut. But well, we enjoy doing that. And as I said, I don't think you are more lonely than your male colleagues in that position. I think it's the same. The problem arises, like, as I said, when there is a crisis, you need to lead from the front. And there is really nobody at that point of time that you can consult. Okay. If there is a problem which is simmering for a long time and you need solutions and you need brainstorming, you get enough people for that. But when you have to sort of in the moment start leading, at that point, it is very lonely. But again, as I said, unless you put yourself out there, you won't know whether you can do it. So it's important for us to put ourselves out there so that we gain the confidence when faced with the situation that we are not going to panic, we are not going to sort of be frozen, we will take action.
Absolutely. And as a career banker, I want to ask you this, that one of the things that I keep talking about, one of the issues I keep talking about with several of my colleagues, friends, acquaintances, is about the lack of adequate financial inclusion of women. We are talking this International Women's Day. As a career banker, how do you envisage women in having their financial independence, being more included in the financial ecosystem 5 years, 10 years down the line? What is your thought and dream on that front? Because, all freedom flows from financial freedom, financial independence, being able to manage your own finances. How do we get there?
So, this is a subject very close to my heart, because I think this is one area where we are doing our youngsters a big disservice. The basics of finance and the basics of personal finance should be a subject that is taught in schools. Currently, it isn't. You are supposed to just know about it. How will you know about it? Means there have been, I was in one of the IITs, and I, in fact, took the liberty of saying that, y'all are really illiterate. And there were like gasps of, derision, thinking that, we've passed the joint entrance and what do you mean illiterate? And then I asked them a few questions on basic finance, and there were very few people that knew about it. So the fact is they are financially illiterate. They may be literate in many other ways, but where finance is concerned, they really don't know. And this is more so in women, where you find that, especially, if there is a misfortune that befalls a family, the women in the family are literally like they're drowning, because they don't know how to lodge insurance claims. They don't know where the accounts are. They don't know how to handle mutual funds. They've never done any investing on their own. So even if you give them the money, they don't know how to handle it, and they will go back to somebody else to handle it for them and end up many a times, especially this happens in the rural areas, they end up getting duped. So, even if you give money to help them along, they are not able to utilize it in the way it should be utilized. So, having that ability to do your own finances and understand where you're going is very, very, very important. It's important for everybody. It's very important for women, because fewer women than men actually handle personal finances. And that's something, as I said, it's something that should be started in school. Health and personal finance education. I believe these are two things that awareness about them need to be created from the school level. You can't create it all of a sudden at a much higher level. You can, but by then there could have been a lot of damage done. The simple power of compounding, that if I just save 1,000 rupees a month as soon as I enter the job stream, maybe at the age of 22 or 25, whatever, that is much more than saving 5,000 rupees starting, say, at the age of 35. Much, much more. It's the sheer power of compounding that takes place. So from day one that you have a job, you should see that 1/3 of whatever you are earning goes into your savings. That's the best way of ensuring that, you will have a good time even when you retire. Okay, you will not have a fall in the level of your standard of living. 1/3 of it needs to go into savings. Now, once you have the savings, how do you ensure that you invest them so that they actually start working for you instead of you working for them, right? And again, people get very mixed up as to how to do this. A simple thing like a fixed deposit. Once the interest rates are hiked, a lot of them rush the banks in order to break the earlier deposits and refix them at the higher rate of deposit, without realizing that by breaking the fixed deposit, actually the period it has run, the interest that will apply then will be for that period. It will not be the higher interest for which they have already received. And if you compare the amount that will be taken out and then compare the amount that you will get extra, you need to do that comparison before you take the simple step. Simple stuff like that. Nothing, it's not rocket science. It's very simple, the stuff. But people don't naturally do it, which they should be doing. And that would happen if we brought in these matters right from the school level. The same with health awareness. We've become far more aware after I turned 45, 50. I realized, what I had been doing to myself. I wish that I had realized it earlier and had taken care right from the beginning, which I didn't. So, these are things that we need to put in the school curriculum. Much more important than knowing the, names of the several emperors, it's far more important to know these things. So I think, these are sort of stuff which we have to now make good. Whatever harm has been done. But for the generations going forward, we need to create this awareness and ensure that they are fully empowered and fully enabled in these matters, which will actually have a big bearing on how they spend their lives.
Final question, Saraswati, as we wrap this up. This year's theme of International Women's Day is around digitization. As someone who understands the world of banking as well as now the world of technology, how do you see the power of technology to transform the lives of women? It is there. Aadhaar itself has shown it. UPI itself is showing it. But there's much more. How technology can transform women's lives is what, if you could throw some light on.
So, one thing that technology does is allows you to perform from anywhere. Very powerful. If women are not able to step out on a daily basis, they don't need to. They can still operate from home. Okay. So technology now with ChatGPT, for instance, that has come. What does it do? It makes your job much lighter. So you need to write a letter to the municipality. You need to write a letter complaining about something. It will give you the entire format in seconds. Okay. So those are the kinds of help that technology does for you. Not only that, you want to update your skills. You want to be able to study in the time off that you have. You already have a job, but you still have 2 hours of time when you come back home. You need to upgrade your knowledge. You can do it because technology brings it to your doorstep. Okay, so there is much that technology can do. What it does is it democratizes information. It democratizes education. It democratizes healthcare. So basically, that last mile, the delivery in the last mile, which has become so difficult for us because a brick and mortar delivery is so expensive, that is what technology takes care of if you use it properly for those particular things. So I think, this is really a world where, empowerment, enablement, all of this can happen. It's not only that, technology also used in the proper way can empower you to do a lot of exploring, which you wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. Okay. So to that extent, it gives you a far wider canvas than you ever had. And that again helps you. It helps you in determining how you take things forward or what you do in the future. So I think this is really the decade of, it is, as NASSCOM has coined this term, it's the decade. And actually speaking, it is the decade, I think. We need to take care of, being comfortable with using technology in order to ensure that we are really using its power to enable us in every single way.
Absolutely, I completely agree. This is going to really shape our future and shape future of women as well. Thank you so much, Arundhati Bhattacharya, for this wonderful conversation and the message it's sending out to so many young women watching it right now to bring about the change that we all hope it is. You don't break glass ceilings with a sledgehammer, you break it by becoming and having the leadership skills that Arundhati spoke about. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So this is the post-lunch session, and we've had a awesome first half with some, awesome women actually talking to us, and I hope we can continue that run. So I just want to start with wishing you all a happy Women's Day, and I must
Thank
say that
you.
it's definitely a
Wishing
very
you and everyone here the same.
Thank you. So it's a very happy Women's Day for me at least because I'm here talking to you, and uh, it's a topic very close to my heart because I think I am one of those thousands and millions of women in India who have never put health first or always deprioritized health. And for as many years as I can remember, and I have, and I'm still battling, things like obesity, and I have always been in many health issues that have been in the past couple of years. And it's only now, since recently, that I've got a little invested in finding out a little more about, the right food and the right ingredients and the right process. And I'm sure there's so much more to learn from each one of you today. So let me just start with introducing the panel. We don't have Dr. Ishi Khosla with us. She will be joining us. So there's Dr. Sharvari Desai. She's been a lecturer at the Department of Food Science and Nutrition at the SNDT Women's University at She's also worked in the biochemistry section of pathological department at the Beach Candy Hospital. And from being involved in personal hygiene, various microbiological and analysis at the Taj Sats Air Catering to multiple aspects of food production, bakery, main kitchen at the Hotel Sun and Pan. Dr. Sharvari Desai has made a name for herself in the treatment and management of diseases through food and nutrition. We also have with us Chef. We've recently seen you at the Master Chef, so congratulations. She's a patisserie chef trained from the Lee Bordeaux Blue in London. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yes.
And the founder and head chef at Chef Gundas in Mumbai. She's also an EU food ambassador in India and a recipe curator and developer. Kitchen and food has always been her calling, so it's no wonder that after finishing CA, that's where she found her food calling. She's also been focusing on the importance of fresh produce, sustainable produce, consistent quality of ingredients, and the recipes that she lovingly puts together. So yes, I want to start with the panel questions, which I will ask each one of you, and then it can be like a free-flowing thing. Discussion. Y'all can add on to each other's answers. So let me start with you, Dr. Shetty. Tell me something like really, like I started with saying that I'm one of those thousands of women who deprioritize health, but is it true that women really are not conscious about their health and nutrition needs, or do they really deprioritize it? What's the reason for it? Is it lack of knowledge? Is it lack of time? Or is it just, that we don't understand or we don't?
Very happy Women's Day and all of the women, all of them here today. And thank you for a beautiful introduction and having me here with the panel discussion today. Coming back to your question, are women conscious about their health? Definitely today's world, with so much of knowledge around the digital world, women have become conscious. They're conscious to live fit and healthy. And also how to manage their lifestyle disorders. But due to the erratic lifestyle or the fast-paced world, maybe they don't have the daily nutrient intake which is important for them, or they are missing out on the nutritious food on daily basis, which is very important. Coming to deprioritization, it has been a tradition that we women first give importance to the family and the kids from the nutrition point of view as well, and this can't be changed over time. But with today's women working outside and just not being at home but working in all sectors of life, it is important that they start prioritizing their own health as well. One simple tip what I can give is that instead of serving food to your family and kids, why can't we have a meal together, at least one meal in a day together, so that each one of us discuss over throughout the day what has happened, as well as nutritionally also we remain fit. That's what my point of view is.
Before I just go on to the next question, Dr. Ishi Khosla has joined us. Welcome, Dr. Ishi Khosla. I just want to introduce her to the rest of us in the panel and to everybody watching. So Dr. Khosla is a practicing clinical nutritionist. She's a columnist, she's an author, she's an entrepreneur, she's also a public health expert. So very happy to have you here. She's actively involved in clinical practice at the Center for Dietary Counseling in Delhi. And she deals with a wide variety of nutrition-related health problems. She's also the founder of the first of its kind health food company. It's called Whole Foods, got 200 plus health products. It's available in 30 plus health cafes in Delhi. And she's soon going to be launching an app called Velmo. It's a personalized AI-based app which will help people resolve everyday health, food, and nutritional advice. So that's Dr. Ishi Khosla with us. Thank you for joining the panel. So I was actually discussing about, how women actually been, like Dr. Sharbhi Desai said, I think it's been a tradition that, almost like a tradition that, I will put the health of my family and my children first, and I will always deprioritize my health and my nutritional needs. So my question to Chef Kundas is that, how do you keep nutrition in mind? Or when you are curating your recipes or your menus, do you keep nutrition in mind or at the forefront, and how do you do it?
When I'm curating recipes and menus at home, I keep it at the forefront. But when it comes to restaurants or cafes, to be very honest, when we go out to eat, a lot of times it is to treat ourselves. So at that time, you're not really thinking too much about, hey, am I consuming a balanced meal? That's not forefront, like as a consumer who goes, that's not the first thought that you have. Well, we do have now a lot of cafes that do focus on, a lot of restaurants that do focus on, but it's also very important for us as chefs that when we curate the menu to make sure that there's something for everyone, even for someone who's conscious for what they're eating. Again, a lot of indulgent foods that we look at can always be made in a more balanced way to make sure that you have your proteins, your carbohydrates, your starch, your legumes, everything, but in a more, let's say in a more cohesive, in a balanced form. While that might, and I'm just being very honest here, we cannot always just prioritize balanced, while that's not the right thing to do. But while designing a menu, we try our best to make sure that there's something for everyone who's out there.
Okay. So Dr. Ishi Khosla, just tell us about what are the nutrition-related health problems that you're kind of, that you get to hear on a daily basis. Is it more about obesity, or is it more about, gut problems, digestive disorders? What are the kind of issues that, you are getting bombarded with on a daily basis, and especially for women?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me. And congratulations to all the wonderful women on the panel and the audience on Women's Day, a day later, of course. But it's really wonderful to be addressing these issues. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Because I think we are seeing an absolute epidemic of diseases today. I almost, short of saying wellness is a luxury and illness is the norm, is what I get to feel. And the good news here is that all of these have very simple solutions if diet and food are understood properly and are made available. The right food and the right information is made available. We are actually in a position to treat almost all of the current problems that we are being faced with, whether it is obesity, whether it's diabetes, whether it is polycystic ovaries, whether it's infertility, menstrual problems, skin problems, hair problems, and diseases which are more grave, including autoimmune problems and malignancies as well. And let me not forget mental health issues. Those have also really become a burden, and beginning very early in children today. Young children are being given anti-anxiety pills, and of course, depression and anxiety are becoming so very normal today. So right from minor problems, headaches, disorders to diseases, we are seeing this, a huge burden. And the good news is that, just addressing food and diet, I'm not using the word nutrition here, but yes, food, nutrition, and diet, they're all different. We can, modulate, intervene, and reverse these problems. But that means a whole shift in thinking, a whole shift in the ecosystem, which is happening very rapidly as well. I don't believe that the individual today is laid back. I don't think that the individual today, male or female, is needing motivation. I think they are pretty up there. They are wanting information, more information. They are involved in their dietary habits and their lifestyle, and they are trying their best. And yet, the things are not working. There is so much information today on diet and food and health and immunity, and people are doing those things. It's not like they're indifferent and they need to be pushed. But that was the case, I would say, about 10 years ago. In my early days of practice, many people needed motivation, and they were kind of okay with, they were kind of complacent about the way they were. But today I don't see that. And yet we are seeing the problems grow. And if you look at the food industry, it has really come of age. Labeling and information on back of pack, allergy information, it's really becoming more and more. So we are in a place where we need to focus on the right issues. And the right issues really are not about just calories and proteins and fats and starch and nutrition, numbers. It is way beyond that. And in fact, my latest book is addressing, it's called the 4G code: gut, girth, gluten, and glucose. So these are this is a 4G code, but there is more to it, of course. But, these are the most important things. You get into the gut microbiome, and you look at the foods which are destroying it, too much of sugar, processed food, and in some people, food sensitivities. So, this whole piece, if it is understood and addressed, I think we are in a great place.
Yeah, that's wonderful. In fact, it's, you use the word diet, and I was actually going to ask my next question to Dr. Shabri around it, because I have a feeling that, this word is so misconstrued. It's kind of equated to weight loss, and it's equated to short-term measures. So, Dr. Shabri Desai, do you actually get, your patients or women coming to you with a short-term kind of a solution to whatever problems they have, which is revolving around the correct diet to lose weight? Because I have a feeling, and I'm sure you, as doctors and as the chef, will kind of, second this, that that's not the right way to approach this or address this problem. So I just wanted to hear on that.
Yes, definitely. There are women coming who want quick weight loss. Like it's said that they want quick results, and if we are not good at giving them quick results, it doesn't, like, they don't respect it. But what I want to say is, weight is just the tip of an iceberg. The underlying problem to it is very important. Like, weight loss, I can give a weight loss of 7 kgs within a month, but what is the effect on your cells, what is its effect on your biochemical profile? That is very important, and that every woman should understand. Because of this increasing lifestyle disorders and erratic lifestyle, many of the lifestyle problems have started increasing, like PCOD, thyroid, or cardiovascular diseases, or blood pressure. By the age of 40, a woman has one or the other major lifestyle disorder. So weight loss is not the only solution, and quick weight loss is definitely not. The fad diets can give you weight loss within a month, but it has a long-term effect on your body. So one needs to understand that.
Yeah. And Chef Kuntas, you can actually talk about this, because it's just that, these new kind of diets, whether it's going vegan or keto or paleo. I mean, you keep hearing these words. So are these just fads, or do they actually have a long-term impact? And also, do women actually get into it, being conscious about what they're getting into it? Do they even understand it? Because I think Dr. Ishikoza spoke about, that there is growing consciousness among women. I mean, but I don't know whether it's just a minuscule tip of the urban kind of women, and not the greater majority of women who actually understand or who's conscious about, what is there in the product, the back of pack. Do they even read it? Do they even understand what is micronutrients? So things like that. I really want to know what is your opinion on this?
So I'll take this question in two parts. Number one, when we talk about the fad diets, I personally tried out keto for a month, 2 months, lost 5 kgs. A month later, ended up gaining 7. And I realized any diet where you need to eliminate any particular food group is definitely not good for you, because you're just starving your body of something and depriving it of. And as soon as it wants it back, it's not going to do right to your system, number one. Also, I feel like a lot of these diets that they are there. Okay, for example, I have gluten sensitivity. So for me, because I don't have tolerance to it, I have lactose intolerance. So for me to eliminate that works great for me. But for someone who's not sensitive to it, I don't think, I think the doctors would be able to suggest better. I feel for them, when you're not sensitive to it, there's no particular reason for you to completely eliminate it, because it has its own vitamins and nutrients that it's bringing. Number two, when we talk about consciousness in women, this is something that I've observed. Women have always been, earlier they would only be homemakers, then they also started, having their own profession. But there's another thing that I see, an increasing consciousness to also look a certain way. And because of which they find it the easier thing to do to look a certain way is to eat lesser, and not really ensuring that you're eating in a more balanced manner, but you just want to lose. There's a wedding coming up, I want to lose this kgs, or Instagram or pictures make me look fatter, I want to lose these extra kgs, without even understanding that by eliminating certain things, there's when I did that for my wedding, I remember 3 months later, I had massive hair fall. And when I went to the doctor, and they were like, all you've done is deprived yourself of the nutrients, the proteins that your body needed. And that's why I think as times are changing, even women want to address and understand it better, that how to lose weight or be fit in a more healthier manner. And we live in, our lives are so stressful and so fast-paced. So yeah, I feel, I personally now am very intrigued to know better about myself and what my body would actually need. Even the hormonal needs, I think as women, our hormonal needs are going to be different. The imbalances, and for that, the nutrition that we need is also going to differ.
What would you add to this, Dr. Ishikoza? And what is nutritional advice?
I think this hasn't served us well. The nutrition science is great for the professionals, but for public purpose, it's impossible, like you said, to so-called educate a whole science and to a population. It's impossible. It's a whole science. If I am an engineer or an architect, and if I try and educate my clients about the science around what I'm doing, it's not going to work, and it's not necessary. It will get completely lopsided. And that's where nutrition science has made a blunder, that we have tried to educate people, and it becomes totally off. It becomes, people are either just counting calories, or they're counting fat or carbohydrates, or they're counting their proteins, and completely missing the point. There is so much more to the science, which cannot be oversimplified, or as we call it in our language, the reductionist approach. No single nutrient is going to be able to do it. No single approach is going to work. We need customized diets. We need, one size does not fit all. And that's because of the microbiome. We are all different. Our genetics are different. And that is meaning that that diet may or may not work for me. And diet, as so to say, in that, most commonly understood word, is not the solution. Diets are not permanent. Weight loss can never be permanent. It's a way of life. The minute you leave it, it's going to come right back, like the chef just pointed out. So this approach has to change, and we have to communicate to the population in terms of what to eat, how much to eat, when to eat, how to eat, and in terms of food, real food. So if you have a dal, roti, sabzi, grain, roti, whatever staples, you have to put the half plate rule, that whenever you eat, fill your plate half with vegetables and fruits and all these protective nutrients, and divide the rest. Things like that. Eat at a certain time. Eat according to your body and your hunger. Don't eat late at night. Simple messages like that. That's the way of life, and that's what we need to bring back on the table. That's what Ayurveda was all about. That is how our ancestors lived. And also, if you need to educate or send the messages which are relatable. I don't eat by a calorie count. I don't eat by my what is put on that box. And how many boxes am I going to calculate in a day? It's all very well to say that you've done your job by educating the customer, but he is not translating into any change in behavior. So, and it's an impossible task anyway. So you should educate the population in relatable language. When you talk about veggies, you talk about fruits, you talk about proteins, you talk about good fats, you talk about micronutrients, you talk about fermented foods, and at best, that's how you should be talking. And that's going to, for instance, today, this year is the year of millets, 2023. The Honorable Prime Minister and the United Nations declared the year of the millet. It's a very, very first time positive message to the population at large. The Finance Minister is talking about millets and the importance of the millets, not only for our bodies and our health, but also the entire ecosystem. So ecosystem inside and outside. Why? Because that means that you start introducing the right food, not ye nahi khao, don't eat sugars, don't eat salt, don't eat fat, don't eat carbs. That's the message which will never work. So what to eat, start putting in millets back on your diet. Avoid inflammatory grains. Reduce the number of portions of grains. So this is an example to tell you that we need to talk in real food language. And that is the only way this is going to change.
Absolutely, because I think we get thrown, we get bombarded, and there's so much of overuse and abuse of some words. It just gets thrown to us, like there's literally like a word of the month or a flavor of the month, like one day it's probiotic, next day it's so difficult to kind of disseminate. I think the right piece of information, and how do you demystify? Just adding to this, Dr. Sharvi Desai, what in your opinion should be spoke about it, but what would bring about long-term change? And we do need long-term change here, as in we can't like keep doing this and, kind of deprioritizing everything and then or taking shortcuts or short-term, measures to kind of reach a goal which is not even healthy. So what, in your opinion, is the best way to get a long-term impact on health through food and nutrition?
So basically, to get a long-term impact, I would suggest there are 4 main crux of lifestyle. The main thing is, first and foremost, is nutrition and diet. Definitely one needs to pay attention to it. But along with that, the other things are the physical exercise. Our life, as we are moving away from home for our work, our life has started becoming more and more sedentary, sitting in front of laptop throughout the day, which is not good. So we need some kind of physical activity, and every woman should at least give 30 minutes a day for herself. She should prioritize herself in that span of time where she will do some kind of activity, some kind of movement, which will be healthier for her throughout her future. The third thing is the sleep. As suggested, it's very, very important. And the stress as well. The fourth is the stress. So sleep also, women doesn't prioritize her sleep after like entire family work is done. her kids go to sleep, then is the time she gives herself, where she scrolls through a mobile or internet surfing. So that is hampering her sleep in long run. And the fourth factor, as I told about, is the stress. So one needs to manage stress. She has the stress of her family, kids, as well as the outside where she's working. So balancing stress is very important, and this along with healthy nutritional diet will be more effective. Also, one thing I would like to point out is going more towards westernized food. I strongly believe our Indian food is very, very strong. Like, if it has the correct amount of spices which are required, it has the correct amount of antioxidants, or on daily basis the millets are given importance in Indian food. So one should start looking at Indian food also and include it throughout the week, and towards the weekend one can indulge into other kinds of food. So that's my thank you.
I think I just wanted to add on to that. We as a society have moved towards this whole idea of just taking food out of a packet instead of actually understanding that we stay in our country. It's so easy to get your hands on fresh produce, and there is so much fresh produce, seasonal produce for us to choose. But we still want the avocados, which is great. It's a great source of fat, but we still we just want to follow what the trend is without even realizing that there is seasonal produce that comes, which is so good for you, your body, the nutrients it's getting in. And also seasonally, the food that's available also takes care of the weather. It's also in, it's according to, for example, आप गर्मी में एक ठंडा वाला खाना खाते so that it gives your body that cooling effect. But we always just we easily want to just pick up a packet and we see, oh, it's gluten free, or easy, let me just use this. You turn back, you don't even see the amount of binding agents that have been used in that. And we don't even want to look at it. It's just become so easy and convenient to pick up something that's easily available without wanting to walk down and actually get fresh produce for yourself.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we've heard grandmothers and then mothers talk about how these, I'm sure they did exist at that point in time, but the incidence of these diseases, as Dr. Ishi Khosla was saying, is so much more today. I think it's also related to the, the kind of food we eat and the way we eat it, and I think stress and everything that Dr. Shabri Desai spoke about. So Dr. Ishi Khosla, you want to actually talk about how you think this change is going to come about, and how as women we can collectively become more conscious, and as ambassadors of this, how y'all can send out the message there in easy, like you said, very easy, relatable, understandable way, so that the majority of women understand that there is a process, as in we just can't keep doing this to our bodies, and there is a certain process that we should follow, which is simple, which is doable. How do we do this? What's the way forward?
So just to add to the point that when we talk about nutrients in this fat-free, sugar-free, and lactose-free, and dairy-free, etc., the various frees, and the nutritional aspect, reducing those foods to 1 or 2 nutrients and saying that high protein or low carb, all of this has allowed in our kitchens for food to enter, which is really fake food. It's not even food. It's only additives and synthetic chemicals in the name of vitamins and minerals. And that is considered like a health bar, or say a margarine, which is cholesterol free. A health bar can give you only powdered proteins, processed proteins, and some additives to bind it, and some vitamins which have been loaded on it. And that's not food. That's really not food. That because we all feel very comfortable. This is high on protein. This is a protein bar, and this has got vitamin C, and also got this vitamin A. And I have been told they're both good for my skin, so I'm going to pick this up. So that you have to really understand the dangers of communicating half knowledge to the population. And we have done that over years. We've had margarines, which are artery clogging, inflammatory. In the name of health food, we've got cholesterol-free, margarines, because we feel we made one nutrient a devil for heart disease, and we said, hey, this is it. Margarine is cholesterol free. Stop butter and stop butter. Stop having ghee. Likewise, we've done it for sugar. Oh, sugar is bad for us. Let's create some alternatives, which are fake. And we have really, so therefore, just to reinforce the point that I spoke, we've got to talk in terms of reality. And if a woman or a man or any child, anybody who is having a chronic health problem, if they are battling weight, despite the conventional approaches, which is eating less and exercising more, if these are not working, it's time to look into the gut, and it's time to do a food sensitivity check. That is clearly a very important. So if you're responding well, you ate you ate less for dinner for a few days, you cut down a chapati or two, and your body is responding very well. But if you're eating like 800 calories, and I see that, people who come to me have done everything. They've had the I don't want to use a brand name, but they've done those meal replacement powders. They have done exercising on the, they're doing 2 hours sometimes in the gym. They are eating frugally, and yet they are as plump as they began. And sometimes they even become more. And sometimes when they overdo that, they do lose some weight, which comes right back, and then they become victims of depression. So, this is what needs to stop, and time to then address the gut and look into deeper why this is happening to you. And usually the answer is in a food sensitivity. And you may need professional advice, you may need customized advice to get to where it is. And I think a lot of us are suffering from that, the issue of not being able to achieve goals. And therefore, I always say it's not your fault. I know you're doing it right. And so the second part of the question is, what should we do? What are we supposed to communicate? Number one is, you are unique and you may have a problem. So look deeper into it. Number two is, think more in terms of protein today, because that's the nutrient which I'm using the word nutrient here because mostly people understand what is protein because it's an easy way of communicating. But let's look at bodybuilding foods, which include lentils, which include eggs, fish, chicken, and dairy. And we need to plan our diets around proteins rather than staples. So the framework of your diet should be to address your 2 or 3 meals around proteins and add the vegetables and the fruits with it, pair them. So this is a part of my previous book called Eating at Work, and also part of this book, current book. So it's called the 5 Ps or the 3 P, way to eating healthy. So if the first P is actually planning, you must focus on your day and then plan your food around it. Where you're going to be, are you traveling, are you on a vacation, what is going to be available, and so on and so forth. Plan the time of your grain. Grains are not meant to be eaten 3 times if you're battling obesity. Grains can be eaten once. Grains mean staples, roti, dal, rotis, your rice, and all of these things, breads. So it can be eaten once a day, twice a day, 3 times a day, but eat at a certain time and plan how many times you need it. You're unique. It can't be the same for everybody. Plan the quantity. Then proteins, like I said, plan around proteins twice a day, at least, with vegetables. And lastly, protective foods, which means one meal should be dedicated to this group, because in our environment currently, which is toxic, which is full of pollution, whether it's the air, the water, or the food, we need a boost of antioxidants much more than our ancestors ever did. So we need to have vegetables and fruits dedicated in one meal with fermented foods and the spices and the karas, whatever you do, but focus on that. And you can pair a little bit of something else with it. But this is a very easy way of communicating, along with when you have 4 or 5 things in front of you, follow the half plate rule. And what to eat? The rainbow diet. Try and at least that protective food meal should have at least 5 to 7 colors. We had the Holi yesterday, so literally as colorful as possible. And it's easy. You just, in India, we have no dearth of vegetables, no dearth of grains. Even the millets are so colorful, actually.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
So these are simple things, and I'm not saying it is a quick fix that it can resolve everything, but bit by bit, when you get back into talking real food, talking what to eat, and replacing the inflammatory food. So the other thing is, like I said, address food sensitivities, address the gut. So address the gut, address the micronutrients, and of course, a toxic lifestyle, which should be avoided. Avoid too much of digital exposure. It's a tough one for everybody, but I would just say be prudent about it. Be discreet about the time, the number of hours you're sitting in front of the screen, and move and exercise. And I think, people are trying their best. Yoga has become mainstream in schools. Things are healthier today, but the what is healthy also needs to be defined. We run away from fat in the name of good health. That's not correct. We need fat to fight fat. We need the satiety of the fat, but good quality fat. So the message again is, not all proteins are same, not all fats are the same, and not all carbs are the same, and they are not all bad, and no two human beings are the same.
Thank you so much. No, it's so interesting. Like you said it, I really love the word protective foods, because we really can't, I think, control the environment and the extremities. I mean, things that are around us. I mean, whether it's the digital kind of invasion in our lives, or the stress that has invaded our lives, or the junk food around us, or the whole incidence of eating out. I don't think that's incidence of eating out is, but there's so much that is not in our control. So it's about looking inwards, looking at our bodies, and kind of boosting ourselves up to fight all these extremities. That's a wonderful way of actually looking at it, because that's in our control. Just before we wind up, Dr. Ishi Khosla, I'm very interested to know about this app. If you could just tell us about Velmo that you're launching, because I think that's also something so interesting, because now that all of India, and I would say we've kind of got absolutely inducted into the world of apps. We are digitally really moving really forward and at tectonic speeds. So I think an app could be a wonderful way of keeping ourselves in check in terms of food, nutrition, health issues. So just tell us a little about the app before we wind up the session today.
Yeah, basically, it's incorporating my 35 years of practice and learnings from there, and making it very simple. Exactly what I said. We keep it very, very simple and personalized to you. And it just gives you a daily diet to work with based on what you have communicated. So it's very simple. Too many details I'm not able to share right now, but essentially it is taking you away from diets. It's taking you away from calculations. It is taking you away from doing too many difficult things. It's taking you back into your own requirements to being what is important for you, and also in your lifestyle and your particular health issues. So it is a very simple way of simple operation, and we are wanting to transform lifestyles, and also it has some many unique features, which is a little premature for me to discuss right now, but maybe in our next engagement we will talk more about it.
I'm sure.
And and there's another aspect before we wind up of food, which we have neglected, which is the ones which chefs are all about, making it nice, making it palatable. We have a relationship with food. We love our food, and to make it knowledge-based is not going to work. We've got to address the fact that has to be interesting and tasty. And that's one of the fatal mistakes nutrition science has again made. I'm not against my own science, but I'm just trying to tell you that knowledge will not crack it. It's not going to do it. It has to be something which appeals to your emotions. It has to be comfort food. And, there is no love sincerer than the love of food, according to Lord Bernard Shaw. And I totally believe that with food. And, that's what they say, that, it's easier to change religion than to change food habits, because it's so dear to us. And we cannot ignore that. And addiction, food addiction is real. It's really very, very, we know that this is bad for us, but we just can't help it. So no matter how much you bombard us with calculations and numbers and, labels, it's not going to do it. I'll just give you a very good example here. A patient of mine who's all of 20, and she was ordering in, and over the last 5 years, got addicted to just ordering in food, and gathered about 20 kgs. And now her mother is totally, and parents are worried because she's not stopping ordering. And when she came to me, she was in that state. And Zomato and Swiggy and all those various people were bringing her food every day. And to the extent that the father said, no more, stop it, and I'm not going to give you any money. So one day the food still came, and it was thrown in the dustbin by the father. And so this lady just kind of threw a fit, went to the dustbin, picked it out and ate it. She said, I will eat only this. So she went to the dustbin and picked up her food. And this is being told by her to me. And so they were really fed up, and they cut the channel for money. They said no more money to her. And so this girl goes and takes a loan of 27,000 rupees and for that whole month, and tells her mother to pay for it. And then she tells her mother, I have paid 7,000 out of this. So don't tell me I did. So I was really like shocked that food can be so addictive. And that's part of the ecosystem that the food industry has made it so. So we've got to be aware of what we are picking up. We've got to be aware of what when we eat out, what we get. It's not what you eat at home. So a very important message is that keep processed foods and keep industry produced foods to really the minimum and only as often as needed.
Yes. So wonderful advice from each one of you. And I really hope like all the women listening in have found it really useful and will implement it in their lives, in the lives of their families. So thank you, everybody. And yeah, I hope we can catch up again sometime, maybe next year for the futurist session. Thank you again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Gokul. Yeah, you can start now.
Good afternoon, all of you. Today, I'm Dr. Shabari Desai, and I'll be talking about nutrition and its impact on health. So, the tagline of TOI says, "The future is she." Definitely, the future is she. And when this is it, why should a woman neglect her health? It's very important she pays attention to her health and ignore or delay the complications that are to affect her at the age of 40s or 50s. And one should definitely think, are you having a balanced diet? Are you having each kind of nutrient that is important to you? And be honest to yourself and introduce it in your daily life. The sooner you recognize it, the sooner you can address the problem. One thing we need to pay attention is there is a change in tradition through from before. Like, for example, the food has moved from ground to top level. Today we stand and cook food on the platform, or cutting vegetables, grinding a coconut. These are simple examples which we used to sit down and do. Our forefathers used to sit down and do. We are now standing and doing it. Do you realize the importance of sitting down, grinding the coconut, or sitting in that position, which is called as malasan in yoga? So it's very important. Now all the work is standing. Also, instead of cooking fresh breakfast, we are moving towards ready to cook food, store-bought food, or toasts. So, which is unhealthy. Eating out has increased because of increasing socializing, and families are now purchasing outside food. The food prepared is not traditional Indian food anymore. It has got its westernized touch. So, with this change in tradition, one needs to look at its health definitely. I need not tell which all nutrients are there in the food, but the main important nutrients among these, like carbohydrate, protein, fat, vitamin, mineral, and water. The proteins and vitamin minerals are the ones we need to pay attention. We are not giving it that much importance. When a woman is working from morning till late night, it is important that she has her daily dose of proteins, essential vitamins and minerals, and definitely water, which is the most important nutrient. And if you realize it now, it will lower the risk of age-related health problems. Explaining you the balanced diet, if you see at the lower basement of this pyramid, there is whole grains and legumes, which is to be had a maximum throughout the day. Then comes fruits and vegetables. Then comes nuts and seeds on regular basis, good oil, dairy products and eggs, and last is the sweets. We often get sweet cravings, but it's important that you keep the dose to minimal and increase on whole grains and legumes food, which are nutrient dense, which are rich in nutrients and not in calories. Everyone, particularly women, needs to understand these basic concepts. That is the concept of calorie intake and output, increase in healthy food and decrease in unhealthy food, which I'll be explaining. If you see, the amount you eat should be used up. So that is called as balancing the calorie intake and output, which is very important. Nowadays, we keep on popping something or the else in our mouth, but think twice before eating. Is it actually used up by your body? Are you burning that much? Are you giving yourself that 10 to 15 minutes for doing exercise and burning the food you are eating throughout the day? And you will get the true answer. It's important that you burn the amount of calories that you're taking in. Portion control, very important. You need not eat large amount of food. I say enjoy each and every food, but control the portion. Don't keep it an oversized portion. Eat less and enjoy each and every food. Remember this thing, it takes about 20 minutes for your stomach to tell to your brain that you are full. And that 20 minutes are extremely crucial. If you keep on stuffing yourself in those 20 minutes, you are gaining fats in your body. So fill your stomach up to 80% is what I would suggest, and stop at that moment. Eventually, within a span of 5 minutes, you will start feeling full. So it's not necessary you should keep on eating your meals. Stop at a particular time and you will realize within 5 minutes your stomach is full. Increase healthy food. So this is a very important diagram where it is important that half of your plate should be of fruits and vegetables. It can be salads mixed with fruits. And the other half should be grains, proteins, your millets, and cereal pulses. Dairy should also be included in each and every food in form of curd or in form of buttermilk. And remember, eat nutrient dense food. There is a difference between nutrient dense and calorie dense. Nutrient dense is one which is rich in nutrients, and calories are, it's just giving you plain calories without any nutritional value. So increase your intake of vegetables, fruits, whole grains, seafoods, eggs, beans, unsalted nuts and seeds, very important, and good fat, good type of fat. And also decrease on unhealthy food, that is, limit the food which has high sodium content, high sugar content, readily available food which are rich in sugar and salt, and sugar sweetened beverages should be under control. Now, there is a long lost relationship between nutrition and health. And whenever you speak about health, any person will ask, what kind of food are you eating? Is your food affecting your health? Remember, we are what we eat, and that is very important to understand. What are you putting in your mouth? Is it a good kind of food, or is it a processed food on daily basis? Is it salt rich, sugar rich food, or having preservatives or additives? So there is a direct relation of what you are eating with your health. If you see this, the root cause is nutrition, along with its other branches like lack of exercise, lack of sleep, poor diet, stress, inflammation, genetics, etc. But on the upper surface, what you see outside is all kind of diseases which are seen in day-to-day life, like heart disease, PCOD, thyroid, diabetes, be it any disease. It is somewhere at the root level related to what food are you eating. And one should remember, medicine is plainly for curing, but food is for prevention. So be mindful in what you are eating. I would not go into details of each and every disease, because we know what is a heart disease, what is a cancer. It's just a plain information which is available. But if I need to address what is the root cause of all disease, they are mainly 5 factors, that is insulin resistance, inflammation, poor sleep quality, stress, and sedentary life. Now, talking about insulin resistance, to explain you, the insulin is basically the hormone which is secreted in your body, and it utilizes whatever glucose you are consuming throughout the day. From any kind of food, it is broken down to glucose, and it is taken in by your muscles, fat, and liver. Okay, the fat cells which are there. So insulin resistance is when your cells of your muscles, your liver, or your fat cells, adipose cells, they don't respond to this insulin, and they can't take up the glucose from your blood. That's the time when your blood glucose level starts increasing, because your insulin is not activated. It is not taking up the glucose from your blood efficiently. And your pancreas start producing more and more insulin so that it can somewhere take up the glucose from the blood. But that's not happening. And this is a sign where it is called as pre-diabetes, and it can progress into a full-blown type 2 diabetes if you don't pay attention to this insulin resistance. If you see here, genetics is one of the factors, but sedentary lifestyle, excessive weight, and excessive daily intake of carbohydrates, what we do, is causing insulin resistance. Your insulin is not able to utilize the glucose from your blood. And if you see on the right side, there are severe problems like polycystic ovarian disease, the inflammation of liver, cirrhosis, or hypertension, all kind of disease. The root cause, one of the root causes, insulin resistance. So when you eat, keep a time limit. Have 3 meals in a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So that is sufficient. Your insulin will be produced at that particular time. Your body will get used to it, and the glucose will be efficiently utilized. But what we do is we get up in the morning, we go to work, we pop in something. After some time again. So we don't keep a particular time of eating, which is very important and which is lost nowadays. We keep on consuming food at 2 hours intervals. So it should be not done, because your insulin is activated again and again, and your pancreas are at work for that. The second main root cause of any kind of disease is inflammation. Now, if you get hurt or any kind of injury, it is important that inflammation should take place. There is redness, there is pain, all the cells of your body are working to heal that injury, which is very important, and it's a good kind of inflammation. But what about the adipose tissue or the fat which is there, particularly in the at the abdominal level, on thighs, hips? These spot fats, they give rise to an inflammation which is sustaining in your body throughout. And if you are not addressing that particular inflammation, which is caused by your adipose accumulation, the fat accumulation, then it is going to affect your liver, it is going to affect your pancreas. The inflammation is basically an injury. And that injury being constantly present in your body because of the fats, it is going to give rise to all kind of other disorders like cardiovascular disorder, joint pain, arthritis, or asthmas, allergies, gut disorder, or metabolic syndrome. So it's important that not to lose weight on the outer surface, but it's important that internally you start losing the spot fat, that is called as the visceral fat, is very much important. If you see on the right side, these are the foods which are consumed on daily basis, that is refined carbohydrates, fried foods, sodas and sugar sweetened beverages, or margarines, lard, palm oil, which is present in all the readily available chips or any kind of snacks. So these are the foods which are causing inflammation in your body. That is, they are accumulating fats in your body, and the fat cells are producing inflammation in your body. So you should know the way to address this issue, and it's by consuming our regularly available fruits, seasonal fruits, basically vegetables, healthy oils from nuts and seeds, and avoid these kind of processed foods. Also, the antioxidant dose, that is the natural antioxidant rather than the pills, is very, very important. And you will find all the antioxidants in berries, in cherries, plums, grapes, are regularly used foods like onions, garlic, ginger, turmeric, which we use in our regular food, is very rich in antioxidant level, which you should be consuming on daily basis. Maintain a healthy weight. Don't take stress of your weight, but maintain a healthy weight. And the last is avoid tobacco products, or if you're having an alcohol, limit its intake. So all these will reduce your inflammation. It will help to reduce your insulin resistance, and thereby it will address to the superficial problems of PCOD, thyroid, cardiovascular diseases, cancer, and all other lifestyle disorders. The third most important is sleep. Now, each and every person has an internal clock. It's called the circadian clock, which is important. We need to pay attention, which we have lost in today's world. We sleep at any random time. There is no fixed time like earlier days. The forefathers, they used to sleep at a particular time, 9, 10 o'clock. Now it has gone to 12, 1 o'clock, indeed. So this clock needs to be got back to the track. Okay. Also, the sleep is triggered by the artificial bright light. That is, particularly we have the habit of surfing net or mobile or some of the other things, or televisions. So this delays the sleep. This delays our circadian clock. So it's important that we sleep at a proper time, because if you see, the sleep is directly associated with insulin resistance. It's directly associated with inflammation, as well as various cognitive functions, thinking, decision-making, mood is also affected. Why am I stressing on sleep in nutrition? Is because during sleep, particularly at the time from 12 to 3 a.m. at night, a hormone called melatonin is secreted. And this melatonin has its direct effect on our immune system. It has its direct effect on weight, gut, brain health. It has a direct effect on insulin, production of insulin, and on our inflammation as well. It helps to reduce the inflammation. It helps to sensitize our cells to insulin and use the glucose effectively. It helps to control weight. So if you sleep at a proper time, sleep does not mean only the duration of sleep. 7 hours of sleep is important. It's not that. It also includes how well you are sleeping. Quality of sleep is important. At what time you are sleeping. Once you lie down on the bed, how quickly can you go to sleep? That's sleep latency. How many times you're waking up at night? That's sleep fragmentation. If you wake up, how quickly you can go to sleep. It's very important to have a sound sleep. And this is a major public health concern which is arising right away. Stress again we have heard that stress affects the calorie intake. If a person is stressed, he either tends to eat more or doesn't eat at all. Your entire metabolic profile is changed because of stress, and one needs to know the tactics to address stress. Also, when a person is stressed, a hormone called cortisol is released from the body. And this cortisol, it favors accumulation of fat, particularly in the abdominal region. That is called as the central adiposity. So more and more cortisol released by stress, more the person's tendency to accumulate fat or get central adiposity, which is again increasing your insulin resistance and inflammation and giving rise to different kinds of lifestyle disorders. And last but not the least is the physical activity, very important. Our life has totally become more and more sedentary with the kind of work we are doing. Be it in any field, we are sitting on our laptops and continuously working. We need to take out time and do some kind of physical activity. If you can see, like food, there is a pyramid for physical activity also. Every day a person needs to do some kind of activity. Easiest can be stair climbing, or you can park the car away from your office and walk to your office. These are basic activities. 3 to 5 times a day, at least some kind of aerobic exercise, running, cycling, football, indulge in some kind of sports. 2 to 3 times a week, you need to do some kind of yoga or squats or some specific muscle oriented activity. And rarely a person should watch TV or play video games. That is, the activity shouldn't be more than 30 minutes of sitting in one place. And we can see the top of the pyramid is right now currently the base in current scenario. We are sitting on a laptop or surfing or net or something or the other, and we don't know how much time it has taken. So it's important that you are physically active. This was regarding the basic things what give rise to lifestyle disorders like PCOD, thyroid. Coming specifically to the women, there are certain nutritional deficiencies which are seen particularly in women, even in today's women, even in spite of the available knowledge. The first and foremost deficiency is iron deficiency, which shouldn't be neglected at all. It's extremely prevalent in young women. Women menstruate every month, and we need to make up for that particular loss of blood. So your iron levels drop. Women can develop, there are chances of developing anemia. And so you need to have particular foods, like if you are a non-vegetarian, seafoods, or if vegetarian, beans, dark leafy vegetables, iron fortified cereals, dried fruits like raisins, apricots should be consumed to increase your iron content. And notably, when you are having a food rich in iron, please have it along with lemon juice or something which is citric, because only then your iron absorption increases in your body. Also, when you are eating iron rich food, complement it with something which is having high proteins in it, because the proteins are also required for making your hemoglobin. It's not only that you pop a pill of iron and your iron levels will increase. You need along with that vitamin C, and you need proteins along with that to make a proper amount of hemoglobin. So this needs to be taken note of. The next is the calcium levels. The girls, particularly in 8 to 19 years of age, or those above 40 to 50 years of age, suffer from calcium deficiency, and this causes extreme fatigue, weakness, muscle cramps, skin problems sometimes, and leads to weak bones. So we should include dairy products like milk, yogurt, cheese on day-to-day basis. Soya beans, green leafy vegetables, millets, commonly consumed sesame seeds, rajkira, or calcium fortified cereals are very important rather than just having a pill of calcium. The other deficiencies are folate deficiency. Folate is very important to make your red blood cells and also for healthy cell growth. And if you have beans, fruits, whole grains, seafoods, nuts and seeds on daily basis, it will address your folate deficiency. Iodine is important for having a proper thyroid functions or production of proper thyroid hormones, and it is best available in shellfish, dairy, salt, eggs, chicken, seaweeds. They are rich in iodine. Vitamin D. We are so much inside the house, inside our office, that we are rarely exposed to sun. Remember, the sun does not have vitamin D in the sun rays. It's your body that the skin should be exposed to vitamin D. That is, the skin should be exposed to sun rays so that in the body, the vitamin D can be made from the healthy cholesterol which is there in your body. So mind you, the cholesterol is not always bad. It is important in your body to make vitamin D. And sun rays do not have vitamin D. Your exposure to sun rays, your skin exposure, that's why it's said that expose your skin to sun rays so that good amount of vitamin D can be made in your body. And apart from that, food has very less vitamin D, but still, if you are not able to go in sun, you can have egg yolk, mushrooms, or tuna, fish oil, liver oil, etc. And last but not the least is vitamin B12. It is not naturally made in the body and it has to be supplied from your food. We get a lot of vitamin B12 medicines readily available, over-the-counter medicines. But rather than that, natural vitamin B12 via eggs, milk, yogurt, fatty fishes, red meat can be much more beneficial. So a woman needs to pay attention to these nutrient deficiencies. If you address this nutrient deficiency at earlier stage of your life, your after 40s would be much more healthier. And remember, healthy woman is the crux of the healthier society. And if she is healthy, the entire family is healthy. So it is important that with the available knowledge on nutrition and being so well educated, it is important to inculcate and practice it on daily basis. So once again, happy Women's Day and thank you so much.
It takes an extra something to be able to follow your heart, irrespective of what the consequences may be. And that's exactly what the women here with me in this discussion have been able to achieve. Two of them are very young and decided very early in their life how they want to shape up their careers, and kudos on being able to do that so early. And that's why, as I said, aptly titled New Kids on the Block. Raina Roy, who's a script writer for Cash Course on Amazon Prime, and she's on to some other exciting projects as well. There's Moitri Bhaduri, she's a content specialist as well as a novelist, and she has some very popular novels under her belt and working on some more exciting ones that we will talk about in the session. And Prachi Shivgaonkar, she is a climate activist. I call them climate warriors because of the pace at which work needs to be done. And she's founder of Cool the Globe app, which is making an effort and dent rather in how we as a human race deal with the change that is happening around us as far as climate is concerned. All right, ladies, thank you so much for joining me on this panel.
Thank you. Excited to be here.
The first question I want to ask, I would like to ask all of you is around the fact that what inspired you all to be able to follow your heart? Because as I said, several times, many people want to do it, but are not either inspired enough or not courageous enough. To be able to do that requires both of these. And that's a question I would like all three of you to answer, because that's something that everybody tuning in would like to know. Let's start with Prachi.
Okay, so since this panel is about young kids on the block, I actually want to tell you about something that really got me started on this journey. When I was in 4th standard, much younger than now, my school teacher had given me an interesting homework. She asked me to write a letter to our future selves. 10 years from now, where would I want to be and who would I want to be? And I wrote that letter and then completely forgot about it. And 10 years later, I was at a very decisive point in my life. Everybody in my family is an engineer. So I was also about to take an admission to engineering when something interesting happened. My school teacher sent that letter back to me because it had been exactly 10 years since I had written it. And reading it was like a huge wake-up call, because in it, my younger self had written about making an impact and changing the world. And I had not thought that way in a very long time. So somewhere I kind of got inspired by the words and the dreams of my younger self. And I began trying to figure out how can I make some kind of an impact through the career I take. And I decided to take a gap year to try and figure out how can I make some kind of a difference. And that letter sort of became a very big guiding force for me.
Wow, that's really very inspiring that, as I said, so early on, you were able to identify your path and stick to it is really remarkable. All right, Raina, let's hear you as well in terms of the inspiration behind you following your heart. You also have a degree in creative writing. You went to UK, pursued it, and you came back and followed in the same stride, right?
That's correct. So, I've always loved writing and reading from a very young age. But I think I always thought it was just a hobby. I don't know why. I think most women who are creative, we kind of tell ourselves, oh, it's just a hobby. It's something I can do on the side. We can pursue in my free time. And then I remember I was watching a film, Kahani, Vidya Balan's film, Bollywood film. And I just loved her character. I loved how it was a very strong female-led film. And when I watched it, I was like, that's something I want to write. I want to write something that can, inspire other women and make them feel like the main character in a film of their own lives. And that's why I decided I want to pursue writing as a career, not just as a hobby. I had a very, very strong support system in my parents, because I wanted to go abroad and study literature and writing. And many people thought that was crazy because most of my friends were going to study science and business and engineering. And here I was, and I wanted to go study literature. People were like, why are you going abroad to read books? Can't you read it here?
And I was like, no, I want to go abroad. I want to study, with the best of the best. I want to really learn the art of writing, and I want to pursue this seriously. So I did go. I studied in the University of Birmingham for 3 years, which is one of the leading universities for creative writing, at least was at that time. And it was a great experience. And while I was doing it, I always knew at the back of my mind that I want to apply this writing to building characters like the one that inspired me. So once I was done with my degree, I called up my current boss, who I had interned under before I went off to university. And I asked him, can I come back and work with you? And he was kind enough to give me a job on the call. And I came back, and as a 21-year-old, I started working in Bollywood. It was as big and scary as people say, but I had a really good support system in my in the production house I was working under. And that's how my journey started. And I'm still that girl who, fangirls every time she watches an amazing character on TV or on the big screen and wants to write those characters.
Good to know that. And Maitri, what about you? You started out as a content specialist, and what is it that inspired you to write these novels? There is, of course, the detective series. Talk to us about what went behind the making of the novelist Maitri, and what shaped your decision to pursue your heart.
Right. First and foremost, I'm like completely wowed by what Rana and Prachi have said. So kudos to you girls, really. For me, it was, I don't know, writing probably happened by accident, because I always wanted to be an Indian Police Service officer. And I really, really worked very hard, and tried my best to crack the civil services examination. That was quite some time back. And unfortunately, I couldn't. I failed to crack the exams. And I was so disillusioned for almost a year. I didn't know what to do, because I hadn't planned anything else in my life. And, just to kind of accept my failure of not being able to crack the exam, I found writing very, very healing. So I wrote about, the entire experience, and I realized that probably I didn't work as hard as I should have, to crack the exams. So I went on writing, and I enjoyed it so much. So I thought, wow, now I've got my career. So, as a writer, I can be that police officer. I can be a criminal. I can be anything that I want. And so I, of course, I also joined, a job as a content specialist, because I loved writing so much. I wanted to explore everything. So I did content writing, proposal writing, technical writing, all of it. And I thought fiction is something that, I just can't get out of my head. And that's how I started creating these characters, and I fell in love with them, and I still love creating characters. I love writing, so that's how it happened for me.
Wonderful. Obviously, as inspirational as the other two girls, that's Prachi and Raina, to be able to sort of follow your heart and pursue your dreams is something that everybody, as I said, aspires for, but something or the other holds them back. It could either be the economics of taking a decision like this, or it could be family constraints, family pressures, family expectations. And that's the next question I want to ask all of you, which is that, did any one of you face resistance to your moves? Because some decisions, no matter how good they turn out to be, if they are radical in nature, they do lead to some resistance. More often than not, it is our family unit where we face resistance, or from our peers, or from our immediate social ecosystem. Is that something that any one of you encountered? And if you did, what really was it that convinced your immediate social ecosystem for you to be able to continue to be on the journey that you are? Prachi, let's start with you. You're on mute.
Oh, yes. So over the years, I've realized that anytime, anybody who wants to do something unconventional, you're often going to face multiple no's. But then it's your job to turn that no into a yes eventually, and it does turn into a yes. So I told you about the letter I received, and it led me to wanting to take a gap year after my 12th instead of going ahead with my computer engineering. And the first time I told that to my parents, they were worried, rightly so. Nobody else in my family had ever done that. I was kind of the black sheep. But then I went back to the drawing board and I made a whole proposal on what I want to do in that year. I made a list of people who inspired me, social entrepreneurs that I looked up to. I contacted them and I asked them if I can shadow you for a few months. And I made an elaborate pros and cons list of why I want to do this and where I'm going to end up by doing this. So by the end of that proposal, I not only had a yes, but my entire family was equally excited for it as I was. So I think I realized that it's only the way you approach it that matters. So throughout that year, I traveled across the country. I worked with farmers, with waste workers, taught children, met new people. My worldview expanded through that experience. And everywhere I went, I kept seeing, till that point I had read about climate change, but everywhere I went to work in education. I went to work with women's issues, with gender, with sanitation issues. But everywhere I went, I kept seeing climate change. So it kind of stayed with me at the back of my mind somewhere. And finally, when I did decide to go to my media college, in my first semester of college, we used to have a development sector internship where we would go and intern somewhere else. So since the time I kept seeing climate change everywhere, I kept thinking there should be something that an ordinary person like me can do about this. So the idea of building a citizen-led app for climate action was at the back of my mind. And I wanted to use this period to start on that project. So I went to the director of our college and I asked him, instead of interning somewhere else, can I start my own app for climate action? So I emailed him this proposal and I still have his reply. He said, it's a great idea, but no, this is not the format. This is not how we do it. But I didn't take that no for an answer. For the next week, every single day, I would stand outside his cabin and I would harrow him to let me do this. I convinced him why I want to do this, how committed I am about this. And finally, by the end of the week, he said, fine, I'm going to let you take this one internship and let you start your own thing in this internship. And by the end of the internship, I realized that this was not just a project. This was something I wanted to continue to work on. And so throughout the 3 years of college, I worked on making the app. And that's how Cool the Globe was born, as a result of 2 no's that finally turned into a yes.
I think that's always the story. Ordinary is the beginning of extraordinary. And multiple no's are the beginning of a big yes that comes later. Or that's how one should see when one is talking about a journey not taken so often. Yes, Raina.
Yes, so that was a very interesting story, Pranchi, and wow, that's so inspiring even to hear as a third person. And I think I was very fortunate in the sense that both my parents come from media industry, so they were very open to the idea of me pursuing writing as a career. However, of course, there was, a lot of, like I like to call it, background noise of people doubting their decision to trust me. And I still remember when I finished my education in London, everyone was applying for jobs in the UK because it's better paying jobs, better visibility, everything. And everyone was very confused why I was not part of that rat race and I was not trying to get a marketing job in the UK, and I was trying to come back to India and get a job here in a very dicey industry, as most like to think of it. Most in corporate jobs like to think of Bollywood. But I was so confident in myself, and my parents' confidence in me really gave me the wings to come here and start at a very low-paying internship job in the beginning, because I was confident I'll make my parents proud, that the trust they've shown in my decision, that I will make it worth their time and effort. So I think for the first few years, I worked extra hard, if I was told at my job to do ABC, I used to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, because I was like, I just need that one opportunity to grow from an intern into something better and something bigger. And actually, that is how Crash Course happened for me. I was just as onboarded onto the project for research purposes because I had just stopped being a student and the show was about students. So they just wanted me to go chat with some students in Kota and talk to them, speak to them. And the person who was our writer at that point, he had, for some unfortunate reasons, he backed out. He had to leave the project. And I was at the right place at the right time. I had shown enough effort, enough work for them to take a flyer on me and say, why don't you try, give it a shot at writing. And that's how I became a writer on a project at 21 years old. And I proved all that background noise wrong. And yeah, I think work hard and ignore the voices. Just listen to yourself.
Maitri, what about you? When you said that you want to pursue writing and you want to pursue the genre chosen, did you face any resistance? Did you have to convince your immediate social ecosystem about sticking to the choice that you've made?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I was fortunate to some extent because my mother is, also a writer. She writes for magazines, etc. And she's also published a book. My father-in-law is also a writer. So even my, dad used to delve with poetry. So there was no opposition to writing as such. But the main resistance I faced was from the society around. So I would go somewhere, for example, I'm writing something. But, Acha, you write. What are you working on this? Acha. But what do you do? Okay, I write. Okay, you write books. But what do you do? So what do you do? What is your job? Apart from being a writer, what do you do? So that took a long time. And, in the beginning, I was also a little, kind of confused. Am I doing the right thing? And because I enjoyed my corporate career also so much, I wanted to continue that too. But fiction is something that, I put my, whole heart and soul into it. So when I began writing, another thing I faced was women can't write crime thrillers. Why don't you start with romance? So I had a few publishers initially who said that, why crime? And interestingly, even in my first book launch, somebody asked me a question in the book launch itself in Mumbai that, don't you think that, because of women crime writers like you, crime is on the rise in the country today? So, so a lot of these roadblocks, these will happen all the time. It's there. So now I laugh at it, but initially it wasn't easy, trying to, convince everyone and, say that this is what I want to do. So the biggest learning here for me is that if I am confident that this is the path I want to pursue, then regardless of what, I will, forge ahead. Because a book will, even for a book to become a bestseller, it takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. But the process of writing is a very lonely job. Not for a screenwriter, because a team is involved, of course. You will have to work, for the full film production is involved. But as an author, it's a very lonely process. You have to keep yourself self-motivated. And then when you get such comments from society around, it can be a little depressing at times. But then, yeah, if you, know what you want to do, just stick to it and the rest will follow.
Maitri, I completely understand what you are saying with respect to women authors facing phenomenal gender bias, specifically specific genres. There is large resistance and very stubborn view with regard to what all women authors can write and what they can't write. As someone who's written a book on international relations, the first thing I was told was that not many women write IR. And so I understand what you mean by saying that this is not your genre, stick to your genre.
Absolutely.
As if women can only write on specific issues and rest needs to be left to men.
Absolutely. Gauri, just one point to add to that. A friend also, suggested that, use a pen name, like, several established authors have done. use a pen name, which is a guy's name, and then become a bestseller, and then say, you are writing. So
yeah, so further, it's like a hence proved moment. Yes, I completely understand how authors face and what is it that publishers actually say with a straight face. And this is part of the writing and the part that many still have not been able to understand, that the most intellectual business, which is writing books, long format, actually faces deep gender bias against women. Genres after genre are not open to women authors. And Moitu, then let me ask you this, that your sticking to your decision, your insistence on following your heart, has it helped the case for some of the other younger women authors to also be looking at these genres like crime and others? Because even if it's a small step forward, it's a huge progress for women.
Yes, definitely. I have received, emails, messages from both young women and, both young girls and boys saying that, I'm so inspired reading your Millie Ray series. I'm also contemplating writing this, or somebody is sending me their 1 or 2 chapters that, could you please review and say, if you're going in the right direction. And so it feels wonderful that people should do what they want to do and not just get bogged down because somebody is saying something.
Absolutely. I want to come back to to a comment that I had made earlier, which is around the economics of a decision and how that plays out in terms of being able to follow through with an idea. For instance, if you're talking about dropping out of college, or if you're talking about dropping out of a corporate job and starting to either write or starting to work in a specific field, there are economic considerations at play, and a lot of youngsters are not able to do it, whether it's due to a family setup or due to whatever may be the reasons, multiple reasons. How does one work around economic constraints, which is a reality?
Just jump
Any
in.
of the panelists can start, and then
Yeah.
we'll take it up. Yeah.
So I think after my series, a lot of youngsters have approached me like, do I need to become a full-time writer? Do I need to do this as my full-time job? But I can't afford it. Writing doesn't pay as well as many other streams in Bollywood. So I always suggest that in 2023, where we sit, like a lot of medium channels are open for us, where you can if your situation does not allow you to full-time pursue your passion, you can, through Instagram skits, through YouTube channels, through there are so many ways for you to express yourself on the side while you continue to earn a stable income. Because it would be very impractical of me and a complete dreamer vision to say that you can just quit everything and pursue writing or building an app or anything just full time. I think focus is needed, but you also need to be realistic at times, and we need to take advantage of the fact that we are at an age where the internet is blooming and there are so many opportunities to pursue things on the side, to show your creativity through different channels. And I really urge people to do that. Like, I have so many friends who use Instagram to create like small reels just to express their writing and their acting or the music. And I think it's brilliant. And you can start that way and then, hold on to a project which hopefully will come your way and then transition to it full time. But yeah, don't struggle is really glorified sometimes, and you need to take care of yourself, your family as well, and your responsibilities too. So I think you can do both to start with, especially if you're young, women, male, same thing. But I think yeah.
Yeah. So I would completely agree with Brenna on that. Totally. Even young authors approaching me, or even when I'm talking to somebody, so I always say that unless you're until you're extremely sure, it's good to have a job, a day job, and continue, because in India, let's face it, unless you're a Chetan Bhagat or an Amish, you cannot earn that much immediately. So you either need to have a supportive family, or it's good to have a job till you are sure that you want to go all out. So yes, from that point of view, it's important.
You know, I have an interesting thing. I just remembered as you were asking me. I often go in colleges, schools, talking to young people about climate change and about my journey in it. And sometimes there are parents that come along also. And whenever parents are there in the question and answer sessions, there's this one question that I almost always get, and it's usually the first question that comes in. Can you guess what it is?
Why did you choose to drop out?
No, the question that comes in is, do you earn anything?
Of course.
They're like, you're coming here to inspire our children to follow suit, but if they follow your way, are they going to earn anything? So I think that's the biggest concern that parents
Can't blame the parents for asking this, Prachi, because that's the setup, right? I mean, as I said, economic constraints dictate decisions, don't they?
Absolutely. So the first thing that I always tell people is that, even my idea was for the longest time, I wanted to try and make some kind of a difference, work in a social sector. But a block for me also was that I believed you have to completely sacrifice your life. You have to completely sacrifice your standard of living. People who try and work for the society don't earn. It was the idea that I had in my mind, which is why I always speak about social entrepreneurship. And I believe the way to go forward in today's times is that if you want to take an unconventional route, that doesn't mean you have to sacrifice on your income. You can still be ambitious. You can still build a thriving career and make an impact on society. Initially when I was still in college and I was building the app, we launched it as a social initiative. And after launching Cool the Globe, along with citizens, a lot of organizations started coming to us saying that this is what you do for individuals. Can you also help our employees and our products become sustainable? So then we launched the for-profit version of what we do for organizations. And even while I decided to take an unconventional route, the first rule that I had for myself is that you can't just be doing this on your parents' money. You have to earn at least as much as your batchmates are earning. So the one thing that we did have was we had a campaigning team at Cool the Globe. We were making videos for climate action. So we reached out to 10 social enterprises around us and we asked them, this is what we're doing for our app. Can we also pitch to do this for you? So 7 of them called us in for a pitch and 5 of them were our first 5 clients. So from day one, I was earning not just for myself, but also for my small team. And the reason I make sure to tell this to young people is that if you want to make something big and if you want to make a social impact, the best way to do this is through social entrepreneurship. And so in this day and age, you can make an impact and still have a thriving career.
That's good to know, but did you convince the parents or not that in your sessions?
Yes. So that's why I always make sure to tell them, that we earn well and that, we are able to build an entrepreneurship out of it. And by the end of it, then they're convinced.
Thank God for that, because only then we'll have our next generation and next set of social entrepreneurs who will hopefully be women. The one question that I was thinking all throughout when we've been chatting on this is, what about the uncertainty that comes with taking a path that is not taken often? And less popular choice automatically brings with it uncertainty. And probably the reaction of our family unit is a response to the uncertainty, nothing else. How does one deal with the uncertainty of writing novels, which is in fact a very lonely job? Not all of it can succeed, some of it won't. What about the aspect and the uncertainty that comes with writing scripts? Not all of them will succeed, some of them will not make it. And what about becoming a social entrepreneur, where you may feel that today you are in a position to be able to tide over the expenses, but no one knows the future. So the question I'm essentially asking is about the uncertainty that comes with taking such decisions. Moitri, why don't you start?
I think uncertainty, is something that is a part of life. So that will happen, whichever, job or whichever career that you pursue. So just because you're going off track and, it can be uncertain and something can happen, that's not the case. During the pandemic, so many people lost their jobs, their good jobs. So that is something that we have to deal with. We have to take in our stride. And so, I mean, like I said, that is a part of life. And it's not that just because I'm doing something which other people are not doing, only my career is uncertain. Uncertainty is a fact of life.
Right. Yes,
I think
Rana.
I completely agree with Marjorie. I mean, yes, in writing, we face it a lot. Like I could be writing a script right now, but I don't even know if it'll ever get made, if it'll come out in theaters, will ever anyone even watch it. So of course there is that fear, but then you see the world around you. You hear the news about tech layoffs and everything that's going around. The pandemic really showed us how things can change in a moment. And to that, I would say just it's about keeping your head down and just focusing on what you're doing and not letting the fear dictate the decisions that you make. And a lot of the times when I'm choosing a script to write, people are like, okay, that's a topic that could create havoc. Like you'll get sued and you'll get into trouble. But you just need to be sure of what you're doing and continue doing it, because the world is changing fast, rapidly, and things are going wrong for everyone. So I think, it's about just keeping confidence in yourself at some point.
Yeah. And I'm sure that all of us, when we look back, we see a set of decisive moments that have come up where you have seen that I have a dream, and I have a dream of who I want to become and what I want to build. And if I have to follow that, I have to take this uncertain route. But what's scarier than taking that route is the certainty that if I don't do this, I'm never going to end up achieving it. So I think that certainty is a lot more scarier than that uncertainty. I read somewhere that you, more than the regretting the things you did, you almost always regret the things that you didn't do. So I think uncertainty is sometimes good.
Wonderfully said.
Positive note. What a positive note. And I want to ask all of you that if there was a message that you would like to give to women on Women's Day, when we celebrate the path that is not taken often by women who are looking to pursue interests which are traditionally considered to be in the domain of their male counterparts. What would be your message that you would like to give to women who are tuned in right now, who may look up to you as role models in being able to take uncertainty as it comes? Yes, Marjorie.
I would say, be happy with what you're doing. Just stay calm. Forget what the world is, saying around you. You have your dream, you follow it, you will get it. So regardless of everything, just keep doing what you're doing and just stay happy. That's most important.
I'd like to add that, you will make mistakes. There will be failures and there will be successes. So don't be too hard on yourself and don't give up very easily. You can take a misstep, but that doesn't define the whole trajectory of your career. Surround yourself with a supportive network, whether that's your family, that's your friends, that's peers, who get your vision, who get your dream, and they'll pick you up when times aren't as good.
I think there's one skill and one quality that has helped me the most throughout these years, and I want to share that with all of you. And it took me too long to learn this, and there's one word for it, which I recommend everyone to be, and that skill is being shameless. So I'd really recommend young girls especially to be shameless, to ask for help, to not be afraid, to not think of what others are going to think. Just be shameless and go ahead and do it.
Absolutely. Embrace the ups and downs that come with a decision that not many have the courage to take. That is essentially what it is. The downs are as much a part of your journeys as the ups are. And that's something truly remarkable about being able to take the decisions that all of you have taken and make the choices that you've made. Moitri, help our viewers understand that when you now speak to publishers after your initial conversations, have you been able to change perceptions? Have you been able to change their preconceived notions? Or have they been able to appreciate the other side? I mean, even if they have not been able to change their preconceived notions, are they now in a position to at least appreciate that women can do all roles, all jobs as well, if not better than their male counterparts?
Absolutely. And I think I was very lucky to work with, Srishti Publishers, who published my first crime thriller novel. With Rupa Publications, they have been wonderful. And so these kind of publishers help me kind of forget the experiences I've had in the past with others. And I would also like to mention that I'm very fortunate to have a wonderful literary agent. I work with Suhail Mathur of the Book Bakers. So pitching an idea to him and then discussing with a literary agency, that also helps, makes the work a lot easier for authors when you are pitching your work through a literary agent. And that increases your chances of getting commission deals also. So yes, and I think nowadays all around there are a lot of women writing thrillers and horror and all of it. So I'm really happy and excited about it. So yeah.
And what about the response that many have gotten in the past, that you're just adding to the crime data? What about that? What's the response like now? Has that changed even one bit? Are publishers or society at large able to appreciate that just like any crime novelist, you are just writing fiction? It has nothing to do with your gender.
Yes, I think, Gauri, that kind of, that section will always be there. Regardless of whatever you write, whatever you do, there will be a section of people trying to pull you down, saying that, oh, you're a woman, you can't do this. You're a woman, and that's why, there's so much crime happening because a woman is writing a crime. How can a woman write crime? These kind of things. So while there are those kind of people, there are also the others who appreciate you, who understand you, and there are some who also say women write crime better than men.
Good to know that. Raina, you face, or traditionally, I would assume that you would face not just any preconceived notions regarding gender, but also age. That's another aspect, in your business, in your profession, where age could be another factor that could be a bit of a disadvantage for you in terms of the normal sense in which your work would be viewed. Is that a perception that you face often? Or have you been able to convince several around you that age and gender had nothing to do with the kind of work that you were presenting and offering to them?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think initially I would walk into a room as a writer, but people would just assume I'm the intern because I was young and no one understood how I was, writing for a project like this, for a esteemed OTT channel. So there was all these looks that I would get, or, I would just not be part of the conversation. And I was very fortunate to have a team around me, to have my co-writers, my boss, Manish Hariprasad. He always pushed me and he was like, talk, make yourself feel larger in the room, take up space, because that's the only way you'll show them that you're not just this young girl. They will start taking you seriously the more you just express yourself. And that's what I started doing. I would interject myself in conversations, even if no one asked for my opinion, because I was like, I just need you to notice I'm in the room. And then once you start listening to me, you actually see that I have a lot to contribute. So yeah, I definitely had to face a lot of fears because I am someone who likes to stay away from. I find it a little uncomfortable to interject into other people's business, but I had to do it for a long time for the first few years and show people that you can have a one-on-one conversation with me. I am good enough to change your opinions about me. So, and now I feel like now when I do go into a room, people look at me and they're like, Raina, so what do you think? And it's these small wins that you have to take and that you have to use in order to get ahead. And you have to network. You have to make people remember you. And it's a challenge both as a young person, as a woman, both because a lot of places it is still dominated by men. They just see another guy and it's like, oh, hey, it's like a little boys club, and you have to show up for yourself. It's important.
Prachi, what about you? I know climate entrepreneurship is an evolving field, and many young girls seem to be at the forefront of this change around the world, aren't they? And you're also one of them from India, representing the change that all of us are seeing. But when I asked the question around, have you been able to see the change in front of you? And that change can take place in just a couple of years, in just a couple of conversations, in fact. And being able to reassess or change somebody's perspective, I think is probably one of the biggest achievements that women leaders can do, because then you help not just yourself, you help so many others.
Absolutely. And particularly about being a woman climate entrepreneur. So early on, I got to one of my mentors, Nalini Shekhar. Before I started all of this many years ago, I was shadowing her for a couple of months. And I asked her the same question that you asked us today. What is it like being one of the only women in the industry? She was in the waste industry, which is notorious for not having any women at all. And she gave me an interesting answer. She said that, I do get treated differently, but I use it to my advantage, because the men in the industry, they don't know how to deal with a woman. They've never seen a woman. They don't know how to talk to me. They don't know how to threaten me. So I get away with doing a lot. And so she taught me that you are going to be treated differently as a woman and as a young girl, particularly. But you flip the coin and you use it to your advantage. So even now, whenever I go to a conference, to a meeting, I get to see two phases. One is before, when you've just gone there, you're invisible. People think you're going to be an intern. The watchman stops you on the way and asks for your ID. And the second is when they've heard you speak and when they've heard about your work. And then you see the entire perspective being changed. They see that somebody who looks like this can also create something like this. And you see how their entire perspective has changed. If being young and being a girl makes it difficult for me to be taken seriously, it also makes it easier for me to get help. There are so many people who come forward to help me, to mentor me, to be a part of my journey, just because I'm much younger than, I'm younger, and they want to help facilitate this journey for me. So just the way there are disadvantages, there are also advantages, and it's up to us to turn those disadvantages to our own benefit.
And I think that's for me the single biggest takeaway from this very, very exciting conversation. Going into this conversation, I was very petrified that I would be the one really raising the average age in this session, so to say, with such young girls on this, both Raina and Prachi. But it also filled my heart with pride that we have such young girls who are taking chances, taking risks on a thought that they are guided by. And that, I think, is truly remarkable as far as women leadership is concerned. I thank all three of you for joining me in this discussion. We covered a long arc from tracing your journeys to your fears, and of course, what the future lies in terms of pursuing your heart. I wish all three of you the very best. And I look forward to another conversation next year when all three of you will probably be sharing more milestones by breaking more glass ceilings. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
I learned so much from all.
Yes, same.
Good evening, everyone. I hope all of y'all are thoroughly enjoying all the sessions that we've put out here for y'all. The Future is She is a project we started last year. A few of us from the Times of India, a lot of the women actually, joined in to start The Future is She. A small drop in the ocean, but the kind of support that we've got from all of y'all has been incredible, and which has actually made us come into season 2. I'm hoping that all of y'all are logged in. There have been a lot of enriching sessions, and you are engaged on this platform. I've seen the numbers. It's really, really heartening, and thank you so much for the support. Right now, moving on to my ladies panel. They're all here waiting anxiously to share their stories. Right. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this session is actually a celebration of women who are truly unlimited and unstoppable in their passion to make a mark for themselves. Right. In the course of this next 30 minutes, we will hear these budding entrepreneurs talk about their journey, turning their passion into business, creating a niche of their own. These are women who mean business and who are motivating hundreds of others to find their true calling. We have first up Parul Jindal. So Parul is actually a founder of Shade Crafts India. She's a Woman Entrepreneur of the Year for 2 consecutive years. Also won Times She Unlimited Entrepreneur Award. So for all of those who've joined in who isn't aware of Times She Unlimited, well, it's an entrepreneurship awards by the Times of India to honor women who started, from homes and now running successful businesses. Parul is a single parent to 2 teenage kids. She's also a parent to 20 rescued 4-leggeds. Parul, I'm a pet parent as well, so I know how that feels. But I guess that conversation is for another day, right? Parul is also an avid marathoner. Shade Crafts that she's founded is India's first ever portable homes delivered on site within 90 days. It's durable, it's long lasting, it's got a warranty against rain, snow, heat, cold, almost like weathering the storms, much like the women, I guess. 100% customized and can be installed anywhere on site in the shortest time possible. So welcome, Parul. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Vandana Krishnamurthy, actually Dr. Vandana Krishnamurthy. She's a doctorate in botany. Urban landscaping expert, founder and CEO of Urban Mali. Now, she's also one of the winners of She Unlimited. She belongs to an entrepreneurs community of Goldman Sachs, 10,000 Women, and NSR CEL. Clearly a doctorate in botany, so her passion has driven her to this idea, I'm sure. Yeah, Vandana?
Yes, very much.
So Urban Mali is a gardening enterprise that sets up and maintains urban gardens. The gardeners are primarily migrant, they are rural farmers who are given a better livelihood and opportunity to put their skills to use within city gardens. It was set up in 2015, and all the efforts that culminate with an Urban Mali setting up an organic, affordable, sustainable garden for its consumers, using native, local, indigenous plants and ensuring zero use of chemical pesticides. Right, Vandana?
That's right, exactly. Completely organic.
Completely organic, right. I'm glad you could make it, fellow Bangalorean. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, and my last panelist for this session is Reshma Krishnan. She's the co-founder of Green Hack. It's a direct-to-consumer hygiene management company, empowering the community for sanitary wellness. She's an alumnus of the prestigious Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies. She is instrumental in product development, brand management, and CSR. Quite an entrepreneur, actually, Reshma. She's also founder of Junior Cuts. It's the first kids salon in Mumbai. She's also a proponent of zero plastic. She uses environmentally friendly products and obviously sensitivity to climate change. So welcome, Reshma.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vinny.
Yeah, it's so heartening actually to see a lot of green in all your businesses. I don't know whether it is to do with women being nurturers. Yeah, but great. It's kudos to all of y'all, right? New generation doing a lot of work in the sustainability space, right? And thank you all for being a part of this panel on women who mean business, and it's clearly evident that they do mean business, right?
Thank you for inviting us over. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having us over.
You're welcome. I'm just a little curious. Was yesterday any different, or business as usual?
Business as usual, just another day where everything is going on in full flow.
So yesterday, I had a status up on my WhatsApp and Instagram where I said, that darlings, women is everywhere. You can't have Women Day just one day. You can't survive without us. So that's every day.
Yeah, the centuries belong to us.
Yes.
I totally agree with Parul. Yes, we do not need just one day to celebrate us, and it has to be every day of the year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And let's get started. Yeah. Let me start with Parul. Yeah.
Yes.
So you actually have a concept of anywhere, anytime home, right? Because you mentioned that it just takes about 3 months to construct a home that you can live for over 5 years. So one has heard of anytime. I mean, you're all living in a world of anytime, anywhere, right? But a home that's anytime, anywhere, unbelievable. Right. So can you briefly tell us how you came about this idea?
So I'm not a millionaire by any choice or any hereditary as such. I happen to visit a lot of mountain areas, and I always thought, I wish I have a house here. And then I tried to find out the cost of the plot and the building constructions, and oof, I couldn't afford it. So then I came up with this new concept, which was almost 9 years back, and New Zealand, Australia. I never traveled there, but yes, YouTube Zindabad. So I happened to Google a lot, and I found out the concept of tiny homes. So tiny homes is a concept which is also a caravan motorhome concept, which they drag along their vehicles. They park it anywhere and you live in it. You enjoy your life. You don't need a permanent house, and you can just keep traveling and keep moving. In India, we don't have that concept yet. So I thought, why not develop a tiny home, which is affordable? People can take it anywhere. I can just pick it up by crane and I can put it on your site. You live in that. Basics, very basic, 1 room, kitchen, toilet, pantry, veranda, everything is there. And it costs you not more than 5 to 6 lakhs for a one bedroom studio apartment, which is a 400 square feet. And voila, it just clicked. And COVID for some was very torturous. COVID for me was very, very booming. So I had my maximum sales during COVID, and I also discovered that there are a lot of people who buy lands in mountain areas and these beautiful places, tourist places, but they never happen to build them. The reason was construction cost, the building hazards, labor costs, contractor problems. So that is when I developed this concept of tiny homes. I build these homes in my factory, just like a container, but they are not container homes. You build them in the factory. I load them over a trailer. I unload them on your site, just plug in electricity and water, and you're ready with your home. So I also have a very small homestay of my own in Rishikesh. It's called The Queens. And I have 7 such tiny homes, which I have put up for people who want to enjoy this concept and also to buy this.
Right. So it's your passion to, I can sense it's a passion to travel, passion of real estate, so to speak, because you do have an experience in that. That's actually brought both this business idea to the fore, right?
Yes, so I'm not an architect by qualification. I have no architectural structural degree as such, but it was just out of passion that I wanted to try something. By God's grace, it clicked. I had good labor force, I had good staff, I had good people to consult me, guide me, and it came up, and it came up very beautifully well.
Wow, that's really amazing. Thank you so much, Parul. Over to you, Vandana. You know, when I was reading your profile, not only are you a social enterprise, right? You're providing your network of gardeners with dignified, you know, employment, a healthy income, a support network. You're also empowering them with a life, a really good life, right? But that's on one hand, and on the other hand, your landscaping efforts to create these native gardens and you know, and propagate biodiversity, so to speak, in cities, right? I know you're operational in Bangalore. I don't know if there are any other cities that you've already ventured out in.
Just Bangalore for now.
Just Bangalore for now, right? But how has that journey been so far? Because do people really care, right? As long as I have a very pretty looking garden, very ornamental, why would I want to go that extra effort, right? So what has your experience been so far on this?
So, I mean, just like Parul, COVID was something that really helped us out, not during COVID, but after COVID, because that's when people realized that, wow, if they had their own garden growing their own food, it would have been so much more simpler, because then you don't have to go out and buy your own vegetables. So I'd say that a lot of people do like pretty looking gardens, but the culture is definitely changing, and many people, especially urban citizens, are interested in growing food gardens and, you know, herbs and, you know, stuff that they can use in their cooking on a daily basis. So I'd say about 60% of the gardens that we are setting up is food gardens. Many of them, I mean, for the B2B customers that we work with, they're largely pretty looking spaces, ornamental gardens, but B2C, people's homes, they would want gardens that have functional use, something that's really valuable for them, apart from, say, having one part of the garden that's just pretty that they can, you know, relax in and have their cup of tea. So it is changing, and it's very, very reassuring to know that people are on this sort of path, and that's when, you know, we get to set in and drop in our native plants here or there, because people don't come to us saying, hey, I want a native garden. They come to us with the need for just having a garden, and we along the way are able to put in those native plants, and then say 3 months or 6 months down the line, we would get a call saying that, you know what, about 15 butterflies visited my garden today, and I even saw some sunbirds, or my son harvested like 1 kg of bindi from his plant. So those are the success stories that we live for. So it is changing. It's gradual, but we're on the right path.
So is it something to do with Bangalore being the garden city, that people may be a lot more biodiverse? I'm just asking a question because Bangalore.
Yeah, I mean, people in Bangalore are a lot more biophilic. They, you know, love nature a lot more because they've lived in it, and they're also seeing strongly that it's dropping in. They're not seeing the birds and the butterflies and the bees anymore, at least not as much. So you see it in parts, but they have a natural inclination towards gardens and, you know, seasons and seasonal plants as well. So people in Bangalore definitely are a lot more plant loving.
Yeah, great. So Reshma, you know, you're a hacks woman, right? Quite a fan of your company, Green Hack. Very, very novel in its concept, right? You have sanitary waste disposable pouches on the go. A pee hack where women can stand and pee.
Yes.
Into a toilet pot through a funnel. I mean, how liberating, really.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and underlining all of that, it's obviously finally, again, about sustainable living. Really, really brilliant. So has the time come for such bold moves in business?
Yes, definitely.
I do.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Who's that? Is that Parul who's been using it?
Yes.
Oh, that's lovely. That's nice to hear that.
There you go.
So yes, the time has come for stereotype breaking moves in business. The customers now are intelligent and aware, and they prefer purpose-driven products which might make an impact on the society the world, and the environment at large. We are first generation entrepreneurs, and we have not been in the business since ages. Hence, our approach is very unconventional and bold. We put people before profits. And with regards to these products, a P hack and a green hack, the whole idea was to see that women can move around conveniently. Women are no longer confined to their homes. We see women visiting a lot of places. We see women going around places. So we wanted to come out with simple hacks which are easily available to women, which are very easy to use and very easy to dispose. That was the whole idea.
Wow. And hold that thought, because I'm going to come back to you. Now, this is a question for the panel, right? I'm sure, that you would have come up with a lot of challenges during operationalizing your idea. I mean, did you struggle on funding, for example? Did you fight biases? Were there any biases that were there? A lot of times, women play on intuition a lot, or on gut a lot. And therefore, there is this inner conflict between your head and your heart, right? So essentially, I'm just trying to get at whether there was a level playing field. What were those challenges that each of you faced? And anyone could go first. I mean.
Oh, it was amazing. I can tell you some of my people who call me up and they ask me, do you have a husband, a brother, or a father that I can talk to? And I used to ask them, why? I mean, I need to talk something serious about business. And this I used to hear a lot of times. And so this was one very funny, but yes, very challenging, something that I used to come up with. And I used to tell them, no, sir, I'm the only small person that you can talk to in this company. I'm the owner of the company, and I know everything that you want to ask me. So yes, I faced this being in an industry which is 99.9% male dominated, and construction and heavy material. They never took me seriously. In fact, even after closing a deal, even after giving over the handover, they used to ask me, do you still have a husband somewhere guiding you? So yes, that was one of very big challenges that I used to face.
Yeah.
Okay.
For me, on the other hand, I came from a research background, right? I did a PhD, and getting into business was really not on my cards. And I didn't even think about somewhere leading a group of people doing a business. So I think that I was completely clueless when I got into it, but I just led in with my passion. So I work with a largely male, dominated workforce, because pretty much all our gardeners are male, and we have few female gardeners, but there are certain challenges, and we're trying to overcome that as well. We're giving, testing out in small ways whether we can have female gardeners. So you have female Swiggy drivers, so why not female gardeners? So we're also working on that. But it definitely has had, like awkward moments, like Parul would mention, wherein they hear a woman speaking on the other end of the phone and they say, okay, we'll get back, but they never get back because they're not convinced that, okay, someone like a woman could handle a project as big as this or whatever it is. But I think that in some ways it's also been empowering, and I'd like to say that there have been times where, because I'm a woman, nobody would mess with me, because my word is the last word. Then you can't you can't manipulate me. So and huge amount of respect by all the gardeners that are there on our team for me and all the other women. So I have a nice system where all our office staff are women, but all our field staff are, most of our field staff are men. So wherever I have the opportunity to have women in, you can really, have them there taking care. So yeah, I mean, it's been good and difficult as well.
Okay, so for me, we started Green Hack at the end of the first lockdown. So for us, the challenge began then. And the first challenge that we faced was to find resources, because our products are handmade products. And we were trying to get some sort of our production out from the NGOs or the marginalized women in the society. But during the lockdown, most of the NGOs were shut, were not willing to meet up. They had their own inhibitions earlier. People were not ready to interact with each other, meet up with each other. So it was very difficult for us to get that production out or meeting up with NGOs in the first place. So that was a huge challenge that we faced. And in terms of, I would say in terms of funds, we are a self-funded company. So yes, definitely the budgets, we definitely work within restricted budgets. But so far we have sustained these 2 years, and we hope to grow in the future. But I would like to mention that the biggest challenge that we have really faced is the mindset challenge, because we have a lot of our customers, a lot of my friends, a lot of family who come up to us and ask us that these are simple paper-based products. What is new in it? Isme kya naya hai? We have newspapers at home. We have paper at home. We can easily dispose of our sanitary pads, our panty liners, tampons. Why do we need these pouches? And jab sanitary pads agar 5 rupees mein mil rahe hai, why would we want to spend an extra money to dispose it of? So for us, the way we try to convince them is what you are looking at is convenience in your disposal, and what you are looking at is a more responsible disposal and a more, you are doing at a more socially acceptable kind of a disposal. So this is how we try to speak to our friends and consumers and clients who reach out to us. So this is a big challenge that is being faced by us. It's the mindset challenge. And yes, in terms of the conflict within the heart and the mind, and yes, then there are days when your mind tells you that, my God, this needs so much of an awareness. Are you doing the right thing? But then your mind also tells you, your heart also tells you that, no, I think you are doing a right thing by giving back to society, by doing something for the environment. Whatever you are doing definitely has a good social impact, So we have our days where we feel high, we are on top of the world, we feel like queens. And then there are days where we feel absolutely low, but the whole thought that we are making a difference is what keeps us going.
So even the P-Hack, for example, as a product, it's a very bold one. Are there takers for it?
Yes, like I said, the products, these are completely awareness-based products. These are push products. Not many women as yet are aware of it. So what we are trying to do from our end is spread a lot of awareness. And once women start using it, they feel so liberated, they feel so good. And they all come up to me saying that, wow, this is so simple, yet so high on utility. Thank you so much for introducing this to us. So that is what makes our day.
Amazing. So, Parul, this is a question for you. You did mention that your homes get built in 3 months, right? And you can live in it forever, so to speak, right? But buying a home is very, very sentimental, right? It's it's a milestone to buy a home. And there is a lot of, hoo-ha around that, right? And it's seen as more permanent, right? But while your concept, if you look at it, it indicates that these structures are temporary. And therefore, this whole thing between a house and a home, right? So what is the kind of clientele do you really attract? Do you get the serious home buyers to come in, or is it their second home? Or is it people who are running resorts and campsites, who are actually looking at buying your product?
That's a wonderful question. So, like I already told you, COVID was a boom time for me. COVID actually taught a lot of multinational companies that you can sit at home and you can work. So I have a lot of people who approached me who were sitting at home and working for almost a year, and they did not move out. So, and plus there are a lot of people who have these small land parcels around, Uttarakhand, Himachal, near Bangalore, Kurg, Mangalore, Kerala, and all these places. So they started coming up to me that, see, we are a young couple. We don't want kids. We have dogs instead. And plus we have a small parcel of land. Can you do this small house in only this much of budget where we can just go relax, we grow our vegetables, like how she's been saying, we grow our vegetables and we have the whole land to ourselves, but basic homes, So like you said, yes, home buying is a milestone. So they do have their cultural mindset of, buying a home somewhere, keeping it for their old age and retirement, and never going and settling in that home again. Plus, they also wanted to experiment with vacation homes. So these homes are actually vacation homes, which is very tiny, very basic, compact. It has the best of, your stuff which you need. And plus it gives you a whole lot of liberty to, have your own plants, your gardens, your moves, your dogs around. So that is one kind of clientele that I started having during COVID times. Yes. And the second is, construction in India is a very big scam when it comes to contractors. Keep running behind them, keep chasing the labor. Kabhi Holi, Diwali, Eid, I don't know how many festivals they come up with, and every time they're off. So a construction which takes 3 years to construct a house, I was giving them the same construction for these rooms and tiny homes in only 6 months into 12 rooms. So that's the kind of change these tiny homes bring into with faster modular construction technologies. So obviously, when you are wanting to have good revenue, very fast, jhatpat revenue in terms of commercialization, these homes were very quick, very sturdy, very modern to look at. And
the T20 version, I guess.
Yeah, so I'm sure you must have heard the concept of geodesic domes, which evolved. Yeah, so we were the first to build geodesic domes in India, and we are still the highest selling manufacturer for geodesic domes in India. And it is not a Chinese product. I'm very proud to tell you that this is 100% made in India. It has been made, developed, installed by us. Wow. So that's the kind of clienteles we have.
Great, great. So, Vandana, I know time is short and time is running out. So, very quick questions to Vandana and Reshma. So, Vandana, I think you've actually had about 100 odd urban gardens that you've set up, or maybe the number has increased over time. But what's your ambition with Urban Mali?
Pardon me?
What's your ambition with Urban Mali?
So, we want to be able to have gardeners all across the country, wherein we are empowering these groups of gardeners in different localities, in different cities, where if you're staying, in one of those localities, your garden is set up and is taken care of by these gardeners. So along the way, not only because a garden requires maintenance, you can't, it requires some love and affection in the gardener's hands. Also, we're providing better livelihoods to these rural farmers who know about the soil, who know about the earth, better than any one of us. So livelihood for them, better, opportunities for their kids, for their families' health. So our vision is to really create these, microcosm of gardeners all across the country, and have a lot more gardens and a lot more.
Vandana, I also have some tomatoes and bhindis in my garden.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, it's really rewarding having a garden.
Yes.
And Reshma, what's your next hack? Any innovative product in the pipeline?
Yes. So my next hack is going to be literally our pet hack, I would like to say it. So we would soon be introducing a pet waste disposal bag, which will be launched in a couple of months. I know I can see a lot of pet parents over here.
Yeah, all of us.
Yes. So that is something which will be launched in a couple of months. And that definitely is going to be a game changer.
Great, super.
Waiting.
Super. So any last words of wisdom before we wrap up?
Just can I say it quickly in two lines? Yes. So what I truly believe is keep doing what you believe in, and you will find the calm. Success is not just a materialistic goal, but an internal achievement, is what I absolutely believe in.
Profound.
Yes.
So there is a mantra that I keep chanting to myself, that if you are supposed to think what others are supposed to think about you, what are they going to do? So let them do their part, you do your part. दूसरों को सोचने तो जो सोचते हैं, and you do your part.
Very
Just
pragmatic, Parul, I must say.
so that is the mantra that I have been, doing all my life. I've been a single parent for almost 13 years now. And I never gave a damn to the society, what the society thinks. So I came up with all the solutions myself. And like you said, dil ki socho ya dimag ki suno. No, I go by my heart, what my heart tells me, I just do it. Yes, the dimag tells me, okay, there's less money in the bank. But there are always options available.
Yeah. So Parul, your words are very well registered. Let me tell you.
Yes.
I guess between Parul and Reshma, they've said it also. Lovely.
Some green words, Vandana.
Well, my mentor would always say, you can plant anywhere, even in people's minds. So I think that's something that I really go by.
That's beautiful.
Thank you so much, all of you. May your tribe really increase, inspire. Really, really an amazing session. Thank you so much. I know time was short. It's just half an hour. And we could have gone on and on. But thank you again. Thank you all for being part of this. And we're hoping that next year, bigger, better.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Onwards, upwards, skywards. Yeah. Thank you so much again. Thanks a lot.
All the best to you.
Thanks, Suraj.
Thank you so
Bye.
much.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you so much.
Bye.
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 Welcome. You're with the Times of India, and it's a special series that we are doing today. Future is She 2.0. As we mark the International Women's Day, this series of conversation tries to highlight some of the changes that women have helped bring about and others that we all need to work together to make happen. Ultimately, 50% of India needs to have a larger role in everyday living, economy, and indeed our society as well. Women have made their mark in sports in a big way. That is why we are talking about extraordinary women in sport with Babita Phogat. Babita ji, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, इस बातचीत के लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। सबसे पहले आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कई चीजें जो हुई हैं पिछले कुछ महीनों में, तो पिछले चंद महीनों में महिला रेसलर्स की आवाज बुलंद करने के लिए आपने साथ दिया है। इसके क्या मायने हैं? आपकी आवाज महिला खिलाड़ियों के लिए आने वाले समय में आपकी आवाज उनके साथ होने के लिए कैसे फर्क पड़ेगा?
सबसे पहले तो मैं धन्यवाद करूंगी सर आपका कि आपने मुझे बोलने का और मुझे ये मौका दिया है आप लोगों से और पूरे देशवासियों से रूबरू होने का। सो थैंक यू सो मच। और जो आपने पूछा है, क्योंकि मैं खुद एक रेसलर रही हूँ
जी,
मैंने अपने जीवन में उतार लिया है रेसलिंग को, और रेसलिंग में चाह के भी कभी मैं रेसलिंग से दूर नहीं हो सकती। चाहे किसी भी फील्ड में चली जाऊं, कहीं भी चली जाऊं, लेकिन रेसलिंग मेरे रग रग में बसा हुआ है और हमेशा उससे मैं कनेक्ट ही रहूंगी। जब भी उससे दूर कभी होती हूँ तो अचानक ऐसे लगता है कि मतलब जीवन से कुछ हट गया है। और इसी कारण ही, क्योंकि मैं खिलाड़ी रही हूँ और खिलाड़ियों के बीच में रही हूँ और उन्हीं के बीच की थी, तो बस इतना ही था कि उनको अगर कोई तकलीफ है और उनको कोई समस्या है तो उनकी तकलीफ को मैं कम कर सकूं और उनकी समस्या को मैं समझ सकूं और उनकी समस्या को और उनकी तकलीफ को मैं दूर कर सकूं, इसलिए मैं उन सबके साथ खड़ी रही।
काफी सुलझी हुई बात कही है। आपके परिवार के लोग भी इस मुद्दे से और मैं खासकर उस मुद्दे पे बात नहीं करना चाह रहा हूँ, आपके परिवार के लोग उस मुद्दे से जुड़े हुए हैं, उसके साथ आवाज वो भी बुलंद कर रहे हैं। लेकिन ये मामला जो है ये सभी महिलाओं से जुड़ा हुआ मामला है। सभी महिलाओं के लिए इसकी अहमियत को आप कैसे देखती हैं?
आपने क्योंकि परिवार की बात करी है तो एक चीज मैं जरूर यहाँ पे बताना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि इस परिवार के अंदर, क्योंकि ये सिर्फ एक फोगाट परिवार नहीं है, यहाँ पे एक रेसलिंग परिवार भी है उससे हट के। और जिस परिवार के अंदर 4 अर्जुन अवॉर्डी हैं और उनके साथ 2 खेल रत्न अवॉर्डी हैं और 2 उनके साथ पद्मश्री अवॉर्डी हैं और जिनमें एक द्रोणाचार्य है।
मैं बोलने वाला था वो जी।
तो इसलिए ये सिर्फ इसलिए मैंने कहा कि ये सिर्फ फोगाट परिवार नहीं है, ये एक रेसलिंग परिवार भी है। क्योंकि मेरे पिता भी खुद रेसलर रहे हैं, मेरे दादाजी भी रेसलर रहे हैं और जिन लोगों से हमने शादी की है वो सब लोग भी रेसलर हैं और अच्छे एथलीट और मेडलिस्ट, और जो मैंने बताया कि खेल रत्न, पद्मश्री और अर्जुन अवॉर्डी भी है जी।
तो इसकी अहमियत को आपने समझाया, लेकिन ये महिलाओं से जुड़ा मामला है, तो महिलाओं पे इसका असर क्या होगा जब ये सुलझेगा, जो भी दिशा में जाके सुलझेगा, तो वो क्या अहमियत उसकी देखती है?
देखिए, बिल्कुल अहमियत तो देखिए, जब जहां भी कहीं भी कोई सेंसिटिव बातें होती हैं तो वो चीज, हर एक चीज अहमियत होती है। लेकिन यहाँ पे बस मैं इतना कहना चाहूंगी, क्योंकि मैं ओवरसाइट कमेटी का भी हिस्सा हूँ, तो यहाँ पे मैं कुछ ज्यादा नहीं मैं अभी बोल सकती, लेकिन जो भी कुछ होगा देश के समक्ष होगा और जो भी होगा सब अच्छा होगा।
चलिए इस मुद्दे से आगे बढ़ते हैं और महिलाओं का जो योगदान रहा है खेल में उस पर बातचीत करते हैं। पीटी उषा, एमडी वालसम्मा एथलेटिक्स में हो गई, इंदुपुरी टेबल टेनिस में 80 के दशक में, मैरी कॉम बॉक्सिंग, सानिया मिर्जा टेनिस, क्रिकेट की तो अभी बात ही नहीं की है, शांता रंगस्वामी और डायना एडवर्ड जी के जमाने में। इसके अलावा भी कई और हैं, लेकिन कोई भी महिला लंबे समय तक किसी एसोसिएशन की, खेल के जो एसोसिएशन होते हैं उनकी प्रमुख नहीं रही है। क्या अब समय आ गया है कि महिलाओं को वो रोल भी अदा करनी चाहिए?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर, आपने बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन किया है और बहुत मुझे लगता है गहराई में जाके आपने चीजों को समझते हुए क्वेश्चन किया है। इस पे मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि ओबियसली अब से पहले इतनी महिलाओं को कभी मौका नहीं दिया गया। और दूसरी बात, मैं स्पेशली धन्यवाद करूंगी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कि उन्होंने महिलाओं को आगे सिर्फ आगे बढ़ने की बातें नहीं कही, बल्कि उन्होंने महिलाओं को मौका भी दिया और हर क्षेत्र में उनको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए उनको मौके के साथ उनको अपॉर्चुनिटी भी दी है। उसका एक एग्जांपल मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगी कि आईओए की जो अभी अध्यक्ष हैं पीटी उषा जी, हमारी आईओए की जो चेयरमैन है मेरी कुम जी, तो उन सब लोगों को अब एक मौका मिला है, तो एक स्पोर्ट्स के अंदर एक नई जान डली है इस मौके के साथ। और दूसरी एक और मैं चीज यहाँ पे कहना चाहूंगी कि जिस तरह से आपने देखा है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मतलब 33% भागीदारी महिलाओं की टिकटों के अंदर की है, और जैसे पंचायत राज की अगर मैं बात करूं तो वहां पे 50% महिलाओं की भागीदारी है। तो मुझे लगता है कि खेलों के अंदर इनको खेलों को बढ़ावा देने के लिए यहाँ पे भी महिलाओं की भागीदारी, चाहे वो 33% हो चाहे वो 50% हो, तो जरूर होनी चाहिए। उससे क्या है कि महिला खिलाड़ी जो हैं उनको एनर्जी मिलेगी और उनको अपनी बात कहने में हर चीज के अंदर एक प्लेटफॉर्म मिलेगा, और एक ये होता है कि बात कह सकेंगे, अपनी बात दिल के अंदर है वो खुल के वो कह पाएंगे।
जी जी
जी।
आपने प्रधानमंत्री जी की बात की, उन्होंने जो खेलों पे खास ध्यान देने को कहा है, इसलिए दिशा के लिहाज से तो अब स्थिति साफ है ही। फिर क्या बदलना चाहिए जिससे कि देश में खेलकूद के मैनेजमेंट में महिलाओं का योगदान उसको बढ़ाया जा सकता है? आपने भी पीटी उषा जी की बात की, मैरी कॉम जी की बात की, उनके अलावा भी और महिलाएं नीचे के स्तर पर और लोग शामिल।
बिल्कुल सर, देखिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का आपने जैसे कहा कि उनका हमेशा खिलाड़ियों के ऊपर और खेलों के ऊपर पूरा फोकस रहता है। इसका मैं 2-3 एग्जाम्पल भी आपको दूंगी कि उन्होंने क्या क्या चीजें बदली है और उस बदलाव का कितना बड़ा इम्पैक्ट यहाँ पे आया है। एक टॉप स्कीम आपने सुना होगा, टारगेट ओलंपिक पोडियम, जो बहुत बड़ी स्कीम है, और क्योंकि मैं भी उस स्कीम का हिस्सा रही हूँ तो मुझे वो बदलाव खुद मतलब देखने को मिला है कि सडनली मतलब दिन से रात में वो बदलाव कितना हुआ है। उस स्कीम का फायदा ये है कि अगर कोई भी खिलाड़ी हो, चाहे वो कितना भी ग्राउंड लेवल से आया हो, कितना भी उसका मतलब गरीबी परिवार से वो आता हो, लेकिन जब टॉप स्कीम के अंदर आपका नाम है तो पूरा टाइम अगर आप कहीं बाहर विदेश में ट्रेनिंग लेने के लिए जाते हैं वो आपको प्रोवाइड करेगी, प्लस आपको अगर कोई अच्छे कोच की नीड है वो आपको प्रोवाइड करेगी। अगर कोई इंजरी हो जाती है तुरंत, अगर आपको कोई रिहैब के लिए चाहिए हो या कोई डॉक्टर चाहिए हो, या कोई अगर कोई सीरियस इंजरी हो गई, कोई आपको सीरियस इंजरी के लिए आपको ट्रीटमेंट चाहिए हो, तो वो सब चीजें प्रोवाइड करती है ताकि खिलाड़ी फ्री माइंड होके खेल सके, उनके ऊपर कोई प्रेशर ना रहे कि कल को मान लो कि मुझे इंजरी हो गई तो मेरा मतलब कौन मेरी देखभाल करेगा, कौन मेरा रखवाला होगा। तो ये टारगेट ओलंपिक पोडियम जो स्कीम है, ये उस जो अच्छा एथलीट है जो ओलंपिक में या कॉमनवेल्थ में या एशियन गेम्स में जो खेलते हैं और जूनियर लेवल से सीनियर पे आते हैं, तो ये उन सब की रखवाली भी करता है और वो चीजें प्रोवाइड करता है जिसके वो हकदार हैं। और दूसरी चीज इसी का ही अगर हम नीचे लेवल पे लेके जाएं तो वो खेलो इंडिया है। खेलो इंडिया का भी सेम पैटर्न के ऊपर है, ताकि हम ग्राउंड लेवल की जो बात हम करते हैं कि स्कूलों के अंदर, गांव के अंदर जो खिलाड़ी जो छोटे लेवल, क्योंकि सीनियर लेवल पे पहुंच जाते हैं तो लोग सोचते हैं कि वहां पे तो अपॉर्चुनिटी फिर मिलने लगती हैं, लेकिन हम जब स्टार्ट करें तो वहां पे हमें मतलब तब जरूरत तो बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत तो हमें तभी होती है, वहां से प्रतिभा निकाल के फिर हम ऊपर पहुंच जाते हैं। तो उस प्रतिभा को निखारने के लिए जो खेलो इंडिया स्टार्ट किया है, ये भी इसका भी बहुत बड़ा इम्पैक्ट है कि अब खिलाड़ियों को मतलब एक बार आने के लिए एक प्लेटफॉर्म चाहिए, मौका चाहिए, उसके बाद हर चीज उनको प्रोवाइड करवाई जा रही है। और जिसका इम्पैक्ट आपने देखा होगा कि पिछले ओलंपिक के अंदर जितने मेडल खिलाड़ियों ने जीते हैं, उसने मेडल वो भी क्योंकि कोरोना जैसे ऐसे दौर से निकल के जीते हैं, तो वो मतलब उन सभी खिलाड़ियों के लिए हेड्स ऑफ। और मैं इसके लिए धन्यवाद करूंगी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का और हमारे खेल मंत्री जी का, कि खिलाड़ियों के ऊपर इतना ध्यान रखते हैं और उनसे हर समय बातचीत भी करते हैं, उनकी दिल की बातों को समझने की कोशिश करते हैं। और एक किस्सा मैं जरूर शेयर करना चाहूंगी कि सिर्फ बातें नहीं करते हैं, बल्कि उनके घर में भी कैसी स्थिति है, वो कहीं किसी ऐसे दौर से तो नहीं गुजर रहे हैं, तो वो भी उनसे जानने की कोशिश करते हैं और उनकी प्रॉब्लम को सोल्व करने की कोशिश करते हैं।
ये काफी बड़ी बात है। आपने जो बात कही वो छोटे शहर की, या जो मौके जो होते हैं, आप खुद छोटी सी जगह से हैं। ऐसी छोटी सी जगह भिवानी के पास जो है, जो देश के करोड़ों महिलाओं को रोज संघर्ष करना पड़ता है, ऐसी जगह से वो आती है। इस संघर्ष को उन्हें कैसे देखना चाहिए? आपकी तरह वो भी सफल हो सके, उनकी भी चाह होगी, तो ऐसी महिलाओं के लिए आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
बिल्कुल सर, क्योंकि हम भी बिल्कुल आपने कहा कि हम उसी जमीन से आते हैं कि तो वो एक गाना है, वो मुझे अभी याद आया कि मेरे देश की धरती सोना उगले उगले हीरे मोती। तो वो जो हीरे निकलते हैं वो उस जमीन से ही निकले हैं। और जहां भी आप किसी भी खिलाड़ी का अगर आप उठा के देखेंगे तो सब लोग जमीन से ही निकले हुए हैं। और जो जमीन से निकले हुए खिलाड़ी होते हैं उनके अंदर एक भूख होती है कुछ पाने की, इसलिए वो उन चीजों को और भी ज्यादा कि हमें इस संघर्ष, क्योंकि उन्होंने वो संघर्ष देखा है, वो संघर्ष करना सीख जाते हैं कि परिवार की स्थिति सिखा देती है, या फिर बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी होती हैं कि मुझे इस संघर्ष करके मेहनत करके इससे निकलना है, परिवार को भी निकालना है। तो वो जो भूख होती है वो आपको किसी भी लेवल तक, मतलब आपको वो टारगेट जो आपका होता है, आपका जो लक्ष्य होता है, उसको पहुंचाने, वहां तक पहुंचाने के लिए बहुत हेल्प करता है। और कहते हैं ना कि जितनी बड़ी मंजिल होगी, संघर्ष भी आपको उतना ही बड़ा होना चाहिए। और कभी भी हमें मतलब असफलता की नहीं सोचनी है, हारना आप सीख जाइए अपन, क्योंकि हम मोस्ट ऑफ पेरेंट्स मैं देखती हूँ तो बच्चों को बस यही दिखाते हैं आपको 99% लेके आना, आपको इससे आगे जीतना है, तो वो सिखाते हैं। हालांकि उसमें ये भूल जाते हैं कि बच्चों जीतना भले सिखाएं या ना सिखाएं, लेकिन उनको हारना जरूर सिखाइए, ताकि उनके अंदर सहन शक्ति भी पैदा हो और वो उस चीज को झेल पाए। एक बड़ा कारण है कि हम लोग जब देखते हैं कि आजकल छोटे छोटे बच्चे खुदकुशी कर लेते हैं, आत्महत्या कर लेते हैं, तकलीफ बहुत होती है कि वो उस संघर्ष को झेल नहीं पाते हैं, उनके अंदर इतनी सहन शक्ति नहीं है। तो माँ बाप को हमेशा हारना सिखाना चाहिए कि बेटा हार जो है वो सबके जीवन में आता है और कहीं ना कहीं फेस करना ही है। इससे हमें घबराना नहीं है, इससे हमें अपने फोकस से पीछे नहीं होना है। जब भी आप एक देखेंगे एक चीज की, शेर जब या चीता जब भी छलांग लगाता है तो एक कदम पीछे लेता है। तो बस उसको इसी वे में सोचना है कि जब भी हम कभी संघर्ष में एक कदम पीछे जाते हैं तो भगवान चाहता है कि हम एक लंबी छलांग लगाएं। तो उसको हमें उस रूप में देखना है कि हमें लंबी छलांग लगानी है और कुछ करके दिखाना है।
छोटे शहर की महिलाओं के बारे में बात करें तो उनमें एक और चीज होती है कि वो लीग से हटकर चलना चाहती है।
जी,
उन्हें दुनिया को दिखाना होता है कि वो कुछ और भी कर सकती हैं, जो दमखम उनमें है। ऐसी महिलाओं को जो कल चैंपियन होना चाहती है, आज उनको शायद 10 साल लगेगा, शायद 15 साल लगेगा, जो और छोटी है, उनमें जुनून जो देखना है, उनके अंदर जो जुनून पैदा करना है, उनके लिए, उस जुनून के लिए क्या कहेंगी आप?
सबसे पहले तो मैं उन लड़कियों को कहना, उनके पेरेंट्स को कहना चाहूंगी सर, क्योंकि आज हम जो भी कुछ हैं पूरी दुनिया के लिए दंगल गल हैं, लेकिन वो दंगल गल बनी कैसे, उस चीज के ऊपर एक बार मैं जरूर मैं बताना चाहूंगी कि हमारे माँ बाप ने उस समय हमें मौका दिया। अगर वो मौका नहीं देते तो आज हम भी यहाँ पे नहीं होता। तो सबसे पहली चीज है कि हमें अपने बच्चों को मौका देना चाहिए, क्योंकि वो अपनी काबिलियत और अपनी क्षमता तभी दिखा पाएंगे जब आप उनको मौका देंगे। तो उनको मौका मिलना चाहिए। और जब जब भी उन लड़कियों को मौका मिला है, उन्होंने देश का तिरंगा झंडा भी लहरा के दिखाया है, वो देश की राष्ट्रपति महामहिम भी बन के दिखाया है, और ओलंपिक के अंदर मेडल भी लेके आए हैं। अगर 2016 ओलंपिक की बात करूं तो उस टाइम पे जब पूरा देश टकटकी लगा के बैठा था कि काश हमारे देश का एक मेडल आ जाए, तो 2016 में अगर किसी ने लाज बचाई थी तो वो दो हमारी बहनों ने बचाई थी, वो पीवी सिंधु और साक्षी मलिक ने, वो जब देश के लिए मेडल लेके आए। तो जब जब भी मौका मिला है, चाहे वो राजनीति के क्षेत्र में हो, समर्थी दीदी ने इतना बड़ा अभिनय के क्षेत्र से निकल के और उन्होंने राजनीति के क्षेत्र में ऐसा नाम कमाया। तो चाहे किसी भी फील्ड में आप जाइए तो लड़कियों को मौका मिलना चाहिए, और प्लस उन लड़कियों को भी माँ बाप का जो विश्वास है ना, उसको बना के रखना बहुत जरूरी है। उनके विश्वास कहीं टूट ना जाए। उन्होंने जो मौका दिया है उस विश्वास को बनाते हुए हमें आगे बढ़ना है और कुछ करके दिखाना है।
बिल्कुल। चूंकि हमने छोटे शहर की बात की, मैं खुद छोटे शहर से हूँ, इसलिए समझ सकता हूँ आपकी सोच को। शायद
जी
भिवानी ऐसे शहर से आकर या उसके पास से आकर बॉलीवुड के फिल्म का हिस्सा बनना किसी के लिए सपना हो सकता है। जब पहली बार आपने उसके बारे में सुना तो आपकी प्रतिक्रिया क्या थी?
बिल्कुल, देखिए सर, उस टाइम जब सुना, हालांकि डायरेक्टर आए थे नितेश तिवारी जी उस टाइम पे, और हम कैंप के अंदर ही थे पटियाला में उस टाइम पे जब वो आए थे। तो जस्ट ऐसे ही चाय कॉफी के लिए बैठे हम लोग एक दुकान के ऊपर, जो हमारी कैंटीन होती है, वहां बैठ के उन्होंने पूछा जाना कि कैसे क्या होता है, और उन्होंने वो उस टाइम 2010 में जब हम मेडल जीत के आए थे तो एक आर्टिकल आया था न्यूज़पेपर के अंदर, और उस न्यूज़पेपर के अंदर उस आर्टिकल में लिखा था कि क्योंकि मेरी माँ सरपंच भी रही है गांव की, तो लिखा कि उसकी माँ भी सरपंच है और बेटियों ने ऐसे ऐसे करके नाम कमाए। तो उस आर्टिकल को पढ़ने के बाद वो लोग उनके दिमाग में कहीं पिन किया और उन्होंने बातचीत की कि आप लोगों ने कैसे कैसे किया। तो जो जो चीज हमारे जीवन में हुआ, जैसे संघर्ष करके हम आए, तो वो पूरी चीज उन्होंने लिखी। उस टाइम तो हमें भी ऐसे लग रहा था कि मतलब फिल्म ये तो बहुत बड़ी, मुझे लगता नहीं कि मतलब ऐसा कुछ हो पाएगा। शायद कुछ जानने के लिए आए हो या क्या है, कुछ नहीं, मतलब वो कहते हैं कि अपने कानों पे विश्वास नहीं हो रहा था। और ये फिल्म उस टाइम पे 2010 के एंड में ही ये वो लोग मिलने आए थे, नितेश तिवारी जी। उन्होंने 2 साल का टाइम बोला था कि 2 साल में ये हम लिख के तैयार करके, और जब टाइम बीत गया तो हमें भी लग रहा था कि ऐसे ही मजाक कर रहे थे वो लोग, ऐसा कुछ होने वाला नहीं है। लेकिन धीरे धीरे जब उन्होंने स्क्रिप्ट लिखी और फाइनली जब मूवी आई, तो हम जब उन्होंने स्क्रिप्ट सुनाई तो सब पूरे परिवार के आंखों में आंसू थे, और हम भी, ये था कि मतलब हमने इतना संघर्ष किया और ऐसे किया है, हम खुद बिलीव नहीं कर पा रहे थे।
तो आमिर खान से जब मौका मिला या दूसरे स्टार से भी मिलने का,
जी,
तो कैसा लगा, और उस घटना को जरा बताएंगे?
बिल्कुल सर, हम आमिर खान जी से हम मिले थे, सत्यमेव जयते उनका एक प्रोग्राम आता था, तो उस दौरान क्योंकि मूवी आने से पहले की बात है ये, उन्होंने बुलाया था और तब हम मिले थे। तब तक आई थिंक फाइनल भी नहीं हुआ था कौन फिल्म स्टार फिल्म में आने वाला है। और दूसरी चीज की हमें मिला, हम लोग मिले उनसे, तो ऐसे लगा कि मतलब कोई जितनी बड़ी चीज हम सोचते हैं वैसे नहीं, मतलब ये भी नॉर्मल इंसान है। तो जी,
तो कोई घटना जो आपको याद हो उस समय की, कुछ उन्होंने बोला होगा, कुछ उन्होंने किया होगा?
यही कि आपने मतलब इस जहाँ पे लड़कियों को घूंघट के अंदर रखते हैं या चूल्हा चौका तक ही सीमित रखते हैं, और वहां से आपने मतलब सर ये कैसे ये चीजें सोची, और महावीर जी आपने तो मतलब कमाल कर दिया। हम मतलब पर्दे पे जरूर उसको लेके आ रहे हैं, लेकिन हम बता नहीं सकते कि आपने कैसे ये किया है। हम खुद मतलब विश्वास नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, और वो भी 4-4 बेटियों को आपने इस काबिल बनाया है कि पूरी दुनिया के सामने ये जब स्टोरी जाएगी तो मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत बड़ी स्टोरी होगी। और इस हालांकि मुझे एक किस्सा और मुझे याद आ रहा है कि उन्होंने जब डायरेक्टर ने जब आमिर खान जी को स्टोरी सुनाई थी, तब उन्होंने फर्स्ट टाइम में मना कर दिया था कि अभी तो मैं मतलब, हाँ, फर्स्ट टाइम मना कर दिया था कि अभी तो मैं मतलब मतलब इस रोल में हूँ कि लड़कियों और लड़कियों वाली, अब और सडनली आप एकदम से मतलब
पिता वाले
4
रोल
लड़कियों का बाप बना रहे हो, तो उस चीज को देखते हो कि ये मैं अभी मैं एक्सेप्ट नहीं करूंगा। फिर उन्होंने बताया कि जैसे कि मैं, ये स्टोरी दिमाग से ही नहीं निकल रही थी, सो ही नहीं पा रहा था, तो फिर उसके बाद उन्होंने हाँ की थी।
ये मजेदार बात है।
जी
लेकिन आपके पूरे परिवार में, आप अभी अब थोड़ी देर पहले हमने बात की, सभी
जी
लोग रेसलर है, चारों बहनें रेसलर, पिताजी रेसलर,
जी
आपके पति रेसलर, और एक्सटेंडेड फैमिली। तो कभी घर में कुछ तनातनी हो जाए तो कुछ गर्म माहौल बनता है?
जब भी हम सब लोग इकट्ठे होते हैं, बैठते हैं, तो सब लोग मतलब अपने अपने वही बात है सर, संघर्ष की बातें, और एक पहलवानों का एक मतलब खासकर हंसी मजाक ही रहता है। चाहे कोई भी चीज हो उसका मजाक बना ही लेना है उनको, चाहे वो खाने को लेके हो, चाहे वो पीने को लेके हो, चाहे वो सोने को लेके हो। तो ये माहौल जो होता है हमेशा मतलब खुशनुमा माहौल रहता है। तो हम सब लोग जब भी बैठते हैं तो एक दूसरे पे मतलब एक दूसरे की टांगे खींचते रहते हैं मजाक मजाक में, और एक दूसरे के साथ हंसी मजाक, और उसके अंदर मोस्ट ऑफ टाइम मतलब पहलवानी का ही जिक्र रहता है
तो
पूरा ऐसे। हाँ जी,
चारों
हाँ जी।
बहनों में, आप चारों बहनों में सबसे ज्यादा खिंचाई किसकी होती है?
सबसे ज्यादा खिंचाई जी सभी की होती है। सबसे ज्यादा तो नहीं कहूंगी, लेकिन सबसे कम होती है वो बड़ी बहन की होती है, गीता की क्योंकि बड़ी है तो इसलिए उसकी कम होती है जी।
जी। अब उन लड़कियों के बारे में बात करना चाहते हैं जो कि आपसे इंस्पायर होती हैं, या उन लड़कों की भी जो आपसे इंस्पायर हो सकती है, जो ज्यादा मेहनत करना और अपने टीन इयर्स में युवा जब हैं वो जैसा स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन बनना चाहते हैं, उनके लिए आपका क्या संदेश होगा?
एक बार दोबारा पूछेंगे सर, मैं एक बार थोड़ा समझ नहीं
जी,
पाई।
जो लोग आप जैसा स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन बनना चाहते हैं,
जी
लड़के हो या लड़की, उनके
जी।
लिए आपका क्या संदेश होगा? कैसे उन्हें, मान लीजिए वो कोई 12-14 साल के हैं, उन्हें कैसे अगले 5-10 साल के बारे में सोचना चाहिए?
बिल्कुल सर, आपने बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन किया है, और एक इसके अंदर मैं एक चिंताजनक भी विषय मैं बताऊंगी इसका। आजकल आप बच्चे देख रहे होंगे तो बच्चों को दो एडिक्शन बहुत उनके जीवन को खा रही है। एक है स्क्रीन टाइम नशा, और दूसरा है ड्रग्स का नशा। आज मैं देखती हूँ तो गांव के अंदर भी छोटे छोटे बच्चों में ये चीज आ चुकी है, और उनके गिरफ्त में बच्चे आ चुके हैं। उनको अगर उन बच्चों को अगर बचाना है तो सबसे पहले तो हम स्क्रीन टाइम नशा जो है, क्योंकि बच्चे पहले हम ग्राउंड में जाके खेलते थे, आज बच्चे खेलते भी मोबाइल पे हैं। कितना समय मोबाइल, उनकी आंखों के ऊपर चश्मे चढ़ जाते हैं। उन सब से हमें दूर लेके जाना पड़ेगा, और उसकी जिम्मेदारी माँ बाप को उठानी पड़ेगी। माँ बाप को अपने बच्चे मोबाइल गेम से छोड़कर उनको ग्राउंड में लेके जाना पड़ेगा। उनको वो फोन छुटा के और उनको एक गेंद देनी पड़ेगी, बैट बॉल चिड़ी बल्ला जो भी कुछ है, जो भी उनका इंटरेस्ट है, वो खेल ग्राउंड उनको थोपना पड़ेगा कि भाई आप खेलो, ताकि वो एंजॉय कर सके लाइफ को। और सिर्फ मैं ये नहीं कि आप ओलंपिक मेडल लेके आए तो ही खेलें, आप खेल को खेल के लिए खेलें, खुशी के लिए खेलें, डिप्रेशन से दूर रहने के लिए खेलें, लेकिन खेलें जरूर। क्योंकि खेल जो है वो आपके जीवन को डिसिप्लिन में लेके आता है, प्लस आपको लीडरशिप क्वालिटी देता है। हमें टीम गेम भी खेलना चाहिए। टीम गेम के अंदर क्या है कि हमें हमारे अंदर लीडरशिप की क्वालिटी पैदा होती है कि हमें पूरी टीम को साथ कैसे लेके चलना है। और हम सब लोग जब खेल की भावना के साथ खेलते हैं तो वहां कहीं भी ऊंच नीच जात पात धर्म कुछ भी नहीं होता है। वहां पे सिर्फ एक खिलाड़ी की भावना से वहां पे खेलता है, और देखते भी खिलाड़ी की तरह। अगर कोई पूछता है हमसे कि कभी भी मान लो हम स्टेट खेल रहे हैं तो हमसे पूछा जाता है कौन से डिस्ट्रिक्ट से हो, भाई भिवानी से हैं। मान लो नेशनल खेलने गए, कौन से डिस्ट्रिक्ट कौन से सॉरी स्टेट से हैं, हरियाणा से हैं। अगर इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे गए तो कौन सी कंट्रीज से हैं, हिंदुस्तान से हैं। तो ये हमारी आइडेंटिटी होती है। तो उस आइडेंटिटी के अंदर जो खुशी होती है और वहां पे कोई भेदभाव नहीं होता, तो ये स्पोर्ट्समैन के आई थिंक मुझे लगता है कि बहुत अच्छा रहता है। और स्पोर्ट्समैन की लाइफ जो होती है डिसिप्लिन भी होती है और खुशनुमा भी होती है, और वो लाइफ को एंजॉय करते हैं। ये नहीं कि उसको बोझ मान के चले। काफी सारे खिलाड़ी जब इसको बोझ मान लेते हैं तो ऐसे लगता है कि वो कहीं ना कहीं डिप्रेशन में चले जाते हैं। और दूसरा कि जब लड़कियों की अगर बात करो तो उन लड़कियों को मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि आप लोग घर से बाहर निकलें तो दुनियादारी से सीखें। क्योंकि मैं बताऊं अपनी बात, तो मैं बहुत जो गांव की बहुत शाय लड़की होती है सर, मैं वैसी थी। मतलब मैं अपने पापा के सामने भी नहीं बोलती थी, मतलब इतनी शाय थी। लेकिन ये कॉन्फिडेंस जो मेरे अंदर आई, ये सिर्फ और सिर्फ स्पोर्ट्स ने दिया है। और स्पोर्ट्स की वजह से जब मैं बाहर गई, मैंने दुनियादारी को देखा समझा, तो ये और कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ गया। और फिर हम अपनी नजर से जब हर अलग अलग क्षेत्र में जाके अलग अलग भाषाओं को देखते हैं, अलग अलग वातावरण को देखते हैं, तो वो भी बहुत कुछ चीजें हमें सिखाता है। और उन खिलाड़ियों को मैं जरूर कहना चाहूँ जो स्पोर्ट्स में आना चाहते हैं, पहले अपना गोल बनाए कि आपको करना क्या है, और उस गोल के ऊपर हमें कंटिन्यूस मेहनत करनी है। सफलता का मतलब ये नहीं कि सिर्फ मैंने ओलंपिक पा लिया तो वही सफलता है। सफलता वो ओलंपिक में पाने के लिए कितने लोग कितनी बार गिरते हैं, कितनी बार असफल होते हैं, उस और कोई भी ध्यान नहीं देता है। तो सफलता का मतलब ही यही है कि निरंतर मेहनत करते रहना जब तक आप सफल ना हो जाओ। जिस दिन आप सफल हो गए तो असफलता कितनी बार आप हारे हैं, कितनी बार गिरे हैं, वो कोई नहीं पूछने वाला, सिर्फ सफलता को देखते हैं। तो इसलिए उस गोल को अचीव करने के लिए अपना पागल बन जाइए। पागल होना जरूरी है, और जितने आप पागल होंगे, ये कहेंगे कि ये पागल है, ये कुछ नहीं कर सकता, वो बहुत कुछ कर सकता है। पागल जुनून, पेशेंस आपके अंदर होना चाहिए, और वही सफलता का सबसे बड़ा जो है, उस लक्ष्य को भेदने के लिए वो सब चीजें एक खिलाड़ी के अंदर होनी चाहिए, और वो गोल से कभी भटकना नहीं चाहिए सर। एक और चीज मैं जो देखती हूँ पेरेंट्स के अंदर भी, बच्चों के अंदर भी, तो पेशेंस नहीं है उनके। आज हमने चुन लिया कि आज मुझे कुश्ती मुझे खेलना है, थोड़े दिन, हफ्ता 10 दिन, महीना वो बीतेंगे कि नहीं इसमें नहीं जम रहा है, मैं बास्केट अच्छा खेल सकती हूँ, बास्केट में ले जाती, फिर उसको छोड़ के। तो ऐसे हमें मतलब टारगेट बदलना नहीं है, टारगेट एक होना चाहिए। जब तक उसको अचीव नहीं कर लेते वो आपको सोने नहीं देगा। टारगेट ऐसा होना चाहिए कि आपको नींद ना आए, वो अगर उठो तो भी, खाओ तो भी, पियो तो भी, वो टारगेट आपका दिखना चाहिए।
अंतिम सवाल, छोटा सा जवाब चाहूंगा।
जी।
जो स्पोर्ट्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर्स हैं देश के,
जी,
उनके लिए आपका क्या सुझाव होगा? और मैं किसी एक खेल के लिए नहीं, किसी विशेष खेल के लिए नहीं कह रहा हूँ, सभी।
जी,
क्या सुझाव होगा आपका?
मेरा सुझाव यही है सर कि जो भी एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर ऑफिसर हो, चाहे कोई भी हो जो स्पोर्ट्स को देख रहे हैं, चला रहे हैं, तो मेरा सुझाव ये है कि हमें ग्राउंड के ऊपर जाना चाहिए, सबसे मेन ये। और ग्राउंड पे जाके हमें खेल और खिलाड़ियों को समझना चाहिए कि वो किस स्थिति में है, वो क्या चाहते हैं, उनको क्या तकलीफ है, और उनको हम क्या प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं, और क्या वो फीडबैक हमें देते हैं। वो फीडबैक लेने के लिए हमें ग्राउंड पे जाना पड़ेगा, और वो चीजों को देखना, समझना, और वहां से जो फीडबैक जो हमें मिलेगा, उस फीडबैक की ऊपर हमें काम करना चाहिए, ताकि हम खिलाड़ियों की भावनाओं को भी समझ सकें, खिलाड़ियों के दिल की बात को भी समझ सकें। और खेल को है ना सिर्फ खेल ही रहने देना चाहिए, उसके अंदर और कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए, और खेल की तरह ही सोचना चाहिए। एक चीज और मैं इसके साथ शेयर करके अपनी बात खत्म करूंगी सर, कि जब हम खेलते हैं तो हम देखते हैं कि बहुत सारे लोग हमारे साथ, क्योंकि एक खिलाड़ी जब बनता है तो उसके पीछे बहुत सारे लोगों का हाथ होता है, देश की जनता का भी होता है, उसके डॉक्टर का भी होता है, उसके फिजियो का भी होता है, और साथ में उस कोच का भी होता है, और जो साइकोलॉजिस्ट होता है, उन सब का हाथ होता है। तो वो जब तक वो खिलाड़ी मेडल नहीं लेकर, जितने एफर्ट के साथ वो खिलाड़ी खेलता है, उतना एफर्ट उस जो सपोर्टिंग स्टाफ जो होता है, उसको भी अपना उतना ही बेस्ट और अपना 100% देना चाहिए, जब तक वो देश के लिए मेडल नहीं लेके आता है। क्योंकि जब देश के लिए मेडल आता है तो हम सब लोग उनके साथ की, हाँ यस हम सब लोग साथ थे, लेकिन ईमानदारी से और दिल के साथ हमें उनको अपना 100% देना होगा। हमारा भी वही लक्ष्य होना चाहिए जो खिलाड़ी का लक्ष्य होता है। तब हम और अच्छे मजबूत के साथ देश का झंडा और तिरंगा आगे लेके जा सकते हैं। और जो आज जितनी मात्रा के अंदर मेडल तालिका में हम और भी उतर जा सकते हैं।
आपकी बातें सुनकर बबीता जी, मुझे बचपन में पढ़ी एक कविता याद आ रही है।
जी सर।
और वो शायद आपके शब्द सुनकर काफी उचित होगा कहना यहाँ। तो अगर आप सुनना चाहें, चंद लाइन, 6-7 लाइन ही।
बिल्कुल सर, सुनना चाहूँ।
लहरों से डरकर नौका पार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की हार नहीं होती।
जी।
किया सिंधु में गोताखोर लगाता है, जा जाकर खाली हाथ लौट कर आता है। मिलते नहीं सहज ही मोती गहरे पानी में, बढ़ता दुगना उत्साह इसी हैरानी में। मुट्ठी उसकी हर बार खाली नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती।
वाह सर, जबरदस्त लाइन, वो बिल्कुल सर। और वास्तव में ही, और जो कोशिश आपने कही, कोशिश करने वालों की हार नहीं होती, कोशिश करते हैं तभी हम सब कुछ पाते हैं जी।
बिल्कुल, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बातचीत करने के लिए, और महिलाओं के लिए और युवाओं के लिए ऐसे इंस्पिरेशन बनने के लिए। बक्सा जी शुक्रिया हमसे बातचीत।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू, नाइस टू मीट यू, थैंक यू।
Hello and welcome. You're with the Times of India. It's a special series that we are running today. Future is She 2.0. This is our effort as we mark the International Women's Day, and this series of conversation tries to highlight some of the changes, some of the contribution that women have made in all our lives. Now, I have a special person who's a sports person, actress, model, and so many other things, so many other talents rolled into one. Sandhya Shetty. Thank you so much, Sandhya, for joining us. Let me do a little introduction because I don't get to speak to someone with such a vast array of talent that he or she represents. So please allow me this. So Sandhya is a literature graduate from Mumbai, and her story is about breaking, I would say, the stereotypes. When she was the finalist at Miss India, Femina Miss India 2000, her dusky complexion caught the attention. Now, there's a reason why I'm saying that dusky word. Her modeling career took off and acting followed. And over the years, she has helped workshop on self-defense for women, and karate for her has turned into a passion. You may have seen her work in movies like Bas Yuhi, 2003, Meenakshi, A Tale of Three Cities, 2004, Kabhi Socha Bhi Na Tha in 2008, and of course, later, much later, in the recent years, Dharavi Ban on MX Player, and to be released shortly in theaters, Corona Papers, which is going to be released in the theaters. Her mission, no fear and self-defense. What a wonderful time, Sandhya, to be speaking to you. And on this occasion, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Ashutosh, and thank you for having me here. Times of India also means a lot. The future is she, because I started my modeling career with Miss India. So, a huge thank you to this organization, and a big, big hello to all the lovely women out there, and a happy Women's Day. In fact, every day is beautiful and happy for us. So lots of love to you and everybody who's listening to this.
So, women are often said to be very good at multitasking. We've seen women around, but there is an element of home to that. While that is one part of it, but you seem to be taking it to a different level completely. Where do you get the energy to do all this, and what drives you?
Ashutosh, I think somewhere right from childhood, I was this bundle of energy who always felt that I should be doing multiple things. As a kid, parents always tell us, beta, ek kuch kaam karo, but theek se karo. In fact, I think it's absolutely the other way around. We should allow our children to pursue what they want to. If they want to do multiple things, just let them be and give them the wings to do it. Whether it's a girl child or a female child, or our little boys, I think they should all be brought together and told that do whatever you want to do. And that's what happened with me. My parents gave me the voice, gave me the freedom, and gave me the wings to just fly. And from childhood till now, I have done absolutely everything and anything that I want. And I really think, it's not true that be a master of one. I think you can be master of many and just be out there and explore and experience life. Because only when you take choices and make that change in your life, will your life change into so many beautiful experiences.
Okay, having fun is so important. And when you do so many things, there is ample opportunity for that. 20 years ago, you took part and made a mark in the beauty contest. What was that burning ambition then all about in you? Was it just that you wanted to do it and then move on to the next pedestal?
Ashutosh, if I tell you and my audience, they'll be surprised. My first career choice was to be an army. I've done my NCC Army wing. I was from one Maharashtra Girls Battalion, and then I wanted to be a cop. Miss India happened purely because, I was just having fun, and I sent my forms out of sheer pressure with friends saying that, you're doing college fashion shows, why don't you just send it? And it just happened, and oh my God, I just didn't know from Miss India, the whole array of, modeling, the glitz and the glamour just struck so hard. And I really felt that this was also a big challenge and a completely different world. I was so tomboyish. And I just felt it's very interesting to, dabble with everything so feminine, the makeup, the hair, the travel, the glamour. I said, why not? Even this is a very, very new challenge. And it was very different from what I was doing, and I just got so intrigued by the world of modeling, acting, and so much more. And I just took my beautiful chance. I took a choice rather. And I said, it is a bold choice, but I will do everything that I feel at that moment. And today I am here. And I have done the runway. I've, been a supermodel. Right now I am acting. And somewhere in between that, I also pursued my interest for karate. I did karate for 22 years. And 2015, I got a Commonwealth gold medal for our country. And I really think, Ashutosh, today, so many women are hearing me. I really want to tell them that once again, please go out there and believe in yourself. And trust me, you can do everything what you want to do. Just make that one choice.
What takes that, for the woman? You come from one of India's top cities. For a woman who's probably from a smaller place, what should be that trigger that will really drive them? How would you put it?
Yes, we are privileged when we are from cities. You're absolutely right, Ashutosh. But I think wherever the women are, I think the trigger is to believe in yourself. And this has been told time and again that, you need to believe in yourself. And the reason why they say that is because it's not the external factor that is going to push you. It is you yourself that is going to make that choice and change in your life. And what's more important is the family. The family, the friends, the support system. When we say, how will you empower somebody? You will empower somebody by giving them the freedom of choice, giving them the voice to make that communication that they want to do things, allowing them the, privilege. And in our country, education is a privilege, which shouldn't be. But yes, you need to educate them. You need to give them financial freedom, where through that, they will be able to make the right choice. And I think that's the most important trigger in your life. When you're independent, you will be able to do whatever you want. इसीलिए कहते हैं ना कि अगर आप में वो क्षमता है जहां पर आप अपनी खुद की कमाई कर सकते हो और उसके बाद जाके आपको decide कर सकते हो, no, I want to do this and I want to do this for myself. I think everything is possible. So you just need to be out there and taking that choice and making that change for your own self.
So was that something that was driving you after, the Femina Miss India mark that you made and then movies happened?
For me, it's always been that, that I have to be bold. I was very clear right from childhood that I am never going to shy away, Ashutosh. For me, being bold comes very naturally. And my foundation, my parents are absolutely simple, humble South Indian parents, but somewhere they also believed that they will let their daughter be free. So it need not come from a space of extreme, exposure to life. My parents are very simple. My mom and dad both are from Bangalore. They choose this city and they lived their lives, and they brought up, these wonderful 4 kids here in Mumbai city, and they allow them to just be. And I think that's more important, when somebody allows you to be, and then you make that choice for yourself and you're bold. I think being bold is people underestimated. What is being bold? It is not about just wearing bold clothes. It's about your attitude. When you are bold with your attitude, I think your life changes.
Someone again from a small town or a non-metro town, if I were to classify it that way, would love to hear the way you're putting it. But do you see the difference? You mentioned about 4 siblings, 4 of you. Can you spot a difference between the 4 of you as well, which probably the small town boy or girl could relate to?
200%. A small town, I'll tell you something, a small town, a big town. I really think at the end of the day, it is very individual. You can relate to me also. I can relate to them because when you talk about persistent hard work, who doesn't do hard work? You think that somebody from a rural or a urban doesn't do hard work? Then we talk about opportunities. Where is there no opportunity? Everywhere there is an opportunity. How do you grab it? अगर आपको मौका मिले और उस मौके पर आपने चौका लगा दिया तो आपकी जिंदगी बन जाती है. और ये simple सा एक फंडा है जिंदगी के लिए. When you get an opportunity, please grab it. And when you grab it, really work hard and make sure that you shine. The confidence to take that leap of faith is very important, but at the same time, there is nothing that you can achieve without hard work and focus. I think my entire life is an example of hard work, focus, and time management. I think if you have a culmination of all these three things, you will hit the bullseye sometime soon.
Our women are doing amazing things. The cricketers, the women cricketers, they're doing amazing things. You know, I was just reading about it that in a T20 women's match, globally so far, just about 3 times a score of 200 has been made. And in the Women's Premier League, WPL, we already have had it more than that in just 5 matches.
Absolutely.
That's the magic our women are doing.
Yes, and trust me, it's I always see this. It's not about men or women. You know, we only keep saying that we are equals, but the feeling of being equal starts from here. When you think and when you know that you are equal, you will start performing as an equal. You know, आप आरक्षण हो या equality हो, उसके लिए आप झगड़ा मत कीजिए, मांगे मत, but मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं उसके लिए आप hard work कीजिए. We all talk about women empowerment. हम बातें करते हैं कि women empowerment होना जरूरी है, but उससे ज्यादा क्या जरूरी है कि आप में क्या क्षमता है. विद्या, शिक्षा, मेहनत, ये सब जब साथ में आएगा तो मुझे लगता है वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट इज एज नेचुरल, वो बहुत स्वाभाविक हो जाता है. तो मुझे लगता है कि आपको शुरुआत करनी चाहिए और देखिए फिर क्या जादू होता है. मैजिक हैपेंस व्हेन यू वांट दैट मैजिक टू हैपन. And trust me, Ashutosh, when I started my mission, No Fear, about 9 to 10 years back, you know, everybody told me that you've done karate for such a long time. This is truly my offering to the, not only to the women community, but men, children, everybody. I think it's a culmination of energies where we talk about education, employment. What is the voice of women? It is not just her voice. It is the voice of men like father, brother, husbands, you know, the children around. It's a family, you know, when everybody comes together, gives that power to the woman, the voice of woman comes ahead. And then from there, she starts blooming. What is self-defense? Is it only to learn the techniques of fight? No, it's about being fit. It's about your body, what you eat, how strong you are. How do you communicate with people when you go out? What is the confidence level? You know, all of it. घर पे बैठकर एक साड़ी पहन के भी वो बहुत एक शक्तिशाली हो सकती है. ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है कि बाहर जाके आप गाड़ी चलाओ या you know आप मॉडर्न कपड़े पहनो या लिपस्टिक पहनो, उसी से नहीं. All I think women from all strata are beautiful, are strong. We have to stop being judgmental and saying that this class or this caste. Nahi. You know, it's a cross. Women are powerful across. And the day we come together and stop making those typical comments. And also when you made that comment, you know, oh, the brown dusky girl made a mark. You know, हमें ये भी कहीं ना कहीं जाकर सोचना चाहिए. We are a country of brown people. India is a country of brown people. We have to stop saying, you know, even about color or class. We have to just talk about just being us, you know, our individuality is our strength. I am different and I am powerful. You are different and you're powerful. Our differences is what makes us beautiful. अगर हमने ये बिल्कुल ठान ली कि मुझ में क्या अच्छा है और मुझ में क्या पावरफुल है, मैं हूँ और वो मैं पावरफुल. तो आई थिंक सभी को यहाँ पर ये बात जाननी बहुत जरूरी है कि आप दूसरों जैसे नहीं है और वो आपकी शक्ति है और उस शक्ति से आप खेलिए तो I'm telling you, you will win and there is no other way to it.
Very interesting way. But you spoke of no fear. How did karate happen? What was that, again, if I may use the word tipping point, that pushed you to karate?
Okay, now karate happened because of a lot of reasons. While I was modeling, I was also dabbling with acting, and one of my designer friends, Kaushik Shamankar and his brother Mehul Shamankar, they both were learning karate, and both men. And in my house, my brother Balanna and Yashwanna, I always used to look up to them, and my father, extremely proud and strong man, and I used to think that I should be like these men, very strong. Girls are normally said, you're beautiful, you're intelligent, but strong. I always craved for that, and I was quite tomboyish as a small kid. Somewhere while I was modeling, this friend took me to a karate class, and I saw sir एक बड़ा सा bamboo लेकर सारे लड़कों को मार रहे थे, पैरों पर, stomach पर, उसे conditioning कहते हैं. I just saw that and I told myself, I want to be strong like that. And the second day I joined karate. But from there, the journey began, and I must have won about 7 state national championships and about 6 national championships. और 2015 में जब मैंने कॉमनवेल्थ कप जो पहला गोल्ड जीता, आशुतोष मैं आपको कह नहीं सकती कि वो मोमेंट जब हमारे देश का झंडा लहराता है, it was one of the most amazing moment for me. और कराटे से मुझे बहुत सारे फायदे हुए, बहुत सारे. एक तो street fitness, उसके अलावा as a model and as an actor, कहीं ना कहीं वो discipline, वो focus कराटे द्वारा बहुत ज़्यादा और तेज हो गया. And I also felt that it helped me for my action. Today when I'm doing Corona Papers, which is a Priyadarshan film, I'm playing a cop's role. And that action and that whole poise of body has helped me here also. When I played, the role of Parvati in Sandhya Shetty's film and my film, Dharavi Bank, the whole thought that from there I have to become this very simple, coy woman. How? It only had to be that focus and knowing that now from this I have to move to this. So even that differentiation of what you are becomes very clear when you have this absolute focus as a karateka. So I think it's not about how aggressive you get. It is also about how calm you get. So the focus is beautiful that you get because of martial art. And I didn't realize that martial art would do this, but it has changed me, for even better things in life. And I'm really happy that I did martial art, and today I'm a second dan black belt, and I'm very, very proud and happy.
Super. Showing the way to women, not just women, I would say even the men, because a lot of them would love to have this kind of fitness. So then can I say that you're the typical woman and a sports person, among other things, rolled into one? So if you're pushed in a corner, you give it your best.
I will give it my best anywhere.
That's a good way to put it.
Push me in a corner, I will make sure that I will give you one tight punch and a kick.
Well, I was just coming to that. I was just coming to that. किसी लड़के को कभी ऐसा फेस करने का मौका मिला क्या?
अरे काश आशुतोष, मुझे तो कभी कभी लगता है कि ये मौका क्यों नहीं मिला. नहीं, एक्चुअली देखिए, जब हमें कराटे सिखाया जाता है, सबसे पहला जो लेसन है वो कहते हैं इट इज सेल्फ डिफेंस. आप अपने आप को प्रोटेक्ट कर रहे हो. And you're also taught that you are not supposed to be aggressive, and you're supposed to be very, very calm. And when situation calls for that, you can also run. There is no shame in running, because you have to be fit enough to attack and run. So मुझे लगता है कि because of the whole aura and the persona as a karateka, the guys get very scared to even come close and try any stunt. It's like, अरे मेरे आने से पहले मेरी aura आ जाती है. So I really had never had a chance to, beat up anyone. But I stand 5'9", and I think my attitude stands probably 10'9".
Okay, well, that's a good way to put it again.
Yes. So, yeah.
So what next, as someone who has focused on so many things and been a trailblazer of sorts. What next for you?
My focus is very, very much on acting right now, because there is so much, I really always believe that whatever I do, I need to give it my, not 200, rather 1000%, and make sure that from my end, I've done my bit, whether it was karate, whether it was modeling, whether I'm also an international speaker. And now, my total focus is on acting. After Dharavi Bank, now Corona Papers is releasing, I am looking for a year filled with kitty of films. And I want to focus and get a few awards like I've got in my karate and my modeling days. I think it's, probably my cupboard would really look nice if I get one or two ladies along. It become a bigger woman empowerment. Those ladies in hand look really nice, the black lady and all. So I plan to do that, hopefully. And my beautiful mission of no fear, I really urge everyone who's listening out there that, I will be doing my campaign and my mission of no fear in many places. Please check me on my social media. There will be many things that I will be programming for not only women, but also children. I always tell parents that please encourage your children for sports, because it really enhances their personality. And also somewhere gender sensitizing. लड़के और लड़कियों का जो फर्क है, हमें definitely बचपन से उन्हें ये बात समझानी चाहिए कि वो equal है. And this will only happen when they are in an environment, a healthy environment of things like sports, martial arts, where they mingle with each other and they know that they are supposed to look out for each other. So yeah, I plan to be a beautiful and a sensible and a responsible entertainer for future, and instill the campaign and the slogan of no fear, which is voice of women, so that हमारा देश औरतों के लिए सुरक्षित है. Not only our country, but all over the world, women have the right to be safe, and they have the right to live with their choices and change their life for good. So I think, yes, I am focusing on acting and my beautiful no fear mission.
Thank you so much for being with us, Sandhya, and wonderful speaking to you, and look forward to you inspiring more youngsters of tomorrow.
Thank you, Ashutosh. Thank you so much for giving me this beautiful platform to talk, and all the beautiful women out there. Truly, we must stand for each other, and equality will come slowly, but let's do individual effort. And thanks to Times of India, this has been a platform time and again where I have made myself, stand strong. So I really love this platform, and thank you everybody, and wish you all a beautiful, beautiful day. मेरी तरफ से बहुत सारा प्यार. Namaskar.
See you. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome to this very special interaction I'm having with the cast and crew of a very interesting play that I recently saw, Main Tumhari Hoon, which talks about the challenges, issues, thoughts that a woman has in any relationship. And what went behind coming out with an idea like this ahead of the International Women's Day is exactly what I will be speaking to with this esteemed panel. Joining me is Neena Wah, who's the writer of the play, Raghav Subramaniam, who's the producer of Main Tumhari Hoon, and Anamika Gautam, who directed that fantastic play. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining in.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
I want to first start by asking that what really was the thought behind an idea that was women-centric in its approach. The narrative is from a woman's perspective, and that stood out. And I want to ask that to you, Raghav Subramaniam, as to what really was the idea behind a play like this.
I actually will pass this question on to Neena, because that's where it all began. The writing is where it began. So Neena, would you like to take this?
Yeah, actually, I have a lot of women friends who have been struggling with their marriages. And if you look around, it seems like there is a battle of sexes going around. And that triggered some emotion in me. And I wrote a poem actually, Main Tumhari Hoon, Magar Puri Tumhari Nahi. Because I felt that, we are going from one extreme to another extreme, from, everything being men-centric to absolutely everything being women-centric. And again, we were going to, lose that balance in the society. So, that was the triggering point as to how we can recalibrate this man-woman relationship. And, that was the genesis for this poetry. And then I met Raghav, and Raghav said, this is a very nice point, but why don't you put the men's perspective also? So, that started as a dialogue between us. And, it sort of, came into this beautiful play, Main Tumhari Hoon. And I think from the poetry to the play, I think Raghav will tell you more.
Yeah, but I just want to add to one point that Neena is saying. She's being a little modest about it, but a lot of it, yes, Neena and I had a lot of conversation. A lot of it also stemmed from Ashish, her husband. The conversations between them, and him being such a liberal man, yet playing the husband's role and a father's role in a relationship. But the kind of the beauty in their dynamics brought about a lot of these thoughts. And Neena had seen over the years as a woman, how she flourishes, and the joy and pride that Ashish takes when he sees her flourish. So I think a lot of this conversation also helped bring about the flavors of the woman in a relationship in the script. And yes, to continue what she said, we had a lot of conversation, and I come from a family of the sex ratio in our family is completely warped. We are about princely 5 men as against 28 women. So, I grew up with sisters. I grew up with more women and around me. So the appreciation or the way I was brought up was as me as an equal to them rather than they being an equal to me. So the, when this came about, I think Neena and I discussed a lot. Yes, I did talk about the man's perspective with Neena. Our musician Ramanan also contributed in that conversation. So I think how it has shaped up is of, rightly said by Neena, recalibrating, trying to understand the fine balance, rather than it being one extreme to the other extreme. It's about finding the balance. And I'm sure in the auditorium, a lot of people left the hall thinking that, hey, you know what? This is so us. This is about our lives. And the relatability factor became, the quotient was so high that a lot of the feedback we've got is that I'm going to, turn a new leaf in this relationship, whether it may be the man or the woman. In fact, I just want to share one anecdote as a feedback. I will not take names. So there is this very dear friend whose husband travels a lot. And whenever he's home, she wants to do things, the things that they missed out. Like, for example, going for a play, going out for a dinner. But he would be like, no, I'm tired. I've just come back from travel. This time I have to travel again. So now she's taken a stance that I'm not going to wait for him. I'm going to start going out. Why should I wait and say that, okay, I have to accept this is his life, this is his work, he will travel, but I need to accept my life too, that I need to have my avenues of, my time and whatever joy I get in doing things. So this came as a result of this play. So I'm very happy and very proud of Nina that she's brought about these words that Anamika and I spoke as actors. I think these are the perils of, or rather the, I don't know how to articulate this, but these are some of those moments that I think we live for as artists, that we can make a difference.
Anamika, was that the thought that crossed your mind as well when you joined in this project? You directed the play, you also acted. Was that the thought that crossed your mind as well, that here is an opportunity to probably be a change maker, and also a play that you could relate to, a story that you could relate to?
Yes, of course, Gauri. That was the first thing that came into my mind. That, oh my God, this is what I feel at times, and I had heard from my friends that they feel it too. But women all over around us, they have this thing. It is in their minds, and sometimes we need validation to see, yeah, this is going on. And what, like Raghav said, that if I want to do something, then probably maybe I'll wait for the other day, or is it right to go on my own and have whatever I want to do? So why not? So this is a kind of expression. I've always believed that if you're able to express it, a lot of problem is, it gets taken care of itself. So it was when the thing was, then when this project came to me, that was the first thought which came into my mind. Wow, this is what I would really want my women colleagues or my friends to, feel and come up with. They will be able to connect with it so much, and it will be, it'll resonate with them, and in a kind of way, it'll be like, yeah, motivational for them also. This is fine. Let's do that, and let's have a conversation. Let's talk about it. You just express what you feel to your spouse, at least, and see what comes up, what he feels about it, like the conversation. And very beautifully, when Raghav interjected that, why don't you have a man's perspective? And this was it made it so complete, because it is, in a way, we are talking about women. All of a sudden, we are talking everywhere. You will see women day and this and that. But somewhere down the line, this is happening. This is stressing our men's too. So they need to come up with what they feel about it. And when our protagonist, I would say equal, we both were protagonists in our own fields, and we came up and we talked about it. It kind of, made sense. That's what I felt. And I'm really absolutely satisfied with the kind of feedback that we've got that day.
I think
I was coming to just that, what has been the response like to the play, to the idea, and the effort behind it, which is to change narratives, or at least shape opinions, or start a conversation in that direction? What's been the response?
Actually, when I just wrote the poem and I, shared it with just a couple of women in my family, my close friends, and everybody said, oh my God, this is my poetry. Can you share it with me? Can I have it? I said, no, okay. Then I realized that, okay, I have touched a chord, so it was very, very, it became very close to me. And I don't think I wouldn't label myself as a feminist, because although I come from a family where, my father used to say, I have one sibling, my brother, and my father used to say, "Hamare ghar mein to sabhi iklote hain, so nobody has a special privilege." But still, so I never had to express myself out of the way, just because I was not made gender conscious per se in the family. But when I started looking around, I realized that this is very, very rampant. It has touched a chord, and the best response I think which we got was from these young MBA students who were not even married. I was thinking they were coming to do volunteer work, and when the first time they were privy to the rehearsals, and one of them said, I had tears in my eyes. I was like, oh my God, this is the best compliment, but somebody who's just starting their journey in the life and may or may not have had such a long-term relationship with the men per se. If they can relate and identify and this play can trigger some emotions in them, I think my job was done. So there.
I think inadvertently we are all exposed to long-term relationships, right? Even if we are starting off in our life, we have seen our parents. We have seen the dynamics between the mother and father. So a lot of that is, when we become spouses, a lot of that we carry forward. This is the time to let go of that legacy and start a new legacy, So that's the change, shift in generation. And I think, as Nina said, those youngsters, the way they responded, the way they related or could empathize with the conversation was pretty phenomenal. But I think overall the response has been, as I mentioned earlier, not to be repeating myself, that everyone related to their play as though it is their life, right? A lot of the lines that were spoken, that is in Hindi, in common parlance, they say, ghar ghar ki kahani. It is, but it is when you get a third person's perspective, it's like a mirror reflection, right? On an everyday basis, you don't stop and think, how is this relationship going? There are a few lines when I ask Anamika, ab isme hamara kya equation? Like when I ask that, so these are not things that we normally do in a marriage. We think that, okay, there are good days and bad days. Let's maximize our good days and everything will be fine. So I think those moments, and the other thing Anamika mentioned was very important, which is communication between two people. And in fact, there is a line in this where I ask, why are we talking about all this after 23 years? And to which she responds saying, that's because we don't talk about it. That communication, opening that, keeping that gate, keeping that corridor of communication open is so important. And not feel like, okay, what is going to happen? Ye bump hit jayega if I say something. So that shouldn't be there. It should be a freedom of communication. I wouldn't say speech, but communication.
But Gauri, one very interesting, I won't say exactly a feedback, but a gentleman, messaged me that this is really very nice. But tell me, he wanted an advice how to, handle or sort of address his wife, because he says one day she's all, she goes, I can't do Paytm, please book my Uber. But then, whenever there is any other kind of conversation, she suddenly goes Amazon on me. And what do I do? How do I solve this? So I just simply said that everything should not be seen as a problem in a man-woman relationship. It should be like a status quo. It is the way it is, you have to take it, accept it. You don't have to, because if you take it as a problem, then they will always be, you will be searching for solutions. Like, somebody said that men are from Mars and women are from Venus. Then let that be a status quo. Let us be comfortable in that, rather than pulling each other into each other's planet. I mean, we should respect that we have our own peculiarities and be comfortable about that. So play is all about that. I mean, why should there be any war? Why should there be any, firm positions?
Why should there be a sexes?
Yes. Let's have a peaceful coexistence. That is what I'm trying to,
We are speaking when International Women's Day is being celebrated. The play was also staged on the eve of the Women's Day. I asked this question that, do arts in general have the power to shape narratives, change opinions? Can they do that? Can they spearhead and become change makers? And plays like these could be a small step in that direction to change set preconceived notions. Do you think that can happen?
Absolutely.
I believe absolutely. So there are different, if I were to give a few examples. So arts is a very large term, right? It's it's any form of expression, right? Self-expression maybe. And it has, whether it's a direct impact on sociologically or it is a ripple effect sociologically, it does have. So loosely, I'd start with, please humor me when I say this, that, you had this whole series of this Suraj Barjatiya movies, right? Maine Pyar Kiya and this, that, and the other. How families should stay together, stick together. That whole family values of joint family came back when we were all moving towards nuclear families. So the essence of joint family and essence of the larger essence, the structure, family structure became important, and that started becoming a trend, right? Now, there is always this concept, my framework I have, which is one to many, one to some, and one to one. So arts has various things. So if I have a painting exhibition, it's more of one to one. If I have a theater or a musical performance based on a theme, it'll be one to some. Movies, feature films, and they're mass. So they can at one time impact a lot. But can arts actually initiate change? Of course. I think right from the period of Renaissance, how Europe came out of the Dark Ages was because of the arts. And the Medici family promoted arts during that time only because they knew that the power of thinking, power of liberal thinking, power of expanse of thought and change can come only from arts. So I think it's a very important cog in the wheel. Sorry,
I think any art form is an outward expression of the collective consciousness, or is the best parameter for, which reflects the human evolution, I would say. It started right from the cave, when the caveman expressed, his hunting ability. Probably it started from that. It's inherent in all of us. Anamika, what are your thoughts on that?
Anamika, would you like to add something?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I've been waiting for this. So your question was, do we think that this is going to bring any change, or do you think as a woman, this can? Was it like that, Gauri? Am I correct?
Yes. What I said was that one is the play and its impact. Second is efforts by art in general to spearhead change in society. The role that arts in general can play in becoming change makers.
Yeah. So the first question, impact. So impact is definitely, it has impacted. And here I would really set something that I have been told as a feedback from my own son, who is 24 years old. And I have never expected him to say anything about the play that he was there. And I said, did you like it? And before, let me tell you, before this, he was absolutely against marriages. So when I used to ask him, I said, Nathatya, do you want to get married? No, not at all. I'm not interested. I'm fine as I am. I don't see myself getting attached to somebody like that or something like that. So I said, fine. So after this, when somebody in the audience said something, do you remember, Raghav, somebody from the balcony?
Yeah.
Something that, this is very, why this end has to be that positive, and on the positive note or something like that. So he said, why not? See, why do we have to show that we have to go separate ways? Why can't we talk about and bring to us some beautiful, the idea of going together? Why can't we be separate and still continue to be with each other in our own? We are different, but yes, there is something which connects us. So he was absolutely, it was very much, it came as a surprise to me that somebody who is 24 years old and was against marriages in the first place, and he's telling me this, yeah, it was absolutely fine. Even I have such arguments with my women friends, the kind of arguments you were having with your, actor friend on the stage. He said it was absolutely engrossing, and I was absolutely fine with it. And now I think that, yeah, if the relationships could be that mature, where everybody can talk about it and whatever speak their minds, then I think the relationships are beautiful. We can think of them, staying in them. So I think this was the major impact, that I could listen something from somebody close. And otherwise also we definitely heard a lot about our play feedback, which was positive. Moreover, when we talk about impact, there's also one more thing that comes to my mind is, the woman is absolutely an excess for the family, right? And when she is expressive and absolutely comfortable in whatever she's doing and assertive, so I think it is a ripple effect. It reaches out to the community and family community and furthermore. Right, this was the answer for your first question. And the second is art forms. Art forms have always, since the beginning, we have relied upon the art forms to express our own self, right? We see something, we hear something, and we immediately connect. And that's how we grow. So art forms have this responsibility, or have this thing to, to be responsible for our own growth, individually and as a society. We really depend on art forms, and each one of them, whether it is theater or paintings or any koi bhi cheez aap lijiye, music lijiye, whatever it is. We are really depending on art forms to express better. So they have this responsibility also. So in a way, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
My 21-year-old son comes and tells me the next day, oh, by the way, I'm very proud of you. I said, okay. So that was also
that must be very heartening, encouraging, and also inspiring.
Yeah.
Inspiring you to continue this kind of work. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining in this conversation. And I wish the play the very best. And I hope that it opens floodgates for similar kind of content where gender issues are mainstreamed and discussed in greater detail at all levels to really bring about the change that we all aspire for women in society at so many levels. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Gauri, for the opportunity, and thank you for having us and bringing about this a very small, minuscule attempt called Main Tumhari Hoon to the foray of this conversation on a large platform on Women's Day. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, E.T. Thank you, Gauri.
Thank you, Gauri. Thank you.
I'm honored and lucky to have the opportunity to give a vote of thanks on this special day. Futurist She is very close to our heart, a platform created that allows Times of India to celebrate women and is specially dedicated to all the women for the recognition of their amazing achievements. My deep sense of thanks and appreciation goes to all the women who made this day so special. It is difficult to add much to the interesting discussion we've had through the day. Our eyes, our ears, our hearts are full of inspiring stories. Stories that will stay for life and motivate us. Here is to strong women. May we know them, may we be them. Congratulations and happy Women's Day. Thank you.